Hello, all you wonderful people. This is the final day of the finale of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. My name is Magic 8 Ball. I'm joined by Yume, and we've got a great set of matches today. We are going to crown a champion. Yume, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so for this first matchup, we are going to have Yoki's Prodigies and Chikara Green. Yeah, Green. There's a lot of Chikara teams out there.
There are a lot of Chikara teams.
So just some side notes here, just to get it down. Chikara Green, as a team, basically, have already qualified for Tier 2 NASA North of...
Yes.
I forget what it specifically is, but it's the Tier 2 NASL currently. So they've already qualified for that. And just talking about some of the players here really quickly, Vladilena has had really good performances at Liftoff, and I think the player to watch on Chikara Green, though, is going to be Japanese Box. This guy goes crazy, and I am pretty sure that they are either going to ban out one of those two players in order to make them more uncomfortable. On the other side, though, we have Yoki's Prodigies, who has Jumper, Razy, and the GOAT. Almost everyone knows him, 2004 Lexus GX 470. And the main player that you would normally watch is 2004 Lexus GX 470. And the reason why is because, first of all, he's the player who essentially coined the term, or essentially brought out to the community, play better, win more.
Right.
And second of all, he's a Luna forward main. So there's very good chances that we see either he gets banned out or Jumper's midfielders get banned out, because Jumper used to be very prevalent in Juno, I believe, back then. But right now, he switched to more characters in the midfield. So let's see what happens with that. The other thing to note is that Chikara Green has a pretty big roster on their backline, and I'm not too sure who's playing yet, so we'll have to see. And Chikara just has like really deep rosters, like with almost like 6 people constantly on every single team. So this should be very exciting to watch. And these are
exciting.
two of the teams. Yep, and these are two of the teams that I believe that most people believe are going to win.
Wow. I understand why this is a series of the ages, is what y'all were telling me pre-stream. So let's get into this. This is winners semis. And we've got Aten City for the first one, and Yoki's Prodigies are hovering, about what we'd expected. And just like you said, they're trying to ban out Japanese Box.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I expect. And as I said, again, they banned out Lexus. They banned out Lexus as Luna, so now both of the, essentially, what I would call the main carry players are banned out. So now they're going to be put in a slightly uncomfortable situation on a map like Aten City that's very big. So I wonder if they're going to change styles. Now, it seems that Lexus has picked Zentaro, so either he's going to be using it for more mobility in order to catch people off guard, or they might switch to a more damage build on Aten City, which could be pretty awkward. However, it seems that Chikara Green has switched to a double core control midfield style, which does fit Aten City a little bit more because it's very hard to die, especially with all the orbs and how much open space there is. So we'll have to see how it goes.
We'll have to see how it goes. This is going to be entertaining at the very least. Everybody's ready. Everybody's emoting. This is going to be the first set of a long night of games. And already, Zentaro is going to be probably the decider here, right? We're going to have to see exactly how Lexus is able to pilot this character and make use of those potential stuffing, potential brawling capabilities.
Yeah, one of the main things about Zentaro is that last patch he used to deal a lot of damage, and he still has the damage, but it's just that he can't do it as often because they nerfed a little bit of his cooldown. However, one of the main things that Zentaro does is he has a lot of damage, but he also has a lot of mobility, and he's a more trickster style scorer, to be honest, compared to a character like Juliet. And his style of scoring, instead right there, he just stuffs the ball with his right click. Because of this style of mobility, it probably fits him a little bit more being used to playing Luna.
Right, yeah, exactly. Being able to not only dish out damage when needed, but also be able to swing around, hop at you from different angles that you aren't used to, hop at you from distances that you might not think would be good to approach from. And here we go, Zentaro's already on the upkeep. The Banish comes out, but Corvold on the other side. Vladilena is doing a wonderful job at stalling out these opportunities for the time being, but Zeke just can't quite get the pass from Japanese box. This double core control is having a little bit of issue. That's at least 3 strikes with this. Rune needs to start getting his hands on the ball. He's going to be able to. This is a good opportunity to score. Not this time, though. I don't know. It seems like both of these sides have a good understanding of how to block each other's potential stuffing.
Yeah, one of the main things that we're going to see is how often Zentaro can connect to score. Like right here, he just shoves it in the corner where Vladilina can't really try and run past him, especially without evade. And some quick notes as we keep going. Starting Awakenings are Stagger Swagger and Castelast. 4 out of 6 players have taken Castelast, which makes sense because these are all very good skills on all these characters. However, one of the big differences that might change the game is that Vladilina is running Eject Button while Razy is running Momentum Boost.
Ooh, interesting. What is your honest take on the Eject Button Kai? Do you think it's worth it?
As one of my friends have said, I think it was Daftgrass, he said that Kai is essentially the 3rd or 4th best user of Eject Button, and Eject Button itself is just kind of just crazy how good it is, especially now that they made it so Kai can run forward a little bit, just a little bit longer, especially buffing his spacebar by 1 extra second. It works out really well because the main point of Eject Button is to play really aggressively and really far forward. However, Vladilina hasn't really gotten a chance to play forward with his Eject Button, so maybe they are just going to lose value out of it instead.
Maybe they will lose value, but for right now, needs to try and get the value out of the net. Not going to be able to. That's a value added to Yoki's Prodigies, and that's the first set. Clean 3-0, and obviously, the performer that was the Zentaro definitely getting the MVP here, and he's going to be rewarded handsomely.
Yeah, and luckily there isn't like Super Surge or Aerials in the mix to have to deal with for Zentaro as of right now. So hopefully he doesn't keep getting advantages, because one of the biggest things is that Zentaro can make use of so many current Awakenings that are essentially like almost like A to S tier on him, like a lot of them.
Right, like there's just a lot of opportunities for him to start scaling. Crazy that the extra special is actually going to the Estelle and the Kai isn't picking it up.
Well, a lot of Kais do like the missile prop because it allows them to try and like stuff at further away. Because one of the big reasons why you pick Kai is so you can stuff from further away. You're essentially playing like Asher, but you're like far away, so you don't have to deal with a lot of the issues that a lot of stuffers have, which is being in melee range, and being forced to strike war essentially. So a lot of players do like the missile prop. However, Jumper having extra special could be really good because having one of the biggest problems with Estelle is she has extremely long cooldowns, and having this extra special, especially on her R button, that is really good at just clearing. Meanwhile, Japanese box scores that's really good at clearing is just can be insanely powerful. So Vladilina will have to be a lot more careful more often with how they open clear, if they decide to.
If they decide to, it's going to be a game of decisions quite already, is showing us that. These jumps from Zentaro, though, like getting so much value as Lexus out of these Nai dashes, just crazy. That's so unfortunate, though. The absolute smash into the side by the Giga Blast. Oh, Jumper is keeping all the pressure, though.
Yeah, and as you see over here, Jumper's kind of just 1v3ing them. Japanese Box and Zui are not really too far enough away from each other where they just set each other up. And like I said, Jumper just finds the clear because Vladilina just tried to open clear a little bit.
Interesting. You really just cannot maneuver carefully enough around the Estelle on a map like this, where she has every single opportunity to catch this core where she wants it. A lot of evades being used, though. It could be a good opportunity. We just need a little bit more pressure coming out from this Drakkar, I feel like. Trying to get something going. Just not doing too much at the moment, except for intercepting some passes, but these are two characters that can score easily enough on their own. Finally, we might see a KO, but no. Instead, it's going to be a core flip from Razzie. Not able to find the open net, but is still going to have a good opportunity to keep on the pressure and just shovel this one through every time. It seems like they're just not winning strike wars.
Yeah, and if you notice here, when Razzie has abilities up, he just decided to move forward while Jumper used his spacebar already to go backwards in order to essentially just win a strike war. And what's going to have to happen here is, and Japanese Box goes for a really interesting idea. That was actually really awesome to see. So right there, Zui put out a pillar, and Japanese Box, instead of trying to fight the Zentaro in a strike war, he actually tried to strike backwards into the pillar to try and mix up the timing of the strike.
Huh. That's something that like you hear people talk about, right, as like potential cool plays, but to see it in tournament play is actually insanely skillful, right? To just have that heads-up awareness.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to make those decisions, and it's extremely impressive to see it in these types of technically lower level tournaments.
Right. Lower level, I feel, is a little bit. I don't want to call it like a misnomer, but it's definitely not. Does not give the players enough credit. They are doing incredible things with these characters already, and they've shown that they can really hang up in those high-ranking games.
Yeah, especially Chikara. I mean, like I said, they have qualified for Tier 2 before, and unfortunately, Vladimir is not in a good position to be able to try and catch that. What's going to have to happen here more often is that I'm seeing that Lexus gets a lot of core control because Jumper is constantly able to get him the core without having to use his abilities. I think what's going to have to change here is that they should be essentially making sure that Lexus has a really hard time getting the core over here instead. Because it seems like they're trying to block Lexus after he gets the core instead of before he does.
Right, try and get that interception. Try and make sure to stick post on the Centauro. Zui has a good opportunity. Gets it past Razzie, who has the core flip. Able to trick and juke them out and barely scrape by with that set to even the odds. And that was very impressive from that rune that felt like hadn't been getting a ton of mileage. Now with the hot shot, and is going to get probably another really good training here with Monumentalist and Timeless both on the board.
Yeah, I'm going to make the assumption he is going to get Timeless, and Timeless is going to be extremely strong because I don't think anyone else in this, actually, yes, no one else in this lobby can use creations, basically. So that's a reason why Rune can be a really good pick a lot of the time, because sometimes players just don't pick characters with these that can use these creation trainings. But if you happen to be the one player who can, you are forcing other players to take essentially useless trainings on their characters a lot of the time instead.
Yeah, if they want to deny you. But
yeah,
they didn't deny him this time. He's going to take it for all it's worth. Already has the hot shot, so these pillars are going to be sending things far and wide and fast. And then these banishes are going to be even more ridiculous. Great clear from Vladilena, and I want to say these Kais have had some insane clears already, just protecting that goal barrier.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. A lot of people do love playing Kai, and Kai's really great because he can clear, even if he messes up his clear a little bit, he can essentially just redo his clear by hitting his barrage. And right there, as you saw, Vladilena passes to himself in order to use his eject button.
In order to use the eject button to its fullest effect, that's crazy. We saw Japanese Box get sent off the map while in the cloak. Unfortunately, what didn't lead to quite a goal immediately, but they're going to secure it that time. Yoki's Prodigies, I feel like, have had the most control in this game. It's just getting a couple of opportunities in the hands of Chikara is really what's making the difference.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to make use of a character like Rune on a map this big. You kind of need a lot of things to go right in order to use Rune. And it's kind of the reason why Rune's quite a bit easier to use as a goalie rather than a forward. And right there, Razy unfortunately just hits it into the Rune pillar and just gets his own barrier on himself.
Oh, some crazy plays with the... Some crazy rune bounces. I've never seen a rune pillar that gets set up quite like that. Oh, trying to dash to himself, sends out the banish. They slipped that one by. Holy, this rune's about to start going absolutely insane. That's the craziest play I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was extremely smart by... Everything that happened there was extremely smart and extremely calculated by Zui. And it seems like he's finally, like, turning up and, like, figuring out, oh, I need to remember I can do this.
Yeah, like he's opening his sixth eye, his mind's eye, just trying to figure out these rune pillars, trying to figure out these dashes opportunities. Great clear from Vladilena to keep it away from the energy burst of Lexus, but now it's a turned around opportunity. Centauro does not get the passive dash off in time to make that stuff, is able to get the banish as Zui and setting up an absolute cage. Coin flip into the pillar, completely jukes out Razzie, and they score that one. This is the kind of play that Chikara has been using to this point to get here, and it is awesome to see.
And the thing is you can see how practiced, like,
yeah, exactly. Did we lose him? Did we lose Yume? I'm gonna just talk, even because I don't know if he just like crashed. I'm assuming it's a Discord crash.
No, my mic's turned off. Apparently.
Got him, GG's.
Yeah.
Vladilin is not going to keep this one, though. That is going to be another 5-point rally and 5-point set in this match. And both of these teams now seem like they are quite evenly matched.
Yeah, but something I want to make a note of, since we're pretty close to the stack mark, Vladilina does have Orb Dancer at 7 stacks currently on A10 City.
Really now. And that's going to be 8. Gets one at the bottom, it's going to be 9.
Yep.
Oh,
so
he wants to go for it.
So what this means is that Yoki's Prodigies are kind of on a timer, and they have to make sure they deny the next orb training or 2, especially if it's a replicator, because Vladilina shouldn't be able to die in a lot of these situations, and Lexus dashes and just accidentally dies to the pillar because he was on the wrong end of it, and right after, Chikara is able to capitalize.
Chikara turning the script around, very much so. This is fantastic. The Super Surge is now up, and this is the craziest draft I think I've seen.
Yeah, and as we see, Rune denies Super Surge away, but Alexis was planning on taking Duplicator no matter what, making sure his team was not on that timer.
Holy cow. This is the funniest draft I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, but I want to note that all the dash length trainings are gone. So that means Lexus will not be able to dash at all. Aerials was taken, Super Surge were taken, and Chrono Boost was taken. So we will not see this Zentaro pop off long distance at all.
That's a big deal. That's a massive deal on a map as large as this. Being able to hop over things like those pillars, things like, you know, just getting over all those stuffing opportunities from Vladilena. The stuff into the corner on himself just to get it back out. Like, these are the kinds of crazy clears that we're already seeing. This is, like, the level of play is so high. Look at how Japanese Box is playing around these pillars.
Yeah, actually, in that instance, I actually think he right-clicked the core to keep it away from Lexus so he could clear it out more openly, which was really impressive to watch because I don't even see high-level players do that often.
Wow. Completely whiffing. Oh, what a crazy banish, missing the core, but getting Lexus to make sure that that score does not go in, and Razzie is not able to catch the slowly drifting by core. Does not use the energy burst, and Chikara seems like they're running away with this game.
Yeah, I think that this is going to come to bite Yoki's Prodigies kind of in the ass a little bit, because they're just falling behind in these drafts because they have to deny some of these trainings. And unfortunately, Lexus is so far behind in terms of having actual trainings that are extremely powerful for him in exchange for denying Vladilena essentially a game-winning training.
And these are the kinds of opportunities that you have to think about early on while you're in the draft phase, right? What if the Centauro comes out? Like, are we going to be able to get him the trainings that we need to if these characters are going to all of a sudden start popping off? Like, look at this Orb Dancer. It's already making so much problem for the Centauro, for the midfield control of Yoki's Prodigies. Finally, they get the goal barrier. Japanese Box has a cracked stagger bar and is going to get sent away for it, but this is still a very doable opportunity. Vladilena not going to save it, though. I still think Chikara is just in control.
Yeah, it's kind of up to Yoki's Prodigies to kind of claw their way back. Unfortunately, they used essentially every single flip there, but they are not behind in flip economy, which is really nice. And unfortunately, Vladilena just loses the corner barrier, so maybe Yoki's Prodigies do find a huge comeback here.
This is the opportunity, if I've ever did see one. Jumper going to get banished to a realm far beyond his means. This stagger is going to go completely down for the Centauro. There's still one opportunity, though. The eject button coming up so big for Vladilena, though. The Centauro is not able to get his hands on this core the way that he wants it to. These pillars are becoming so much of a problem. Finally, it's a one-on-one breakaway. Not going to be able to find it. Jumper has the flip at the ready. Could be a good opportunity. Bounces off the side. Vladilena is there. One more ult. Not going to be able to save it. The core flip is online for Japanese Box, and the slows from his special are going to mean they cannot save that one. This is 2-2, and this is Chikara's chance to take this game and run with it.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate because Razzie had the right idea to barrage upwards and make sure he couldn't get it through. But somehow Japanese Box just got it in between the barrage hits.
They just used all of their ability cooldowns just to try and save that core flip from going in. Unfortunately, did not save it from the barrier. They do get a barrier on their own side. The pillar comes through. Razzie has the core flip, uses it preemptively with the shotgun strike, and Vladilena is able to save this clear for the time being. This is the opportunity. Zui not gonna find the flip, not gonna find the strike. No Giga Blast. This core is just rolling down the side. Finally, we see one go up. We see Vladilena with the eject button, able to move so fast with these orbs, dancing around. This is still so tense because any mistake could mean the core goes in. Razzie's able to just barely save that one, but these midfielders are standing on both sides of the net just waiting for the clears. The Giga Blast comes through. Finally, a core flip. There's another one, and that's Yoki's Prodigies barely saving their chances to keep this match.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they get in this next draft because this next draft is actually super important, but I'm not really too sure what Lexus can grab here. That changes a lot, but there is one thing I do see right now that could change a lot. And it was not the Ponder.
It's not
It was
Ponder.
actually the Catalyst. It was actually the Catalyst, and right here, Vladilena has to deny this Catalyst.
This is gonna happen.
Right, come on. No!
No!
Deny Catalyst! Wait.
Do people not realize?
Wait, Jumper?
Jumper?
You have fire up!
No way. The big fish going to Kai. What is going on with this draft? This is insane. This is insanity. The Catalyst is so huge now. Imagine Japanese Box getting all of the flips already, and now is going to have even more. That could have been such a good opportunity for Jumper to run away with the energy economy.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on why he didn't, because Zentaro has Replicator, which Replicator also gives up a little bit of energy, I believe, too. So Jumper literally could have just had Lexus farm out these ores for him, and he could just give so much energy economy to his team, and the other team would not be able to respond in kind. But Japanese Box instead, he's the one who gets Catalyst.
Does get Catalyst, is going to be using it effectively here. Look at that, already almost has the energy bar at full. Zentaro, though, already does. Lexus trying to carry this game on those small Oni shoulders with that giant Oni sword. This is a huge turnaround from what we saw during those middle two sets. This is such a big difference.
Yeah, and this is definitely still a little bit of a fight, as we see, because Lexus is already pretty staggered, but there's not really a good reason for him to die, and again, Vladilena does try to kill him with his energy burst.
Let's try. Japanese Box is going to get this goal barrier down, though. Pillars are out. It's going to make it really tough for Razzie to clear this. There's one more. No, but they both ended up standing in the same spot. Japanese Box might just be able to just kick that one in. Literally just smacked it with his gun handle. Didn't even need to. Just pistol whipped it. Like, doing it the old-fashioned way. That's going to be a score. This is still Chikara's game to win.
Yeah, we'll have to see what keeps going, because Jumper does have the fire up here, and hopefully maybe that does fix a little bit of the economy, but there are two possible flips here, and oh, Vladilena does catch the flip from Jumper.
Does catch the flip. There's another one online. Japanese Box just uses it to send that one away. No cooldowns for Vladilena, and this is Yoki's Prodigy's game point. This is game point. I cannot believe this. The rune moment, the bouncing core that nobody could stop just to open up that goal barrier, and that mistake could be the difference between who wins this game and who doesn't.
Yeah, and kind of one of the things that's happening is Vladilena's just getting kind of caught out without a teammate being able to help defend against a flip. And that's kind of one of the biggest things that's going on, is that a lot of the times when people do have that flip economy up, or flip up, you usually have a teammate stay in the back to help you, so both of you guys can cover one side. And Vladalena's not really getting that help they need currently for those types of situations.
Have the opportunity here. Zui, though, looking really worse for wear. Razzie has the flip. They kick it away from the ultimate. Not gonna find it. Jumper, sending it up the sides. Not gonna find it, but Zentaro has the flip again. Is gonna be able to send that one in through. Barely clawing their way back from the clutches of defeat in set 4. They come back, and this Zentaro scores like 4 goals just to make sure that this set goes their way. Insanity in the arena right now. That I cannot believe that they just turned that thing around.
Yeah, and we can just look at these stats right here. I mean, like, obviously they're going to do more damage. They didn't really get... Their characters do end up doing more damage generally, but the things we have to talk about here is that Lexus has 11 goals. And that's kind of just how it is, right? When you're playing this Zentaro, you have to play a lot trickier to score. And as we see right there, he was able to find a lot of scores. Now, one of the biggest problems that kept happening was that Vladilena was losing barriers, and Zui and Japanese blocks were slightly too far forward to try and help re-challenge these half clears that Vladilena might be able to reach. Because even if Vladilena sometimes clears it, one of the other issues is that sometimes Jumper will just also literally just dash to the position that he's about to clear it, and if he tries to open clear like that, then he's still going to lose a barrier or a point.
Mm-hmm. It's a rough opportunity for... like on both extremes, right? Like you want to be up so that you can use your cooldowns and stuff effectively, but you have to drop back to try and make sure that those clears can get through and you can kick it out, right? Like those passing lanes, the triangles weren't open, as one coach told me one day. They just weren't there, unfortunately, for a bunch of those passes. And every time that they thought that they could get a lane open, Jumper was there.
Yeah, and also something that I do want to talk about here is that since we were on Aten City, it is a very high core control map. And as we see right now, just looking at these numbers in the stat screen again, Jumper and Lexus have about 30 more redirects, and Jumper specifically has over 50 over the next person besides the goalie on the other team. And Jumper was doing a really good job at keeping control. And in fact, he essentially just kept the core to Lexus consistently. And that's why Lexus has so many goals, because he was constantly able to win these midfields. And as we see, Jumper has 7 assists right up there too.
Yeah, exactly. Like that really is the difference. Whereas you see on the side of Chikara, like they got a lot of solo goals. There wasn't a lot of passing plays. There wasn't a lot of the traditional fundamentals of how you get those scores on your opponents. So that was a good recap of an understanding of the first game. And as we're getting into the second one, what adjustments do you think need to be made on the side of Chikara to turn that from an almost win into a solid win?
So one of the main things that I'm going to have to see here from Chikara mainly is that I think they have to pick something that has a little bit more scoring power, because a lot of the times what happens is Japanese box can catch people out using Aimee specifically with reading clears with glitch pop, or using her cyber swipe in order to score goals against enemy goalies. But he doesn't have that surprise factor on Jakar unless, like, I don't know, he just throws a hidden molten blast and then it just goes through somewhere. But we're on Oni Village. We're on another core control map or a map that favors core control generally. So we'll have to see what adjustments they will take this time on the map compared to Aten City.
I saw him hover the Octavia, which I would have really liked to see, to be honest, but not going to find it this time. Instead, just sticking with their tried and true comp. And on the other side, we're going to see exact mirrors. Oni Village is going to be the main difference alongside the starter Awakenings. Let's see if Chikara can make use of this second rematch. And this opening Awakenings are 1-2 punch and super surge.
Yeah, and this is now the part where it gets really awkward, because now Lexus just automatically gets Super Surge, which is kind of a problem on on Zentaro.
That's so much of a problem. Like realistically, there's how do you answer to that, right? If you're on the side of Chikara, like you just have to start tanking all this damage.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue with this map. But the one good thing I will say is that this comp on Oni Village is slightly better for this map than Aten City. And one of the main reasons why is, as you see right there, they can choke you out very easily on the corners. So generally what happens on Oni Village is one corner stays protected by a goalie at all times, and it's so hard to deal with. But with Jakar right click and Rune Pillar, there's like almost no space to work with for any goalie to clear.
No room to work with is exactly right. The Banish going to make sure the Jumper cannot get that intercept. The passing lanes are open. Shotgun tries to go through, does not find it. Struggling for core control on on the Yoki's Prodigy side of the map. That's what this battle is for. The pillar comes through trying to find something. Giga Blast, maybe? Instead gets returned by another one. Just this Zentaro just trying to wander around, find something. Maybe with this? No, the core flip is going to come out, and the barrage is just going to keep it down. It seems like they're just not quite at the ready to make these plays happen on the side of Chikara.
Yeah, Chikara's like very slightly out of position when they try to get these points in. However, Vladilena, really good reaction right there, getting these really good consistent clears to Zui, and Zui does find the kill, so maybe they are able to find a goal here, keeping it out in the open.
There's maybe able to find a goal. One member has also got a low stagger bar, just completely out of the fight, and they're not able to capitalize on the power play. Instead, they get turned around and get a goal barrier found on themselves. Lexus trying to find goal, gonna be able to bounce it off the side with the Oni's blade, not gonna find it. Zui with the perfect angle to send it past that barrage. Chikara just absolutely stole a goal.
Yeah, and Razzie was very slightly late on being able to get that. One of the biggest problems that I'm seeing here is that Zui is so slightly out of position to the point where he can't hit the core in situations where he could hit the core and probably score in multiple times actually so far. So I'm wondering if it's a little bit of nerves or him not being fully ready to play hyper aggressively in the situations where it does allow it.
I played with a Rune 1-trick on my team for Osas, and I can tell you that it was very hard to get her to play forward, to play in those positions where Rune can smack it in, right? And so it's probably a little bit of that. It's probably just a little bit of the Rune factor, I guess we'll call it.
Take me back to the days where all runes took crossover back in beta. So they were all touching the core all the time.
Oh, good days. Goldberry goes through. Core does not. Lex going to try and send it right back to Vladilena. And Lexus had a good opportunity there and doesn't use the core flip to stop that and intercept that. This rune is going to keep it up front. Just try and bounce it off the side. But no, all of a sudden, all the cooldowns are coming through for the members of Yoki's Prodigy. He's not going to find the net, though. Finally, it goes back around and Lex is able to just stuff that one in with the flip. Zoom it by, and that's the best goal that you can get for sure, but they had a good opportunity and they almost missed it.
Yeah, as we see, like, again, Zui was just enough out of position that he couldn't strike the core, and if he was able to strike the core, he probably had the angle against Razzie to be able to score, but he is able to find the kill on the stealth, but unfortunately has to take his own barrier in the end.
That was a crazy setup, right? Because usually you see the two pillars on top of each other, but that little bit of space meant that when Jumper bounced out of the first one, it was at the perfect angle to bounce right back into the first one again and then get sent to the blast zone. That was honestly really smart. So we're going to use the clone, try and get this goal. Jumper's going to Rose Warp and not find Lexus just yet. Winning the strike war, now this goal is open. Jumper does get banished though, so it could be an opportunity. Barely hitting it behind all of those potential projectiles. Finally, Lex is able to score. Yoki's Prodigy is just looking like they have a little bit more core control.
Yeah, they're definitely winning in their core control department to the point where Lexus is constantly, again, able to play aggressively. And a lot of times it's because Japanese Box and Zui are not in good positions to catch out Lexus. Maybe one of them is meant to like mark Lexus. I'm not too sure. But I think one of the other issues that they're having is that Zui is very worried about playing by himself, essentially, because he constantly keeps trying to pass the Japanese Box. But Yoki's Prodigy seems to be very ready on making sure Japanese Box gets the core as little as possible.
That's going to be try and be their strategy. You see it already. Jumper is just completely posting up on Japanese Box, just trying to make sure that they cannot get those passes through. Finally, KO. Jumper's no longer going to be jumping around. They're trying to get this core, though, but Lexus is doing a wonderful job of just keeping up the dribble. Japanese Box just has to run back and find it, and now Jumper's back online, and Lexus has the core flip. They're just going to keep this one around, completely out of position on the side of Chikara Green. Core flip is not able to find the members of Yoki's Prodigies, though. Japanese Box staggered. Sends out the Molten Bolt, not going to find exactly what he wants. Banish comes through as well. These specials are not landing their marks exactly how they needed to. Lexus is just going to have to dance this one around, but they've got a really good opportunity in 8 seconds on this respawn. Gonna try and stun Vladilena and shove it through Barrage, but no, Zui with a perfect pillar and is gonna be able to use it to try and get the goal barrier, and does. Lexus has no cooldowns, cannot keep this core in, tries to get an upper 90, does not find the exact pixel he needs to. Instead, it's gonna get set right back around the shotgun shell through the slipstream, and that's gonna be Razzie not prepared to find that clear. What in the world just happened? Again, they're just... These guys are absolute thieves. Band of thieves, the honor of thieves. This is exactly what you don't want to see if you're Yoki's prodigies.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was kind of just an Oni Village moment. Them buffing the core speed specifically is kind of insane on it, because that was a really, really shallow angle, and it still ended up demon angling Razzie over there.
Speed of demon angles, might be able to find one here. Jumper, no. Probably doesn't have too many cooldowns right now. Oni's Blade gonna get stopped with the flip, but not a good clear. Japanese box is staggered. Zui needs to come forward to try and help. They need to try and get him to flip it so that he can keep it out for the time being and get Japanese box back to healthy. A lot of abilities come out, and that's gonna mean, with the patience, Zui is able to find the goal barrier. A very good banish. Lexus is gonna be pretty much out of it for now. The Giga Blast doesn't come in time, and that's one more goal that slips by from midfield. Zui is able to land that one. This is crazy play and perfect opportunistic taking from the members of Chikara.
Yeah, that was like, Zui is now finding these goals and deciding, like, I need to be in slightly better position to be able to deal with this. And there's a lot of scary trainings on the table right now. We've specialized Deadeye up for Rune. We've Rapid Fire for an Estelle, I assume. Rapid Fire or Stacks, possibly. Yep, there we go. And Drakkar here should take Rapid Fire for more control. And I assume Lexus is going to take Bulk Up or Prize Fighter. I'm going to make the assumption that he takes...
Prize? Yeah.
I assumed Bulk Up a little bit more because his teammates are having a hard time killing. But we'll have to see, because I will note that Razzie has an extremely fast Kai build with Cast the Last and Super Surge and the Momentum Boots.
Good awareness from Lexus trying to make sure that pillar cannot KO Jumper. Japanese box is going to get taken down here. Already trying to capitalize on this prize fighter. It's Lexus. Not going to be able to find this KO quite at the ready. Not a lot of passing lanes open, but Razzie is able to find Jumper at the top. Still 2 goal barriers open. Vladilena is able to completely swipe in and keep that one alive, forcing out some abilities. And Zui, once again, just catching Razzie at the other end of the goal box. And just, it seems like every time that they have a good opportunity, Zui just finds a perfect angle.
Yeah, and one of the issues that I'm noting is that Razzie's either like very slightly too late, or he's angling it where the core is rather than where it will be. Because that's the second time that he essentially owned gold on himself, because he didn't use his ultimate behind the core and instead hit in front of it.
Right, because it's not going to send it exactly the direction that you send the Giga Blast. It's going to depend on the explosion radius and where it ends up, like, in relation to that, similar to how the Oni's Blade works. So, need to try and clean that up. Japanese box is going to try and find a couple of... They're trying to cross up from both ends of this goal barrier. These players are just sticking on this Drakkar. Yoki's Prodigies does not want to deal with any of that sauce. Does not want the shotgun shells in their system. Lexus is not able to find it, though. Jumper, staggered, still throws warps forward. Absolutely fearless. Doesn't get KO'd for it either. And Lexus dashes too far forward. All of a sudden, this is a very good opportunity for Chikara Green. They could get this goal right now. A insane clear and then a misclear that ended up being okay for Vladilena, that ended up with a rune pillar shoving the core back into their net. And that's just a funny rune moment. Like...
Yeah, Vladilena had a really good idea, using their ultimate in order to stop Lexus from being able to core flip, and they were able to clear it. It's just so unfortunate because Zui had... it was a pretty good rune pillar. It was just unfortunate that it was in the position that it was in, and it just bounced back, essentially. Like, and just made it way too fast for Vladilena to deal with, especially inside these Oni Village sides.
Right, the slipstream on top of the hotshot rune pillar makes it go ridiculous speeds, like race car kinds of speeds. Finally, the barrage is able to clear that, but the core flip gets stuffed by Japanese box. Chikara looking a lot better on this map with these awakenings. All of a sudden, they're turning, once again, they're turning around their fate. They just need to make sure to close it out this time.
Yeah, and over here, something very funny is that Deadeye, Zui does have Deadeye, so his combo on Rune is going to kill very hard, especially with Super Surge and Deadeye, because both of them do apply on his abilities. The character, Rune himself, just has to be away from his pillars, so by using Spacebar, he can usually be across the map and just get all the Deadeye procs every single hit.
That's an insane thing to think about, but it makes a lot of sense, unfortunately. That's going to be some crazy damage if he can land it. He's able to land these banishes, which has been a little bit of a struggle. I've been seeing him with a couple, but able to clear that goal barrier quite well. Oni Blade, though, going to be combined with the Crystal Thorns to save Yoki's Prodigy's chance at winning the set. A disgusting awareness play from Jumper to completely juke Vladilena.
Yeah, something I want to note there, though, was Zui had such an insane dribble, because he pillared and put the core behind Arazi and dribbled it back to himself, essentially, and would almost set himself up for a goal. But unfortunately, Yoki's Prodigy just took quick control of the core, and he just barely struck a bit too soon against the Estelle.
Barely struck too soon, and now he's going to get struck again by that blade. Lexus really wants to try and make use of this prize fighter. Only has the one stack so far, and that's going to be a KO. Wait a minute, now he's got another stack, and this could be a really big snowball effect to try and just send this one through, and does. Chikara once again just not closing out the set. And Yoki's Prodigies, they found every opportunity that they needed to right when they needed to. Oh, that's prime time for Estelle.
Yeah, this is going to start being an issue, especially if Estelle gets prime time and Lexus grabs built different. This could be a very different game where Lexus will snowball, especially with the siphoning wand. So we'll have to see. Yeah, nope. It's okay. It's okay. Vladilena stole it from him, making sure. But he does get Catalyst, and Catalyst right now is really, really strong.
Vladis is Catalyst. I almost said Vladilist. Vladilena. Catalyst. Catalyst is disgustingly strong because if you're getting hit at all of a sudden your energy is through the moon, quite honestly. Not even the roof. We're talking like soaring in the sky high. Like crazy amounts of energy. But I guess it doesn't really matter too much if you're not going to be able to use that much effect of it because your goal barriers are down and Vladilena is just getting completely crossed up. A nice juke from the 2004 Lexus GX 4070. Yoki's Prodigies is trying to clean up their act and move on.
Yeah, this is where it starts getting difficult because now Lexus has good damage trainings. Catalyst might not be a lot of damage, but having more energy bursts is really good, especially for these scoring characters. Because as we see, he just has his core flip right here, and he's playing in a very aggressive position to try and take the barrier, and then probably try and flip instantly. Instead, he just Vladilena catches that with the last hit of barrage that Lexus was trying to wait for.
Not going to be able to wait it out enough. Vladilena is doing a wonderful job standing tall in front of this goal barrier. One more flip comes through. Unfortunately, does not have any cooldowns to save that one. But speaking of cooldowns, that's a shotgun shell. Raz is not going to be able to save that one. This is a very even match already. This is one for the history books, quite honestly. The fact that how back and forth the momentum, the pendulum has swung already in this match, this series, is crazy.
Yeah, and these momentums just keep shifting over and over again, and a lot of the times it's usually one or two quick plays that ends up shifting this momentum, and that's kind of the thing with Omega Strikers, having these shorter rounds and then just having drafts to be able to take it out over. There's just a lot of ways to mental reset, and right here, both Lexus and Jumper die.
Raz is gonna try and walk forward and a core flip misses it. Shotgun shell, easy goal barrier. Jumper finally comes back online after stalling it out for a little bit. But there's still a power play up. Finally, Lexus arrives on the scene. Says, "What's good, everybody? I've got the damage still." Is gonna try and make sure that Zui is not able to get this goal through. The shotgun does not connect. Jumper is still alive, and so is Zui. Maybe this could be the opportunity, but no. pillars come through on the banish. Barely Japanese box able to start moving. And like you said, one quick play is all it takes to shift the momentum. And now all of a sudden Chikara is back in the driver's seat. They Grand Theft Auto'd completely, just took Yoki's prodigies and shoved them out of the car. They're in control now.
Yeah, and Lexus was dead just a bit ago. But look, he's just about to have flip up again already. And he just has it now. And Japanese box now has to make great use of value. Hopefully he does get it from this flip. And he does get the barrier with Zui handling the outer clear.
Able to handle it. Look at the stagger bar on Lexus. Especially with the core flip, means that you don't have access to evades as much. It's going to be very dicey up on this side. Able to find the orb. And is going to stay alive because of it. Core flip comes through. Does not find the angle. Collins because of it. Pillars are up for this rune. Trying to make these clear angles so hard to be around. But Razzie has the flip. I don't think that they're going to be able to score off this. Unless it's a stray shotgun shell that Razzie did not predict. And Chikara Green is going to maybe turn this thing around in the draft and get this match back to 1-1.
Yeah, it's interesting that you said that, but Razzie actually did predict the shotgun coming out, but I'm surprised that he didn't just instantly flip rather than using his barrage, because he used his barrage instantly the moment he realized, oh, I opened cleared against Chikar. But he didn't end up using flip to actually save the core, which is kind of an issue. But here we go, moving on to this next draft. Again, Lexus gets more damage. He actually finally hits a damage training. He gets heavy impact, which it's kind of awkward because Drakkar probably took Missile Prop because, one, it's good for midfield, and two, it can take it away from Estelle, but Estelle does prefer aerials, and Zui ends up taking Twin Drive so that Lexus can't make use of the having Twin Drive Super Surge. But it becomes a really awkward draft, so maybe they should have taken it away so Lexus doesn't have enough damage to maybe make use of this prize fighter, but we'll have to see how it goes.
We'll have to see how it goes, because quite honestly, not a very clear winner of these drafts. And the game has changed so much with this one draft. It could very easily swing back into the other favor. Once again, like a grandfather clock, this time is ticking for these teams. Giga Blast, able to send Jumper to the zone that he needs to be in. Not going to find the demon angle on the corner. Adelanid clears it easily. Japanese box going to get return KO'd. And this prize fighter is looking pretty good already. Vladalena's barrage able to save it. The core flip going to try and wait it out, but no. The swipe is going to take it. Zentaro's primary, so tricky to work around. Both nets are open. And the multiple does not connect. Trying to clear around this Drakkar is not going to do it. Japanese box wants this goal and wants this set.
Yeah, and that was a really good hit from Zui. I assumed he thought he was going to die for it, but that was a really good hit into the corner to make it bounce back into his teammate. And Japanese box just capitalized on the clear right after. But we have an issue coming back up. Lexus has the core flip and he's just running forward. And something that's been really funny is that every time Lexus had this flip, he just gets instantly low. They just switch their priorities to start damaging him. And it's been kind of funny because Yoki's prodigies, they're playing a more damaging comp, it feels like. But it feels like they've been the ones who've been KO'd more this game.
Oh, they definitely have. It's been honestly kind of crazy how much damage the midfielders have been able to put out on the side of Chikara, right? Because they're able to run away more often, and because like Zentaro without cooldowns and needing to use those cooldowns for things like damage means that mobility isn't in the similar vein of the mobility of these midfielders, where they can jump away if they need to. They can, and as I say that, Jumper decides to blink in and core flip and get that goal. But because Zentaro's oftentimes like left sitting there and needed to just soak up this damage in that forward position, they can just dump it on him and then walk away.
Yeah, I will say the one good thing though is that if he is able to dodge enough of these abilities, he is put in a position where Japanese box and Zui can't really midfield as well because they don't have the abilities to kind of handle the Estelle. And as we see here, Jumper ends up dying to the rune combo over here.
Ends up dying to the rune combo. very well executed, and Japanese box executing on it. These pillars are going absolutely bonkers. Just trying to get this one through. Core flip doesn't even need it. Lexus able to turn this one around, finally able to find these scores, these goal barriers without getting too low. Does not have prize fighter stacks and is instead just gonna get the core in, right? KOs are great, but goals are better.
Yeah, and he absolutely reads the clear from Vladilena. Now, it was kind of awkward because Vladilena doesn't want to hit it into Lexus, but Lexus decides to take the opportunity and say, you're definitely going to clear here no matter what, and just hit it, and Japanese box evens out the score right here. But the issue is Lexus does have flip right now.
Lexus does have flip. This is going to be everything. Okay, Chikara, do you have what it takes to rock it with the big boys? Can you defeat the prodigies of the Yokester himself? This Molten Bolt is going to hit this core, slow it down, keep things okay for the time being. That's a wasted flip. That's one of their main resources that they needed to use properly, and Lexus burned it. Jumper might have his soon, and both nets are open. Razzy's here. So he's able to car flip though, and Chikara steals that one. Decides to close the envelope, stamp it, and send it back to sender.
Yeah, and I got really worried because it felt like Zui Fist missed the first opportunity he could have core flipped, but he catches the clear out on the and gets the core flip at the end of it. So he actually had to walk backwards to strike it. It was kind of worrisome because I thought he actually just wasn't going to be able to get the goal, and Jumper literally had flip within like 2 hits. So it was getting really worrisome. And as we see here, it's kind of the difference between having this double core control versus damage, but Lexus, instead of playing for damage, he ends up playing for goals. Now, if Jumper and Razzy can hold it down enough, Lexus will eventually score. But Vladilena has been doing a really good job at keeping them down, and they changed their style with this Drakkar rune to be able to focus down Lexus as soon as he gets ultimate more often.
Right, I think that's the main difference, right? Like, I asked what they needed to do differently, and the answer was keeping that Zentaro down, dumping damage on him if needed, and making sure that they cannot get the core to him as efficiently. And they did a wonderful job. Like, the difference you could really feel, like only 119 redirects compared to like what, the 170 that we saw last game, just did not have his hands on the core as often. And that was really important. So the set is tied up now. The series is tied. Chikara just goes right back into the same matchup, turns things around, even with a beneficial awakening start for the rune, or for the Zentaro, and they turn things around. In my opinion, Chikara is going to win this next game too.
I don't mind who wins and who loses. I just want to see Chikara win because Japanese box has been going crazy. And right now, I will say, Zui has been doing a lot of very interesting things, and I wish it was just so slightly better because these are almost like perfect clip-worthy moments that he's doing sometimes.
Yeah.
It is actually insane, some of the stuff that I've been seeing him try to do with these self-passes and self-dribbles using his pillar. One thing I will note that I need to see more often from Chikara, though, I need to start seeing them dribble, and one of the things that I've noticed is that when Japanese box does try and dribble, he does very shallow dribbles. And what that means is he's passing the core too close to himself, so he's not actually moving forward with the core as much as he could be.
Okay. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's just going to be a matter of cleaning up that play, right? And then, like, Yoki's Prodigy's options are just shut down.
Yeah, and Yoki's Prodigies, they're going to have to figure out a little bit on what to do, because I feel like one of the very big differences in their style is that Jumper plays very heavily midfield. And as you see here, Jumper has double like anyone saves on the side of Chikara, besides obviously the goalie. And as we see, the other thing we see here is that Vladilena has double the saves of Razzy. So right now, it's kind of looking like a goalie matchup here. So I'm going to have to see Razzy perform a little bit better because he seems to have the right ideas on how to clear and how to use his abilities properly, but he either like very slightly mistimes it and is too late, or hits his abilities very slightly the wrong way and can't defend properly.
It really did seem like a goalie matchup, to be honest. Like, the fact that Vladilena just did not crumble under all of that pressure, even after especially after the first game where it was so rough dealing with that Centauro, just deciding to pick yourself back up and say, all right, we can do this. We're going to turn this thing around. And even on a map that's harder to defend on my part, we're still going to make it work. And then played out of their minds. Like, I think definitely the MVP. So, we're waiting for the queue to pop once again. We've got game 3 of Chikara Green versus Yoki's Prodigies for the Osas bracket finale, final day, grand finals, championship Sunday, whatever you want to call it. There's like 100 names that we can go through, but finale part 3. This is everything. Like, obviously it's a double Elam bracket, so if Yoki's Prodigies does get knocked down here, they will not be out of it. But a loser's run is so much harder to make than a winner's run.
Yeah, and speaking of which, since we're on a bit of a water break and one of the players has technical difficulties currently, something that we can mention here really quickly is that on the other side of winners, Hubble Bubble We Beat Sony emotes. So the winners finals match is going to be Hubble Bubble versus whoever wins this round.
Fun. That makes sense though. Hubble Bubble's probably top seed if I had to guess throughout this like entire tournament. So that makes a lot of sense.
I think according to the seeding from here, I believe that Chikara Green is technically the top seed. Unless I am missing it. Because they played for seeding the other day on Thursday.
Oh, right. That makes sense. I think it was the initial seeding is what I'm looking at. Was Hubble Bubble had the top, but that's neither here nor there. Seeds, in the grand scheme of things, don't really matter that much, right? Like they can matter in a bracket format, but most of the time, the best team on that day is gonna win.
Yeah, tournament formats can be really funny. That's all I'll say. And sometimes people get a little bit too mad at these tournament formats, but for me, it's just, as Lexus would say, play better, win more.
Hey, they said the thing. We said the thing. It's like we gotta. There's like a checklist of everything we have to say. I had many opportunities to say Garfield, but did not say it today. I will get through that one. Don't worry. It's just gonna come a little bit later. What's another one we have to say?
Oh well, you're fired if you say it's like.
What?
Yep, you're gonna be sent to the Shadow Realm if you say it's like. So be careful. I'm about to get in trouble right now because someone's about to DM me and say the sheriff's coming right now for you.
Oh no. Really? Is it that big of a problem? I stutter my words like 90% of the time. People just like either don't care or don't notice.
I think it's too ingrained in our Omega Strikers brain rot currently. Is what I will say. Luckily, I will not get shot for this because I am using this as an example instead of just saying it by accident. On the other hand, KO Them has beat Cheesefied Gaming 2-0 in the loser side of the bracket, I believe.
That makes sense. KO Them is doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, KO Them has original tournament winner game on their side. It's in the game.
Wait. What?
Yep. It's in the game.
Wait, is there lore that I'm missing?
They have a player named Game, and he won one of the he won a Plat and Under tournament back in closed beta.
Okay.
Back in open beta. Sorry, back in open beta, he won a beginner tournament.
Gotcha. Tournament winner game.
Tournament winner game.
That's so real. Game is very good though. That IME is scary. I after playing against that, like, disgusting.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because IMEs have kind of fallen off of forward, and it's very interesting to see IME forward back for these tournaments because it seems like a lot of the IMEs have transitioned to goalie for the most part. Just because they've decided, like, you know, my abilities aren't necessarily as good on forward compared to some of these other, like, really strong characters like Drakkar, like Drakkar essentially. Let's just say it. Drakkar is like super strong, but it's kind of great to see Ivy coming back into the midfield position and being able to play that way, because we are seeing people make crazy reads and plays like Japanese box and game, and it's just very consistent with what they do. And you know, they've been doing these things since beta, but a lot of her playstyle has changed. Well, maybe that's not the right way to say it, because Amy back then used to run trainings where she would essentially have a true combo with her cyber swipe plus glitch pop, where she could just instant kill you by cyber swiping and double insting glitch pop to kill you off the side. She still does have the combo. It's just not as deadly unless you have certain trainings or you take pummelers, but then you are taking a training that if you don't get value out of it, you're kind of just down a whole awakening essentially.
Right. And you don't have the mag souls, which could really help you in the midfield to keep up that scoring pressure. That makes
Definitely.
sense.
And
What?
you know, I'm just gonna say it. We are stalling a little bit because some of the players are having a little bit of an issue getting back in. But we should be coming back in really soon because Jumper is now reloading his game currently.
I got pinged with a the GIF that it's all about the game. I don't even know. People are pinging me. I'm learning the lore. We're all having a good time. This is Osas Finale. We're looking like we're finally getting back into the game, potentially. I have a starting screen on my screen to my right.
Well, now we have a loading screen.
And we're back on Oni Village. Let's go.
Whoa, I just want to note that so far we've had 3 full maps that favor core control.
Yeah, which is not what you want to see if you're
which maybe
Yogi's Prodigies,
isn't a
to
good
be honest.
thing. Yeah, for Yoki's Prodigies, because it seems like they are very willing to play this at least half brawler style, while Takara is deciding to play more of a double midfield. And this time they actually ban out Zui, so Japanese box maybe gets to play as Aimi.
Definitely, I think a good turnaround. Now you're having to force Zui to play a completely different playstyle because Rune is such a unique character. Gonna have to turn to either the Asher or the Zentaro, and Lexus is gonna switch instead to the Juliet, not favoring the Zentaro on the Oni Village, instead just gonna try and go for those hard stuffs. And Vladilena switches to the Dubu. There's so many layers here.
Yeah, I mean, I think switching to the Dubu is really good because Dubu is really strong on this map. He's essentially just a slightly more aggressive Atlas, especially with his ultimate being able to push the core out and being able to stuff out properly. And technically, he can do a little bit more damage if you just mash all your abilities on a player. So we're just gonna hop right into it. And Lexus this time switches to Juliet, and Juliet is very good. I mean, you just hit the dash punch button, you get the barrier, you get the goal.
Easy money. Like, that is just literally just being better, and so because you're being better, you're winning more, and you're hitting the dash punch button, so you're playing better. So yeah, good pick from Lexus. Still, it's gonna be very interesting to see Zui's Zentaro using those dashes to try and keep the core around exactly where he wants. Japanese box though, hitting it off the side, getting this sentry. Razzie knows exactly how to hit it away. Vladilena is not going to be able to use any cooldowns. It's not on Kai. Cannot clear that core flip. Lexus able to score the first goal.
Yeah, quick aside here, starting awakenings are Catalyst and Rapid Fire. Razzie being the only player who opted for Rapid Fire. And I believe that that's a little bit of a mistake because Catalyst is so strong, and if Aimi uses her turret, it is actually might be worth it to stand in the turret to gain a lot of that free energy, especially if you know you're not going to die.
You just tank it, right? And you have the buff from the being inside the goal box, which means your health is going to go gain back much faster. Speaking of health, that Aimi is a dead kitten. Gonna have to definitely going down one of its lives.
Yeah, and we're already seeing Zui have a little bit more problems reaching the core. He is running the Siphoning one, so he's running a little bit more of an aggressive version, but the issue is he doesn't have any speed anywhere, so he has to wait to either get speed awakenings or get Super Surge, and he is looking for the kill on Jumper.
Looking for the kill. Not going to find it. Trying to hunt this one down. Lexus missing the core as well. Giga Blast comes through. Lexus completely waits out the core flip. Many opportunities to score this. Just did not happen. And the combination of Zui's strikes and the Japanese box turret means that goal barrier is down, and Chikara could actually score their first goal of the set. And try and make it happen. No glitch pop found. Japanese box is very close to core flip though. Going to be able to trade it for Razzies with just 1 or 2 more hits of this core, and is able to find it. Razzie does not. Garfield! You had burst! Goodness gracious.
There it is, and Razzie, again, opting to use his right click. Now, he was a little bit late on it again, I believe, which was the issue, or it went in between his barrages, but I'm pretty sure it was far enough away where it almost, like, shouldn't have. But we're seeing the issue again here. Lexus does have flip, and one of the big things that favors Juliet on this map compared to Zentaro is not only can she dash punch through Dubu Stun, I mean, Zentaro can too, but let's be honest, Juliet can do it a little bit easier. The other thing is, if Japanese box or Zui hugs these sides, Juliet can look for a super easy dash punch kill compared to other characters like Zentaro.
Right, exactly. Able to just completely deny that area from being utilized by the members of Chikara Green. Both energy bursts get utilized on the side of Yoki's Prodigies though, and that could spell disaster. They just get this core up to Zui, does not able to find it. Japanese box able to hit it alongside the turret. His energy burst could kill Jumper if he's not careful. Gonna be able to find it. That's a power play opportunity, and Lexus's cooldowns are down. Glitch Pop does not find the goal barrier, but finally we see 1, 2, and that's a very clean play from the members of Chikara with the helpful assists. Japanese box sends it in, evens up the score for the set. They're trying to take this one home, make it, just treat it well, treat it like a child they found on the street. Hopefully they're able to do so.
Yeah, and that's kind of an issue that we're seeing again and again. Razzie making these slight misplays, because right there he was too deep in his goal, where Zui could shallow past it to Japanese box, and they were able to score because since it was a shallow pass, Razzie couldn't even reach it and didn't even have an opportunity to try and save it without abilities.
He did save it that time. Razzie finally showing up, showing his goalie prowess. Japanese box gonna be missing some of the abilities. This is a very tense spot. This is could very easily affect the entire direction of the game depending on how this Awakening draft goes. This first goal is so important. The Juliet does not find the dash punch core flip. Instead is going to have to wait for all of those cooldowns to come back online, as Zui and Japanese box both have theirs. Going to wait out some abilities. Going to try and bait out these cooldowns. Vladilena has a core flip as well, but they're not able to find anything. The Oni Blade doesn't even connect properly, and Yume, this is not good if you're on the side of Chikara.
Yeah, they're definitely running out of core flips, but luckily on the other side, Lexus is low and Jumper is far away from his flip, and Lexus used his dodge right there, and again he's super low, so we'll have to see how this keeps going. In Vladilena, oh my god, he tried to push Lexus away from being able to get the barrier, but he's still alive.
Oh, the piercing shot does not land. Beautiful clear from Vladilena. The Lexus is going to get knocked around and finally gets KO'd for his troubles. Japanese box has the core flip. Barrage is gone. Crystal Thorns are gone. Piercing shot. The stun from the glitch pop. And that's Chikara's set. They're going to be able to make this thing happen. Oh, they're going to claw back from in nearly one game in the first series, in the first game of this series, and turn this thing around. And they're going to be... Oh, they're going to have to deny some Awakenings,
This is an issue. No. At this point, Dubu doesn't even bother denying Awakenings. Heavy Impact, built different, and 1-2 punches up. Juliet gets any of those, but he opts for Tempo Swing, trying to live just a little bit more, because he has realized every time he has flip and he's too far forward, they have decided to try and kill him instead. But as we see here, another issue is that, again, they leave Awakenings open for Zentaro, Estelle taking the Heavy Impact away.
Yeah, I think that's important, right? The 1-2 punches can be strong, but I don't think it's nearly as strong as the Heavy Impact, just in terms of raw damage and like easy output, right? It's going to be a lot easier for Zui to put out the damage with
and something that definitely
impact.
something that could have happened that would have been pretty interesting was what if Japanese box took heavy impact and then Estelle would have to be forced to take 1-2, and I think the reason why he didn't take heavy impact was to leave trainings up for Zui, even if Jumper did try and deny one.
Right, exactly. Just give him something with the damage to be able to contest this Juliet that's going to be hurting already up 2 levels on Zui.
Yeah, but even then, 1-2 punch on Taro is so scary. Jumper's already pretty low, and Japanese box just was looking for the kill earlier, and now Jumper does not have dodge, so hopefully they are able to find the kill, but Zui uses his dodge, but again, Juliet ult actually instantly from 0 meter, he had enough meter to be able to dodge, and Vladilena challenges the flip and is able to clear it.
Is able to clear for the time being. Piercing shot. Rose Warp does not land. Gonna be able to clear it away for the time being. Just trying to find this open side, right? Razzy's able to clear it up to the top while Japanese box and Zui were sitting at the bottom. Chikara finally trying to shut down these passing lanes and keep Lexus out of the core's range. Barely not finding the cross, hits the 1 pixel that lets it bounce right back up to Vladilena and tries to score it again but doesn't have it. Core flip finally comes out and the stall is what does it because there were no cooldowns and Lexus kept track of that. Beautiful Juliet play.
Yeah, and that was actually kind of a problem of what happened there, because Vladilena kept trying to hit it through Lexus, but because he kept trying to hit it through Lexus and Jumper was behind him, they just kept rebounding the core over and over to Lexus, and Lexus essentially got infinite opportunities to essentially do anything he wanted, and he would eventually get to the point. But Zui out here finally playing really aggressive and in Razzy's face, and just opts to take the strike war.
Yeah, I think just a couple of missteps on the side of Yogi's Prodigy's positioning, and that double barrier turned into a goal real quick. I was like 20 seconds. That was insane. And if they can start getting these quick goal barriers, which is exactly what they've been focusing on for the past 2 points, there's a lot of opportunity here, and the pressure is gonna be a bit too much. Double core flip! Not gonna be able to find the net, but barely the redirect from Japanese box around Razzy's strike, using that where the point comes from the 45 to the goal. It sends it in at the weirdest possible angle, and that's Chikara Green trying to get another set to their name.
Yeah, Razzy, I'm pretty sure Razzy actually, instead of Japanese box hitting that, Razzy tried to clear it down, but he actually owned gold.
Oh, he did?
Which is why it was such like a awkward angle.
Huh. Just an unfortunate day at the office for Razzy, if we have to be honest. Lexus used the core flip and does not get enough energy back in time to evade, but suddenly the core slips past Vladilena, and Razzy's core flip could be the game changer. Zui uses the burst as well, and this energy economy is out of hand. Zui's not going to be able to find the pass down from the corner. Japanese box, energy burst, sends it through. Nobody's there. Found the perfect opening through Jumper, and Chikara Green is getting another draft in their favor.
Yeah, and with him being able to pick out this first draft, it's going to be pretty impressive. And over here, we have Quick Strike or Egoist out as first options. Now, will he take one of those options and just go gung-ho on all these energy trainings? It would be very fun to see, but he does opt to take Hot Shot for the lower cooldowns. And as we keep going, we're going to see a lot of these energy trainings be taken. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, having Strike Shot, Egoist, Catalyst in the game has changed the game a lot. And it's kind of great because it makes Dubu a lot stronger of a character. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why Vladilena picked Dubu specifically, because with this Catalyst start, Dubu is one of the characters that can deal with the most amount of energy bursts in a row.
Ah, okay, right. Just the potential to stop and anti-stuff those core flips is going to be a game changer, especially with all of these awakenings that just got found by the members of Yoki's Prodigies off the street. Decided to just pick it up. They said it had a free sign on them. They just took it because they had the space. Unfortunately, core flip doesn't mean much if you don't have it built and if your stagger bar is low. Chikara Green is just all of a sudden perfect on their scoring, and I really think it's the IME that's making the difference.
Yeah, and now Zui, I think that's actually making the difference, is that Zui is starting to play very aggressively. He's in these really forward positions and actually fully challenging Razzy to these duels. When he was on Rune, he was a bit too far away to be able to challenge Razzy. especially in situations where he actually could have just straight challenged him instead of using a pillar and just went for a strike war. But now he seems a lot more comfortable taking these strike war opportunities because he's playing a character that is meant to fight and try and stuff. And something that I want to note that's really interesting is Lexus is being shut down a little bit by Vlad Elena because Vlad Elena has taken every damaging training that Lexus could have taken.
Right, exactly. Speaking of Lexus, he's going to get scored into the goal that he wanted to score on. Japanese box able to interrupt Razzie and Jumper. Just standing perfectly between them on this power play. Vlad Elena is able to help with the clear. Finally, Zui is going to be come back up alongside Lexus. The core flip comes through, is going to get denied by the Fiery Flurry. Overall, like, this is still Chikara's point, probably, if they can just get Japanese box healthy again and prevent that core flip from Lexus really doing too much damage. Tofu Fortress comes online. Those bamboo stocks are going to be able to clear it for now, but Japanese box once again goes down. Vlad Elena Summer Assaults a bit too far.
Yeah, and now we're coming into a big issue here. Lexus has his flip up, and he can get it really fast. Right there, I thought that Lexus was going to end up scoring with the flip, but Jumper realized Vlad Elena was a bit too far out with his somersault, and just decides, I'm just going to score around him, and did it perfectly.
Did it perfectly. And that, I think that's really the difference, right? Is there's just been a level of execution that has just been a step above on the side of Chikara. They're going to be able to get this one for now. The goal barriers are open, and wait a minute, now there's an open net because Dubu is simply gone. So he has the flip available, but did not use it in time to save that core from the piercing shot. Yoki's Prodigies has turned things around before, and they can do it again. This could be a very... This has been such a long set already. I'm impressed that these players haven't shut down, but if Yoki's Prodigies is able to come back from this, I'd be so impressed.
Yeah, and we are looking at the possibility of a reverse sweep, but I'm not too sure what trainings that Juliet takes here, because a lot of the damage trainings are out, so I'm not too sure what Lexus could take other than just straight speed that would help him in these situations. So maybe this time Vlad Elena denies him even more speed, and then just and then Lexus just becomes hopefully a non-factor, or is as little of a factor as possible in this. And Lexus out here holding his flip, trying to find a good opportunity to hunt down this barrier.
Oh, did not find the stun on the Dubu quite where he wanted it. Jumper and Razzie are doing a good job tag teaming this goal, this open net. Giga Blast able to send it up to Lexus, but Zui is doing a good job of marking Jumper here, just completely shutting down any opportunity to try and go more forward. Razzie's trying to just dance around this core, keep it safe. A good pass from Jumper. Lexus didn't have the cooldowns though. And a stray angle from Zui after the sentry turret. Razzie was not ready. This is game point. This is series point. They want to go to winners finals.
Yeah, and right there, Lexus changed the strategy to essentially play very far forward. And instead of opting to help his teammates in the midfield or even go for barriers using these abilities, he went straight for Vlad Elena and just tried to deal as much damage as possible to kill him. But over here we see...
Whoa.
My God. He gets the barrier and stalls Vlad Elena, and Jumper just hits his burst and just scores it on the top corner where he can't reach anymore because he is stuck inside Lexus' ultimate. But right here, Lexus, we do see big fish for him. I am wondering if he chooses to take it or if he denies Super Surge away from the Zui.
No, you have to, because you can deny it with Estelle. You can deny Super Surge with Estelle, and that'll be fine. Unless it takes prime time, I guess that makes sense, right? But still, Big Fish is also really good because it pairs well with Tempo Swing, which he already has.
It's just hard because all those trainings were good for Zui. So it's kind of impossible situations. They just have to choose what they can at that point.
Yeah. And I think also like aerials being up at the same time as prime time is really unfortunate for Jumper.
Definitely. And I'm wondering because they could definitely claw back here because Razzie, again, he opts for a Kai build that works more around his speed more than anything else. With the rapid fire, with the glass cannon, Cast-a-Last, and aerials. So he is playing a build that mainly tries to maximize his spacebar value.
And he's going to be maximized right now. Look at him. He's trying to dance around, trying to utilize the speed to keep this core in front of him. And he's going to be able to send the barrage into the barrier. Adelina's just going to have to clear it away. Has the core flipped, able to use it. Razzie misses the clear, but not too big of a deal. Lexus has a good opportunity and punches that one in, the big fish, making that fist huge. Juliet decides, it's time. It's time to go ham. It's time to just wreck this goalie's day.
Yeah, it's kind of not great that Vladilena is dying here, especially since Juliet doesn't have any knockback trainings, but Japanese Box able to find both barriers right there.
He's always able to find both. Gonna get bounced around a little bit, but is able to get this core flip alongside Zui. This is gonna be a really dangerous situation for Razzie, but Jumper's back, and they're gonna be able to hold this one down. Lexus is staggered, but could have a good opportunity up front. Misses the energy burst, and a good kickback from Razzie, or maybe Zui missed the flip, I think, is the best explanation as to why the core went flying the other way. But Vladilena is doing a great job of defending this barrier, as Lexus is just getting pummeled, trying to find the healing from the punch, and is able to at least not have a cracked bar any longer. Could be a good opportunity. Wants to get this KO on Vladilena, but is not going to be able to find it. The evade going to be able to save him for the time being, and that's a stuff from Zui. Yoki's Prodigies, they could do this, but it's going to be a long trip back.
Yeah, and one of the biggest issues is if Razzie does not have that barrier, Zui will find the goal. Now, that was really scary because Chikara was put on a timer by Lexus, essentially. And that's kind of one of the good things about this strategy, as I'll say, when you try and murder their goalie, because you have to put so much pressure on trying to defend your goalie that you end up like losing midfield a little bit more often if you just misstep too much, because some people try and overuse abilities on the person that is trying to camp your goalie, essentially.
Right, exactly. And because of that, like, it becomes a very tense situation, right? Where all of a sudden you're just sitting in the goal box trying to find something and not able to do anything about what is coming at your face. As Vladilena right now, kind of like a sitting duck, just getting punched around by Lexus. Finally, he has to burn the energy burst. Jumper able to send the thorns. Vladilena's probably got cooldowns back at this point, and Lexus is the one that ends up getting KO'd. Chikara Green trying to find this goal barrier, but Jumper has the flip. They're going to be able to stall it out, it looks like. Look at the dancing plays. Look at the speed up from Jumper, using it perfectly. And they're not able to find it. This is Chikara Green's chance, but no, Yoki's Prodigies just going to turn it around and score.
Yeah, and that was a near impossible situation for Vladilena because Jumper was sitting right on top, and I'm pretty sure if he open cleared, it was just a free goal for Jumper. And without any abilities up, I'm pretty sure at this point, I think Vladilena needs to save abilities just a little bit more often. Like this ultimate here, it's good, it's okay, but he definitely needs to use it in the situations where he can save against a flip or stop Juliet from aggressing on him for free. And right now, with Zui down, this could be huge trouble for Chikara.
Huge trouble for Chikara. Yoki's Prodigies wants one more time to get another opportunity and stay in the winner's side. Lexus dribbling. Not going to find it off the corner, but they're keeping it away from the members of Chikara. The flip comes out. One more might be able to do it. Japanese Box is defending perfectly on the slipstream. And the log from Vladilena means that they can't get this core up to Lexus right yet. The flip and a crazy barrage hit from Razzie, who finally steps forward. And that's going to be able to stop the core flip shot from clearing. Yoki's Prodigies is back in this.
I am actually surprised that Vladilena even touched the core, because realistically, all of Yoki's Prodigies were far enough away that he could have just held the core there and did nothing. Because even if Estelle blinked in, he wouldn't have been able to score a goal unless he did something extremely crazy. But over here, we have Fire Up now finally here for Jumper with Catalyst, Egoist, and Fire Up. This is about to be an issue.
This is definitely an issue, but I think that Chikara kind of benefits even more from this, right? Like, they got some really good awakenings. That Imi turret's going to be insanely oppressive, and the Tofu Fortress is going to come out even more often. Although, if it gets used like that, well, then it's really not going to get that much value, is it?
Yeah, but definitely one of the big issues is that Imi's turret has a really long cooldown, and right there, the core just gets trapped for so long on Vladilena, they don't really have a good option to stop that. But they are able to finally find it. But will Lexus score over here? He does. He does double dribble into dash punch when Vladilena cannot challenge.
Oh, goodness. This is going to be the most tense Game 5 I think I've ever seen. Game 3, Set 5, I think I've ever seen. Jumper barely saving that goal barrier. They really want to try and hold on to it for the time being. Japanese Box is just going to stuff this sound boom of a turret into Razzy's face. Not going to find any value, though. Did not get the core right where they wanted it. Projectile is going to come through for Yoki's Prodigies. And the core flip is so dangerous from Lexus. Look at how far up he's playing. Just trying to shark this Dubu. Make sure that he can't get anywhere. And Japanese Box is just going to contently dribble and get the core flip of his own. Damage is getting dumped onto Lexus, but it's probably not going to be able to KO him quite yet. The turret is able to ride this one out, but is not going to go long enough for the gold barrier to fall. Japanese Box is going to be able to flip. They burn Razzies, but it's not able to find it. Jumper barely does not score. Vladilena doing some crazy angles to make sure that Lexus is not able to find that goal either. And it stops another flip. Yoki's Prodigies cannot land these shots, but finally it goes through. It's 0-2, and Yoki's Prodigies is going to claw their way back one last time to find this game.
Yeah, and Vladilena slightly panicked there because they dodged when they could have just struck the core. And I think they were scared of dying to the Juliet R, as we saw that happened earlier, like twice. So I'm wondering, I think Vladilena's starting to shake a little bit.
Vladilena feeling pretty shaky, not on the characteristic Kai, instead having to fall towards this Dubu. Just not able to find the clears that he needs. Lexus has the flip and is able to find the goal barrier. This could be the last one that falls. Razzie has flip as well. Might be walking forward. Jumper with the thorns. The Giga Blast. Lexus on the other side. Able to punch through. And there's no burst. That's going to be Yoki's Prodigies finding every single opportunity they needed to. After going down 2 goals in set 3, they claw their way back to win this series. Not once, but twice. Once on Otten City and once on Oni Village. What in the world just happened?
I'll tell you what happened. That's a Yoki diff. He is watching their games currently and probably talking to them almost in real time about what to do in these situations and what to draft and what to go. And it seems like they just put their trust in him. Or maybe he's not, and they are just turning up now, finally.
It really did feel like they finally turned back up that final notch to clean up their play and really ensure that Chikara could not get anything done. That was honestly very good, and I really like Lexus's Juliet. I think it's probably better than his Zentaro. Personally, from what I've seen, from what I've watched, from what I've played against them, very good. Just awareness on what to do with Julie. Knows exactly how to bully people, and that really turned around the game for them once he started just going up there and harassing that Dubu.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see here, Zui has 50 less redirects than Lexus. He was unable to touch the core a lot. And I'm pretty sure Lexus had magnetized souls and Zui had the siphoning wand, which meant the difference was Lexus was able to move around the map a little bit more freely, while Zui had to use abilities to get around the map just that little bit more. And that might have been the difference. Lexus being able to run around the map, being able to dribble just a little bit more, and then keep up his abilities to dash punch on Vladilena, compared to Zui having to use abilities to try and just essentially just try and get reads on Razzie. And if Razzie's always ready for it, it becomes really hard for him to have to get these barriers and goals a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm. What's your opinion on the slick kicks from the midfielders on both teams, right? The Aimee and the Estelle took them.
With slick kicks, I think slick kicks is pretty good, but one of the issues with slick kicks, so the difference between magnetized souls and slick kicks is that with magnetized souls, you are saying, I need to reach the ball. But slick kicks is saying, when I touch the ball once, I will keep control of the core. And that's kind of one of the issues with slick kicks when it comes to these core control maps. One of the big things that Slick Kicks gives you is that if you start dribbling with Slick Kicks to keep control of the core, even if it's not necessarily fully advancing forward, you can keep more control of the core with your movement speed and force challenge enemies more often. And I think that I really didn't see that much Slick Kicks value from any of these teams, surprisingly. I believe that they actually would have gotten more value out of Magnetized Souls.
I believe so too. Oh, mistakes could have been made, things could have been turned around, but we will see Chikara, I'm sure, once we get back down into the lower bracket. But Yoki's Prodigy is going to be advancing, and they're going to be playing Hubble Bubble for the winners finals match to get that advantage in grand finals. I believe we're going to be going on a 5-minute break. We will be right back. Thank you for tuning into BestieInSlot. Stick around for more OSAS.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Omega Strikers Amateur Series finale, the final day, top 8. I'm here with Magic 8 Ball, or maybe I should say Magic 8 Ball is here with me because I'm the new addition, a replacement for Yume, some might say. and we're here to watch the winners final.
We are. You may unfortunately having to take a leave. We did not think that set would go as long as it did. Unfortunately, 2 Oni Village matches, and I think that they were all set 5, right? That was a disgustingly long set.
Yeah, definitely the close set that was promised between the original 2nd and 3rd seeds of this entire OSAS finale, a fitting matchup. But now we're seeing some incredible seeding come into play. Hubble Bubble Seed 1 versus Yogi's Prodigy Seed 2 in the winners final, as it was
Let's
fated.
go. As seeded. We love to see it. We love the validation on the part of the TOs. This is going to be very, very tough, right? Hubble Bubble is a very well-known players on top of being just super solid, having really good tourney results already before even just getting into OSAS, right?
Yeah, definitely names that are pretty well known. Masked Samurai, I think, but also Alexander the 15th actually qualifying to the top tier league, North American Strikers League, with Chikara West. So, like, having that player in OSAS is such a huge advantage.
Right, exactly. It's going to be a very big deal to prove not only that he can maintain himself, but if Yogi's Prodigies could upset this team, these players, that's going to be a very nice win to have going into the future, going into, whatever tournaments they might try and get into next.
Yeah, and we'll see when the teams are ready. They are taking a very slight break. But yeah, after the last match, it was very close. Yogi's Prodigies pulled it out in the end, as you saw, but did they, I guess, got a little unlucky with the maps, and maybe if that swings around, they'll look a little more powerful, and I think they'll definitely want to see that happen, want to see some less spread out maps against a team like Hubble Bubble.
Right, exactly. You definitely don't want to be fighting it. I know Zerai is a Zentaro main.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Zyray.
Zyray. Right. But I don't know much else about the players on Hubble Bubble. You said you knew at least a little bit. What do you know about what characters they play, what kind of play we're going to be seeing?
Alright, so first of all, Masked Samurai is the Hawaiian player on the team. As some might know, bad ping to everywhere, but they somehow make it happen. Like, they're just good. They've adapted. They were born in the ping, molded by it. But Alexander 15th, I think, is a name that most people will be curious about because they are on that Chikara West roster in the highest tier, the North American Strikers League, and they're mostly a Drakkar player. They also have a fine Rasmus as well, and they will be looking to control the midfield here against a team like Yogi's Prodigies, and we'll see how Jumper can match up into that.
Right. That's going to be our key matchup probably, right? If this Estelle can finally match up and win those strike wars against something like the Drakkar, it's going to be very difficult to feel that effectiveness. Fortunately, Drakkar is a character that is disgustingly good and will be able to impact any part of the map at a moment's notice. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to have to see if the Estelle can finally put that scoring prowess to use, and alongside Lexus, like, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to fight that.
Yep. And yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit longer, but these two teams, definitely the top 2 seeds for a reason, have proven it all the way up to here. Yogi's Prodigies taking it over Chikara Green, Hubble Bubble taking it over We Need the Sony modes. And yeah.
Right. The other thing too is that set ended pretty quickly comparatively. So there could be a little bit of ice in the hands of Hubble Bubble, right? The Yogi's Prodigies just got off that set. They're going to be playing well. They're going to be warm. They could also be a little bit fatigued. It's a back and forth.
Yeah, and if you're just joining for the first time, or maybe for the first time in a while, this is BestieInSlot. We're broadcasting the Omega Strikers Amateur Series, a tournament that started as like a pretty much like low diamond and under, but the players have grown throughout the weeks. After 6 weeks of it, and also a little bit of the finale, there are some Challenger, and I think maybe even Omega players participating.
Wait, really?
Well, there was one Pro League, but that was like a special case. But yeah, so basically just a very improvement-centric tournament, and these teams have improved so much with external help or within just the gameplay itself. So many teams even participating in qualifiers for the North American Strikers League and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome to see. Like the fact that you could just take these players and say, all right, we're going to put you through a gauntlet of tournaments and improvement sessions and alongside the coaching Discord, basically saying, you all are about to get very good. I hope you're ready, and just send them into a bunch of tournaments over the course of like 2 months, and just see that marked improvement of players that were in Plat and finally getting to Challenger and coming into that potential. Like it's awesome to see. It's something that a lot of scenes would like to be able to boast about.
Yeah, huge shout out to Jack Ryan for being the one to start the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. Shout out to all the participants. I think there were like over 200, maybe even more people that have participated in the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. Definitely something that people are interested in. And if you want to see the season 2 of this, well, drop a follow right now, because this is BestieInSlot. This is where we do community events, everything from OSAS to joke events, all the way to the highest level play in the North American Strikers League. It is all here. This is the Omega Strikers community's home at the moment.
I think that that's probably the best way to put it, right? Is that everything is under one umbrella, and it's kind of really nice. You know what I mean? Like, not that it should be, monopolized or anything. Like, we still have the weeklies from Striker Central who have been doing a good job as well. Follow them as well, because they're also cool. But you all have been doing such a good job of putting on these events and staying consistent in that. Like, how does it feel to be one of those behind the scenes folks putting all these events on?
Well, if I had to be honest, I don't think it's really just like, oh, I can't just say it's me, because this is very much a community effort. Like, no one's in it to like try and build a brand or anything, because there's so many people behind the scenes. You see the staff chat. There's so many players with the staff role. Like, everyone's just here to help with their 2 cents, and this is only possible because of everyone who's just volunteering for it.
It's a really good point. It's so different from so many approaches that we see in other esports, and it's cool to have this this tight knit. Everyone's trying to put their best leg forward and support in as many ways as they can. It's the coolest thing to see in the world. Any update on if the teams are ready, or?
They've been doing a little bit of chatting about a storm that's happening, some power issues perhaps, and I don't know. One of the players is typing right now. We'll have an update soon.
Oh, Jumper's power went out at one point?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I think that they might be ready.
Yep.
Okay. We should be chill. It might be chill.
Yeah. Sorry for getting all sorry for doing a lot of chatting, because finding filler material was a little difficult.
Filler material is always the hardest part of doing commentary, to be honest. Eventually, you just have to start talking about things that aren't the game, and that's when it gets really hard. Because then it's like, well, we could just start talking about anything and everything, and decision paralysis comes in, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, is this actually interesting to talking about?
Speaking of anything and everything, I ate breakfast 2 hours ago. I ate
what?
Yeah, the first meal of the day.
What? You're joking.
No, well, it's the first meal of the day, so it's called breakfast.
When did you wake up?
Me? Actually not that late. I think around 2 o'clock.
You were only 8 at 7?
Yeah. Anyway, we're heading into game, loading into Hubble Bubble versus Yoki's Prodigies. This is your winners final for the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. I think at least, no, more than 100 teams have participated in the Omega Strikers Amateur Series up to this point, and these are 2 of the guaranteed top 3 placement by being in the winners finals out of so many teams. Definitely proved their way up here. It is Atlas's Lab, and this is a map that definitely favors Yoki's Prodigies. They will love the more claustrophobic aspect of this map.
Ooh, and already we're seeing some interesting picks. I agree with the Era ban, right? Taking away from Hubble Bubble the Era main. But the Luna ban is going to come in, so going to switch to Zentaro. They're going to go for the more damage-centric comp. Instead of the Estelle, switching to the Vice, and going to be putting on the Hurt.
Yeah, definitely a very, I guess, very intentional drafting here from Yoki's Prodigies. Even the Kai will help with those Giga Blasts and that Vice. Oh, okay, switching to the Dubu, I guess. But both teams recognizing that Vice and Brawler combinations are so powerful, especially on a map like Atlas's Lab when there is so much added damage from the center.
It's going to be interesting. It's probably also something on the Awakenings.
Yeah.
Is that a Vice goalie or a Drek goalie?
I think it's a Vice goalie because Drek is Alexander the 15th signature pick.
We are going to see Masked Samurai with the eject button heavy impact Vice, the other Awakening to start being cast to last. And that's a Pauldron's Dubu. Is Pauldron's coming back into favor?
I mean, it's been buffed so many times. I think sheer numbers alone, it has to be fine at this point, and especially on a map and on this like on these in this matchup with these comps, the damage reduction will do a lot in terms of letting this Dubu not be killable. But these two comps already have a bit of a damage difference, right? That offensive goalie, the Masked Samurai Vice, is going to do so much more damage than the Dubu.
Already Jumper got taken off of the map. Lex is getting bounced into the 45. Zari is in a good position to score. And getting kicked away by Masked Samurai, who ends up using that Supernova. So not going to be able to put out that damage this time around. Lex is no longer staggered, and Jumper is able to send out the Supernova of his own. This time Alexander's the one who got the hurt laid on and is going to get KO'd for it. This is going to be a bloodbath, Saya.
Oh, and what a perfectly spaced primary from Lexus, catching Masked Samurai with the tip, getting the KO and the goal. Early XP lead, almost level 3 in this game where everyone is firmly inside level 2, starting to get more tanky. If Lexus gets a few redirects, that's a lot more stagger to work with.
I actually really like the strike into the center, the black hole. Right, just clearing that, opening up the passing lanes, and making sure that that damage is not going to come back to hurt you is probably a good choice on the side of Hubble Bubble. But Prodigies is still laying on a hurt of their own. Maybe Lexus is going to get knocked out here, but it's looking pretty firmly in control of Yoki's Prodigies.
But look at Alexander stalling out so much time, getting the shotgun at the last moment to get it past Razy. Both goals are open, and now Lexus looking for the bottom pocket, but will miss it barely. Now Alexander, sends it directly to Lexus, who pounces on it. Great follow from Yoki's Prodigies to punish that clear, and they are up a very firm 2-0 for them in this first set.
Alexander was being so patient with the goal barrier first, and then that waiting out that Supernova, just barely misplacing that strike. And that's going to be the kind of mistake that is going to cost you at this level, right? At the way that these teams are playing, they're doing so much work. Core flip from Jumper, and is going to just clear that one to the bottom. Beautiful play, and Yoki's Prodigy's doing a clean 3-0.
Yeah, very clean gameplay. Lexus with the first pick and picking up, honestly, probably the build different here, but could also opt for the perfect form. And both sides Awakenings available on this first draft order. If that build different falls down to the Vice, it'll be a little scary. Probably denied by the Drakkar if that happens. So great build different pickup. Aerials, definitely something that Alexander is happy with. But now these Vices picking up the big fish, not to let it fall to the Juliet. You saw Masked Samurai not picking just in case that big fish fell down. And perfect form will be fine too. Everyone getting a piece of something, but I'd like to highlight the Orb Ponder on Razy. If a replicator comes up, that's just instant win in terms of kill for Yoki's Prodigies.
Oh yeah, putting out that many cooldowns, that many abilities on an already bloody comp is going to be disgusting. Unfortunately, Zentaro gets a little bit too far forward, gets punished for it. Finally, we're seeing some life out of the members of Hubble Bubble. Sorry, in good position. But they're able to stall it out for the time being. The goal barriers do go down, but could turn around quite quickly if they're not careful.
Yep, Lexus sending it back with a special. Alexander grabbing that clear, just like how Lexus pounced on his own, and a bit of a mirror for this second set.
It's going to be good. They finally were able to turn things around. They want to try and make something happen, right? Need to just be able to turn these opportunities into goals. Going to be able to do so with hopefully another power play right here. Able to get that first barrier, but this Tofu Fortress is going to stop them in their tracks. No core for them.
Yeah, but you saw that Zyre so efficient on that KO jumper, didn't even realize that they needed to evade at that moment. But Jumper is the one with the great primary to set up that barrier taken. Suddenly, Yoki's Prodigies have both barriers, but it is returned in kind by Zyre. And now with Alexander low, they got to be so careful. No combo off of the hit, but Lexus and Jumper just do a simple passing play. And Mass Samurai tries with the primary, but they just outplay it.
They just outplay it, when being, again, very patient on the side of Jumper, seeing that and making sure that does not fall to that power chord. Mass Samurai struggling a little bit on this goalie, right? And that's the price you pay when you play Vice in that far back position. You just don't have the defensive resources. But speaking of defensive resources, all of a sudden, as he somersaults a bit too far forward, ends up losing the barriers because of it. Oh, a missed power chord! Zari has to burn the core flip and might be able to punch this one through. Does not find it. Able to get the strike war, and Razzy's not able to clap that core. Very good heads-up play from Zyre.
Yeah, crucial strike war win. Besting Lexus in that moment, and once that happens, the slow Dubu not able to get in position to block that. Great shot placement as well, but Lexus has flipped, trying to get it, but blocked by Mass Samurai. Top barrier traded out again, but Hubble Bubble is coming alive right now, and Zyre is the cornerstone of the offense right now, keeping possession so well. Taking the KOs as well, but right now taken low by the Vice primary Jumper, keeping the core up in the midfield. Alexander trying to defend, dribbling it up and down, and the one who gets KO'd is Lexus instead. As Zyre strike wars the log, Alexander interrupts the core. Jumper tries to clear it out, but the pressure does not end as Mass Samurai warps back for another pass.
Lexus finally back online. Both goal barriers standing one apiece on both sides. It's going to be about finding this opportunity. Molten Bolt tries to get this Vice down, and that's going to be the combo and the kill. Zyre with the Fiery Flurry, gonna juggle it in the corner, but Brazy is not deterred. Tofu Fortress comes out as well, and Mass Samurai is super far forward, able to play super aggressively because of this goal barrier that's still online, but one more time, Lexus is up again. They're not able to convert on these power plays.
Yeah, but Lexus is taking so much damage, and Zyre is hunting for a goal, for a KO, anything to put Hubble Bubble in the lead. Great primary overtime core speed is coming in, and Mass Samurai does not hit the strike. Jumper gets it past, and Lexus gets the passive dash to catch to clear as well. 2-2 all tied up. Yoki's Prodigies have a chance in this set.
Yoki's Prodigies do have another chance to clean things up. This is exactly what you don't want to see, though, if you're on the side of Hubble Bubble. They have every opportunity and not able to find it, right? Maybe just a couple of missed abilities, maybe just a couple of scuffed plays, and all of a sudden that Zentaro is coming for the throat. The call-in emote, and he's getting hurt, right? But they need to start activating themselves after these plays happen.
Yeah, they need to need to capitalize on their advantages, but right now Mass Samurai is so low. Lexus wins the strike war. Looks so huge next to the tiny Vice, and just needs one small opening, just lurking near the goal. But as I say that, Zyre dribbling, but getting stunned by Jumper. Great play as, whoa, a KO onto Lexus. Zyre lurking, Zyre looking for the dash punch, and there it is. And all tied up in sets. Hubble Bubble take one.
Hubble Bubble will take it. That is such a nice turnaround, right? Like, we want to see teams that play even, push each other to the limit, and then push past what they previously thought was possible. And it seems like finally Hubble Bubble is turning things around and pushing past that mental barrier.
Yeah, and that extra special will be huge for Mass Samurai, both on the offense and the defense, because that Supernova does shore up the defensive capabilities quite a bit, especially against the core flip. Missile propulsion taken by the Dubu, and Energy Awakening Egoist on the table for the Zentara. We'll see if any more are picked up in the future, but importantly, no orbs in sight. Razy will have to settle for a quite good Awakening to be sure, but not the game winner.
Not the game winner indeed. That Tofu Fortress could be very aggressive, like right there. If you're Alexander, like you just all of the attempts that you had to try and shove that core downfield get stopped, get stunted, right? And that's really unfortunate, but you're able to move past it, able to get that goal barrier, and honestly, I still give this to Hubble Bubble. It seems like they've got everything going for them.
Yeah, Mass Samurai jumps in at the perfect time, doesn't even get tagged by the jumper. Supernova uses their own to get the barrier. Mass Samurai also has Flip, Glass Cannon to move around the field as well, can just dribble, stall out. Alexander looking for a pass to Zaire, maybe even taking it themselves, but a great roll by Razy will interrupt the play. Lex is forced away by the core flip, but trying yet again and again. Jumper passing it up, and whoa, what a KO onto Zaire. Zaire taken off the field, and Lex is looking for a bit of a play. The power cord will not find the bottom of the goal. Lexus passing it up, and finally catching the dribble with the primary, catching Mass Samurai off guard. Great goal for Yoki's Prodigies when I thought they would miss 3 times in a row.
They're not trying to Kaz that time, right? But really, Mass Samurai was almost so clean with that eject button play there. Not able to find it that time. Instead, gonna just send Jumper into the black hole and then gets sucked away. Tofu Fortress going to be able to stall things out for the time being, but that Oni Blade going to stop it in the perfect spot. Great play.
Was that Lexus's passive dash that took the goal there?
No, I don't think so. It might have been the Blade. It might have been the Oni Blade.
Okay, all right, the double stuns come in on opposite sides of the field, trying to get a little bit of pressure in this opening segment, and Zaire is taking so much damage, so staggered, needs to go munch an orb to heal back up. Mass Samurai trying to stuff it near the top side, but Jumper will just respond with strikes. Zaire trying to get in position, but the missile propulsion Dubu wall, oh wait, but it's hit around it. Both barriers are taken, and Hubble Bubble are looking for the goal here.
Bubble looking for the goal. Gonna get shoved by the power cord, but it's gonna go all the way around the lock. Lexus has a lot of speed right now because of that Egoist and the energy burst at the ready, which he's been using to perfect effect in those last few sets, but not going to be able to find anything this time around other than clearing and stalling for time. Zaire's still looking very low. Jumper's getting hit with that Molten Bolt, trying to save him from the DOT damage over time. Masked Samurai is going to try and shove it in with the core flip, not going to find it. Zaire has an opportunity with everything, gets knocked around by the slice and dice, and Lexus is able to put him out of commission for the time being on the disabled list. Gonna be able to find the goal barrier, and unless Mass Samurai can pull off a crazy play, it's probably gonna be goal for Yoki's Prodigies.
Yeah, and a great stall by Mass Samurai to get the respawn down, but Zaire has no meter. A juicy target. Whoa, the core goes under the Tofu Fortress, and oh no! Zaire hits it into the Tofu Fortress. Mass Samurai is off trying to do something on the offense, and a bit of an unfortunate own goal. Yoki's Prodigies will take those.
Yoki's Prodigies will take those any day of the week, and that's why you have the missile prop Tofu Fortress, right? You want to send that one all the way to the bank and force them to make a misplay. Jumper going to be able to dance around these abilities. There's a lot of damage being thrown at this Dubu. Still, no one's going down. Instead, it's Zaire that's actually feeling a little bit weak, a little bit hurt. Gonna have to bandage up those holes, but no. Gonna get pushed into his own goal box. This is ring around the rosy. Let's go.
Yeah, and these advantages. Oh, Mass Samurai, perfect blink in, perfect angle. Punishes Razy for hitting it into the stun, really. And wow, just completely evens it up yet again.
Mass Samurai really is the offensive presence that the members of Hubble Bubble needed, right? I think that without the awakening that he needed, like that extra special, just was not putting on the glass cannon in the first set. Is now able to do so much more, has so much more power, has so much more presence with the speed, and has just been able to do a lot more offensive tasks. Like that, the Supernova to send it all the way forward has been awesome to see, especially utilizing that eject button to its fullest capability.
Yep, cannot win the strike war there though. Lexus outplaying on that front. Jumper continuously sending it away from Zyre as Alexander is the one trying to push forward, trying to get the passes. But right now, it's looking a little scary for Hubble Bubble. They can't mount a push going. Razy saves it with the log. Mass Samurai needs to find a way out of this sticky situation. Has the flip to work with. We'll just send it around the field, but the core is yet again tossed that way. The bottom side blocked off, and Zyre catches the pass perfectly with the dash punch. Perfect on the tempo, and Hubble Bubble will win another set.
Just knowing exactly when to walk forward. I think this Juliet has been so tough to deal with. Again, taking something from what Lexus was doing in the last set, just clashing on Vladilena. It's the same thing. It's the same concept. Juliet on Dubu, just punching it out and preventing him from really doing what he needs to do.
Yep, and an adequate catalyst pickup right here. You see the specialized, incredible on Mass Samurai. Extra specialized device on the table now. Super Surge falls down to Lexus though, as Alexander opted for the very strong catalyst. So everyone getting incredible power picks here.
Right. This is going to be an even more different game than we saw earlier, because look at how already powered up this Zentaro is, absolutely dumping damage onto Zyre, and there's nothing that they can do about it. Yeah, Masked Samurai has the extra special, has the supernovas that can be very aggressive, but this Zentaro is going to be putting out even more damage than they can deal with.
The Zentaro is going to really be a force in both damage and mobility, right? Super Surge applies to so many of his abilities, but also extends them, and that is like the one thing that Zentaro in his base form is a little struggling with, right? No movement speed, no extension, but right there, doesn't even need all of that. Gets the perfect angle, hits it right down, and gets a goal for Yoki's Prodigies.
Gets a goal, and this could be the turnaround for Yogi's Prodigies. We know that they can play from behind. We know that they can play at disadvantage as well. And we know that they can draft well and turn their fate around. It looks like they're trying to do so here. Zyre has to burn that evade. Tries to sneak one in. Not gonna find just yet. But able to get this Tofu Fortress in a really awkward spot. And they bounces around in just the right way that Alexander can core flip that one in. I mean, what?
Yeah, what indeed. But Hubble Bubble not out of this just yet. You saw the goal before that, and you would think, oh, Yoki's Prodigies have scaled, but Hubble Bubble definitely continuing to press forward, especially Masked Samurai. But as I say that, Zyre is taking 3 million damage, bounce back and forth, still manages to get the barrier, still manages to stay alive. And Zyre heals all the way back up with the tempo swing, almost taking out Razy as well. And although Hubble Bubble lose one goal barrier, it is just Zyre hitting it in again.
Masked Samurai putting a perfect Thunderstruck down at the bottom end of the goal box and being able to hit that right back up into Zyre, like, that is the difference, right? Is that Razy, as much as a Tofu Fortress can help, he can't do that. He can't just send these perfect passes that can turn around a very awkward situation and all of a sudden mount super aggressive passes and pressure. Able to use the core flip there. Jumper is not going to be able to find the goal lock this time. And a couple more passes, and all of a sudden, it could be the turnaround that Hubble Bubble needs to clearly get this one. It's match point, but that's going to be Lexus finding his 4th KO in a row.
Yeah, and if you look at the build, you would not be surprised at all. Lexus piloting it perfectly, catching Masked Samurai on vacation right now in a different continent, it seems like. And once again, gets the KO, gets the goal, and Yoki's Prodigies are looking to tie the sets up.
Wants to really make sure that they don't fall into another situation where they're down one game in the series. They want to make sure that every set that they're playing goes to game 5, because apparently they just love Omega Strikers that much. Bolton Bullet gets fired, and Alexander is able to get this goal lock. The passes between Alexander and Zyre have been immaculate. They know exactly how to play around each other on the offense and score, even with all this aggressive offensive KO pressure. Zyre is stuffed in this corner, though, like the redheaded stepchild, and is unfortunately going to get KO'd for it. The Thunderstruck comes through. Flip is online for Lexus, and that is going to be Yoki's Prodigies tying up the sets.
Critical fifth set on the table. All the awakenings will be on the table. And if Jumper can get a good position here, they can threaten the replicator.
And there it is! The replicator is online! This is so important!
And
as well as prize fighter though, right? And 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and Alexander has to deny the replicator here, but because Dancer is on the same rotation, Alexander is getting such little value. And then Dancer can just be picked up by Razy, who already has a ton of stacks, I'm assuming, and will just be able to be at that many Dancer stacks as well.
This is already turning into a monster of a 5th set. And I really like the reverberation pickup from Zyre. Being able to shove it in even more often is going to be very critical for them to get these skulls before they get KO'd, and getting these abilities so that they can fight the damage that they already are being challenged with. Look at that supernova from Masked Samurai. How do you deal with that much damage? I guess they're just going to heal it right back up.
Yeah, but right now, it is Yoki's Prodigies yet again on the offense, so efficient with its Zyre fishing it out. But Jumper, once again, dribbling around the play, using that log as well, the missile propulsion log going so far. This time, the Tofu Fortress not helping too much as Zyre gets the last strike, gets the last laugh. Alexander has flip, but it is blocked by Lexus. And Masked Samurai trying to get it to his forwards right now, but Jumper keeps passing it up to Lexus. The shot is attempted. Lexus does have flip, though, in front of the goal, and will just send it to the bottom pocket.
That Egoist is so disgusting because now you don't have to just like catch the core with your flip. You can race with it and just completely juke any attempt to stuff it. That's crazy. That's a huge awareness from Lexus. And all of a sudden, Yoki's Prodigies are up 2 goal barriers once again, putting on the offensive pressure. And in this 5th set, it looks like they've got the keys to the castle.
But don't count them out just yet. Lexus is low. If they can get the KO, this could be it. Zyre stuffing it to the top side, getting the top barrier as well. Zyre continuing to dribble, continuing to keep core control. Masked Samurai forced to clear it down, but Razy's Tofu Fortress is out here. Razy gets punched by Zyre, but it doesn't matter because Lexus hits it through 2 people.
Masked Samurai missed 1 power chord on Lexus, and because of that, he lived and was able to score that. That's insane. That's crazy. That 1 little missed skill shot means that that goal goes in, even after getting Razy. Heartbreaking for Hubble Bubble.
But if there's one player for Hubble Bubble that can make this happen, it is Zyre, right? That reverberation pickup, widely considered the worst awakening in the entire game. Well, he has tempo swing, and also he was being targeted earlier, so that addition of this survivability plus the tempo swing benefiting from the extra stagger, this is one of the places where reverberation looks quite good. And right now with the KO on Lexus, looking for it on the top side, the Tofu Fortress does not block off the push attempt from Zyre, who just sends it up, but a goal line saved by Razy. Zyre trying again, wins the strike war against Jumper, and Hubble Bubble are not out of it just yet.
Not out of it just yet, but it is very, very close. This is going to be a mountain to climb after trying to deal with everything that's getting thrown their way. There's no core flips online. Everybody is so low in the energy department, but that's a goal barrier, and this could be the turnaround. All of a sudden, Lexus is getting KO'd, and this is a perfect opportunity trying to stun Razy. Not going to find it. Masked Samurai is in the mix now. Flip comes through, gets a couple of punches and sends it at the perfect angle, but Razzy's able to find the strike and keep it alive just long enough for Lexus to come back. There's still 2 goal barriers that they have to get through, but if Zyre is up front and there's 2 people trying to fight this Masked Samurai, but no, it's Zyre who's able to land the KO at the perfect time that it gets cleared, and this is Rally 5. I can't believe this.
And Razy's sitting at 0 orbs right now. All of those stacks were erased earlier, erased yet again. Can't even dream of getting 10 here in this final point as Lexus is KO'd yet again. Hubble Bubble, this is your chance. Zyre is so fast. Full pancakes right now. And Masked Samurai, Alexander has flipped. Only 1 opening is necessary right here. Jumper trying their best to interrupt that log, doing all the work there, stopping at the perfect place. But is it enough? Because the goal is open. Oh, the missile propulsion Tofu Fortress does so much, but Zyre is lurking. 1 pass from Alexander, 1 stuffing attempt, and there's the shotgun. And Hubble Bubble looks so weak at the start of this set, but they get the clutch KOs, and they manage to close it out.
Oh my goodness. The mental of champions is what that was. Going down 0-2 after losing a set that was yours to win, and then clawing back and finding the set and finding the KOs and turning everything around. Such good play from Hubble Bubble, and you can see why they're this top seed. You can see why Yuki's Prodigies is, even as good as they are, is scared of what they can do, because that was so impressive.
Incredible performance, incredible clutch at the end. They did all the things right. They capitalized on the opportunities, and they punished the overextensions from the Yoki's Prodigies. And if you're Yoki's Prodigies right now, this team can match you in basically your kill mode as well. So what do you do?
Right. What do you turn to? All of a sudden you don't have the KO threatening, and you don't have the score threatening that you need, especially with that Vice, right? And this is where the Estelle could have come in handy, or something like a Drakkar, which can also at least do some damage, but also have that stuffing potential. And it's just so much back and forth, and you could argue they should have won the set earlier, etc., but at the end of the day, they had every chance to win that in the 5th set, and they just could not turn it. Once Hubble Bubble got going, they couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, they really just scaled up. They figured it out. And at the very end, you saw their team play. Alexander just sitting behind the stuffing attempt from Zaire, following up with the extra long shotgun. And it was just so hard to defend for Razy.
I would love to have listened to that voice call, because that would have been the most insane pop-off, I think. That's crazy. That entire situation is crazy. My goodness.
Yep. And yeah, as we look to head into Game 2, not quite yet, but very soon, what map do you think would be, I guess, the one that Yoki's Prodigies would prefer? Because even wide open maps, I feel like Hubble Bubble has a slight advantage on due to Alexander's mid control.
It's also going to depend a lot on things like Awakenings, things like the map, right? It could also depend on, like, if they see the plays come out, what if there's a new strategy that comes out on the other side in the draft, are they going to switch something up there? So we have to wait and see. We're going to get into game right now, though. This is game 2. Hubble Bubble's up 1-0 over Yoki's Prodigies for the winners finals, for the grand finals set advantage in Osas Finale.
If every set is like this is going to end so late.
We're going to be here a
We're
while.
gonna be here forever.
Oh, I'm so tired already. I'm not gonna lie. I was doing a stream earlier. I did some commentary earlier, and I've only eaten 2 meals, and I'm feeling it right now. Oh, we're getting real on the cats tonight.
But you know what else is real? This second game, as we're loading in, we'll see the map very soon, hopefully, and it is A10 City, a stark departure from the previous map.
Oh, I'm gonna try that one more time. Stark departure indeed. And Yoki's Prodigies knows what they want to do on this map mode
They know what to do here. They need to.
They know what to do here. They were just playing this. The Luna Band is coming through again. Are we going to see the Zentaro? Because that did work out very well. But we could also see something like a Juliet, or something that we haven't seen yet before.
Yeah, it's weird because Juliet's a little awkward on this map, but Lexus's Juliet has looked better than the Zentaro, right? So I think the fundamental advice, the Coach Yoki advice here would be to pick the Zentaro, because Juliet, feels a little bad here. If I gotta say.
That is definitely what Yoki would say, right? Is to just play the situation, not the feeling. Right? In terms of okay, well, my Juliet feels better, but the right play is to play the Zentaro. We do see the Era, though, that got banned away last time, and the Rasmus from Zaire, which I think are 2 very important adjustments.
Yeah, it's interesting, and when you look at this, This comp is... Oh, it's full fire up.
It's fire up. Oh no. The slick kicks as well coming through. This is going to be an insane situation if you ask me.
But the thing is, these two comps are so starkly different. Hubble Bubble has speed boosts on all three members, right? But both forwards of Yoki's Prodigies don't have any movement speed boost. So if Hubble Bubble can keep the core control, they can just continue passing. They can outspeed, outmaneuver here and win these sets early.
Right, and all they need is one energy burst, and all of a sudden everybody's going fast, and then 15 more energy gets added, and then another energy burst comes out, and everybody's going fast. This is going to snowball so hard. And especially if Masked Samurai can get clears like these, it's going to be completely different set. Look at the energy burst gets burned. Lexus gets another one though, and this is the fire up infinite that everybody was complaining about. This is why infinite awakenings were taken away in the draft, but it can still happen on the start, and it is going to be chaos.
Yeah, and wow, just a great flip too. The flip angle was great, trying to catch Masked Samurai off guard, but not just that, there was another layer. But as I say that, the team of Hubble Bubble is here, saved on the goal line by Razy yet again with a great flip. But Alexander wins the strike where Razy doesn't have the strike. And that was a little bit of an awkward goal, but well played by Alexander.
Well played by Alexander indeed, and this is what I'm talking about. Just keep, this is what you talked about. Keep the core control, keep everything, keep everything online, right? Keep your slick kicks, keep the speed boosts. If you can just do that, you're going to be able to get the passing plays and dance around the enemies right when they don't want it.
Yep, and a good patience on the strike by both Zaire, and now Alexander yet again showing that they are the striker. They are the midfielder that is in the North American Strikers League Tier 1 league right now.
Yeah, holy gap. This might be a very quick set if this is how it's going to go. Trying to get the buff onto Zaire, but not going to find it. Masked Samurai has the energy burst at the ready, and so does Jumper, but not going to be able to use it effectively. Lexus is sped up, and Zaire might get KO'd, and that's so unfortunate. That's going to be the train stopping in terms of the energy, in terms of the speed. So it could be a good opportunity for Yoki's Prodigies to even up this set count, but Zaire is back. That's the goal barrier, though. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, but it was stalled out so well by Hubble Bubble. Now they're keeping possession yet again. They get the hit, but not the sweet spot onto Razy. Well cleared by Masked Samurai, but Lexus is in position, sends it past two. Masked Samurai in hit stun away from the play. Great blink by 2004 Lexus GX470.
That car is driving so well right now. It might be broken down, it might be used, it might have 100,000 miles, but it can still get you around if you need it to. That's going to be a Crystal Thorn poke from Jumper, and this is the Estelle that was doing so well for Yoki's Prodigies earlier. They're going to try and clean this one up. We have had so many 0.5 sets. Holy cow.
Yeah, we're going to be here until like 4 a.m. It's over. But you know it's not over. That perfect form for Lexus. So many more cooldowns to build more energy with. To build more towards that fire up and a potential other energy awakenings maybe later on the table. But importantly, that drops Big Fish down for Zaire, who will enjoy that very much. Masked Samurai also picking up the specialized training. So overall, I think Hubble Bubble pretty happy with this one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, they're very happy with it. They're even if like one good awakening drops, if you get the majority of good ones, like that's why it's a draft, right? Is because if they get two good spots and are able to steal away from Jumper some good awakenings, then it's important. But if nothing matters in the awakening department, if you just get played better on, so that you can't win more.
Yeah, the play better, win more man himself is the one who plays better and wins more, winning that strike war. But as I say that, the strike wars are won by the side of Hubble Bubble, and a bunch of strike wars is all it takes to get that goal. 5-second goal right here.
That was insane. That was so fast. Somebody clipped that. I think that was the fastest goal I've ever seen in the tournament. Good lord.
Yeah.
Gonna get buffed up one more time, and this is massive. Zaire is going to be such a problem, right? Sure, this core flip might do some work, but if this big fish, big hook man can start putting in work and stuffing this core, it's going to be really bad news. Look at this cross-ups. Like, this man is going to be the difference maker.
And saved away by Mass Samurai, who has the flip but does not use it. Lexus also has nearly full meter, capitalizes there. And even though Hubble Bubble seem to be outplaying, Yogi's Prodigies are just a little bit more clutch.
Right. There's a big difference, right? They need to have 2 good opportunities. And right now, it seems like Hubble Bubble has only really had 1 good opportunity every volley. And if they can't capitalize on it, then it's just Jover. Lex is able to get that one through, and Zayed, like, this is what I'm talking about. They just get danced around.
Yeah, and Lex is still lurking. Mass Samurai passing to the eject back. Alexander trying to get the barrier, but Zaire will not connect with the flip to punish. And now it just falls down to Jumper, who hits it to the top side. Very little hesitation there. And Yogi's Prodigies are starting to run away with it.
Yeah, we talked about long games. This is going very fast. I think most of these goals have been scored in under 45 seconds, which is crazy when you think about it. But they get rewarded here with Super Surge Zentaro, and that is the last thing you want to see.
But they will go Catalyst instead, understanding that this is the energy meta game. Why pick your Abyss when you can pick the Abyss for this particular game, you know?
Yeah. Catalyst Fire Up sounds absolute.
Catalyst Fire Up perfect
fire
form.
up?
Catalyst Fire Up perfect form. Like,
Oh
so
my
many cooldowns to build
God.
energy with. So much energy built, and if they hit you, you build even more energy. Look at this combo for Lexus.
Yeah, what in the world is going on? And look at all the damage too, right? Gets the passive up, has the Oni's Blade, and it's probably gonna have Slice and Dice already. Yeah, exactly. This is gonna be disgusting. And already he's already up to almost full meter. What in the world is going on? This is gonna be so difficult to deal with. Like, what is the counterplay, Saya?
Well, the counterplay is right here. Zaire keeping possession for so long, trying to win the Strike Wars, but Razy is the victor here. Mass Samurai, Alexander tries to assist, but ends up looping the situation yet again. Jumper catches the flip. Mass Samurai a little bit later as Jumper looking to capitalize here. Alexander setting it up, but it's saved by Razy, losing the Strike War, but noticing that instead, and Mass Samurai presses the barrage button instead of the strike, and Razy gets an incredible goal on the top side.
Did you see the mind games? Because Jumper could have hit that. Jumper could have crossed it and sent it down, and Samurai went for the 50-50. But Jumper just let it go through. That's insane.
Great awareness there as Alexander is the one who is passing, but Lexus just has so many cooldowns to work with. Jumps in there, interrupts the play entirely, trying to get the barrier here. Pass down to Jumper. The snipe is not in place as Zaire gets the top barrier and is looking for the goal here, but Lexus continues to dribble. Zaire is pushed away by the Giga Blast of Razy. The passes continue though. The passing lane's not blocked off, but Razy continues to clear so well. Alexander trying to get in there, winning the Strike Wars, but Zaire cannot get a handle on the core, now trying to KO. Lexus does not need to KO, it seems, and sends it through the center, finds the gap, finds the angle.
Just very easily waiting out Razy there. Jumper has been doing such a good job helping Razy on the goal line, right? We talk and a lot of early advice we give to players in Omega Strikers is to not sit on your goalie's goal line. But in this situation, it's very important, right? Is for Jumper to have the assistance, because otherwise that kind of thing happens where all of a sudden your goalie is left out to dry with no cooldowns, and all of a sudden there's 2 people in your face and you get crossed up. But Jumper has been doing such a good job at interrupting the passing plays, interrupting what these players on Hubble Bubble want to do with Razy. But unfortunately, it's not going to be cleared away so easily this time. Finally, they get a runaway opportunity.
Yeah, and Lexus winning the Strike Wars here, but unable to get the final mile past all of the barrages from Mass Samurai. Flip comes out from Alexander, passed up to Zaire, who doesn't even touch it. Just the threat of being able to redirect it, just like on the other side. And Hubble Bubble, 2 points up.
Perfect play. Like, that's the difference, right? All of a sudden, Hubble Bubble has shored up their stuff. They understand exactly how to make sure that these core flips, these energy burst plays are ineffective. And they're just getting all of these passing plays perfectly now. Finally, they get a goal barrier down on the side of Yoki's Prodigies, and they're going to try and get to match point, but this is a brand new Hubble Bubble.
Yeah, especially with that KO onto Lexus. That scary energy Zentaro off the table. Zaire outplaying Razy there. And as long as Alexander can stay alive and use that flip, this could be the set for the side of Hubble Bubble. Pass down with the flip, wide open bottom side of the goal. And it is a set for Hubble Bubble.
That's a beautiful set. Oh my goodness. Like, and Alexander the 15th, definitely playing like the MVP there. Just perfect catching these plays, helping out Masked Samurai, getting the clears, getting the passing lanes open, and is going to be rewarded with...
Oh, it picks the Egoist, but that means Orb Replicator drops down to Razy, who will absolutely pounce on that. No, what? Okay. It was spectator lag. Took it, and then Stacks on Stacks picked up.
I was like, huh? Okay, heavy impact though, important. Razy, Masked Samurai gonna pick up 1-2 punch, and Reverberation going towards the Zentaro.
Yeah, the big denials coming out against the Lexus Zentaro, but Egoist on Alexander, Replicator on Razy, two massively important power picks right now on the table.
Gonna be trying to dance around, play in this corner. Zaire's able to get that goal barrier. Alexander's able to get the bounce back, but not quite playing exactly together how they probably wanted that play to go. Lexus is in. The barrage is able to keep it away, but Zaire is doing a good job just shoving it into this corner constantly. And you see, he's just loving this top corner, loves exactly going at the top ankle, and Razy just not able to fight it.
Yeah, very, very solid. And this is why this Rasmus was so important for Zaire, right? That pick. Looking to be very strong right now. Gets the barrier with the lingering hitbox as well. Looks for the flip. Gets it. Waits out all of the hitboxes. And Hubble Bubble are looking dominant.
Hubble Bubble looking very dominant. Trying to turn the tables on Yoki's Prodigies and make us play even more Omega Strikers late into the night. Core Flip's going to come through on like 9 different players. And finally, there's a little bit of... Never mind. This core is going to go so fast for so long, so many times. Lexus now has the flip and a good opportunity to use it, but decides not to. And Zaire is going to shove this one into the corner again.
Yeah, and Lexus holding flip could be fatal for Yoki's Prodigies, right? Finally use it here, but you're the member of the team that can build flip the fastest. You need to use it when you're in front of the goal like that.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to use it quickly means that you get it up more quickly, right? And now Zaire is going to be the one who's able to ping-pong it around, and Razy, I think, must have mistaken Alexander for his own teammate. And that's going to be a set 1. 2 quick sets from Hubble Bubble, and they're trying to take this one to grand finals.
And the quick strikes orb and the orb dancer on the table will probably... Oh, cannot deny a orb here, which is why that Razy orb replicator pickup was insane. I would have liked Alexander to have taken it instead. Decides to deny the dancer, but the Ponderer will be here for the Kai. Chooses Castellas instead. You have orb replicator. What are you doing?
Gamer, what is going on? Shaking in his boots right now. The orb replicator going over to Masked Samurai. Is Castellast really that big for Kai? I mean, maybe in Razy's eyes, it's worth
it's a big denial against the era of Alexander, but Alexander gets quick strikes anyway. In a game like this, quick strikes is arguably even more valuable, especially with how gigabuffed it got to double the energy gain. But as I say that, the scoring for the side of Yoki's Prodigies is looking quite good right now, but look at that. Alexander and Zaire pushing up the field yet again. It's so easy for them to create these passing plays, especially after they get some speed, but Alexander taking a lot of damage here. And we'll have to see what happens.
See what happens. Tornado comes through, not able to find it. A nice slice and dice from the Zentaro. That's going to be the first goal in this decisive set. I just don't see many plays falling like that. Look at how low level these players are, by the way.
Yeah, but 1 level lead firmly for Hubble Bubble in terms of the forwards, and Zaire is rushing in. The flip gotten by Alexander, but hit back all the way, caught by Lexus, and that barrier is taken as well. Defense now for Hubble Bubble. Is it good enough? Has to make a goal line save, makes it happen. Lexus not able to catch up to core in time. Zaire just has so much speed to work with, but no, will be hit away from the play. Now they cannot get a passing play together. Alexander trying, but the Giga Blast there in time, and it is defused by Yoki's Prodigies when I thought it was a sure goal for Hubble Bubble.
Thought it was a sure goal indeed. Core Flip not going to be sent into the direction that they wanted. Alexander doing a great job sending this one up towards Zaire. Communication the team's synergy to understand that jumper was going to stuff that, and it's not even worth the risk. Instead, just get it to the prime time Rasmus, who's gonna stuff it, who's gonna have the stun to ensure that goal. And that is the kind of decision making, heads up decision making, that is the difference, that could be the difference between Hubble Bubble winning this and losing it.
Yeah, and oh, the barrier taken, great. Core speed, keeping, not redirecting at too much of an angle for Lexus. Now has the flip pass down to jumper, saved by Samurai's Giga Blast. What a play, and saves it against that as well. The primary as well. Whoa, Hubble Bubble.
The Mass Samurai saves go absolutely nuclear. What the hell just happened? And no, the jumper Rose Warp is what seals it. After that incredible defensive effort, one Estelle jump, and that's going to be it for that goal. The barrage was so crazy. The evade on the slice and dice was so smart. The Giga Blast is going to get this goal barrier down, but Saya, there's still a lot of defensive opportunities, and Yoki's Prodigies are in a perfect position.
Yeah, Yogi's Prodigies had triple flip there with the fire up, and now Lexus has the last flip potentially, has it on the goal line, but it is saved yet again. Mass Samurai, the hero right now. Zaire with the redirection, so much core speed. Oh, and Zaire's there with the primary as well. Final goal is on the table here. One more to decide if the series continues or it ends here.
Yoki's Prodigies have done this so many times already. 3 games where they've gone the distance, and every time it's a nail biter. Every time there's so many ways that they could use it or lose it. Razzie has the energy burst, but so does Alexander. It's going to be able to find the goal barrier. Lexus has the opportunity here. Barrage saves it, but it's not going to be enough. Jumper. Oh my god, we're going to be here for one more set as Yoki's Prodigies.
They clutch it out. They send us to a 3rd game in this winner's final. And my love of the game says, this is so cool. But my body says, we're going to be here for a long time.
Oh my goodness. What just happened? That insane play from Razzie on the 120, or from Mass Samurai on the 120 ping. The Catalyst fire up. There was so much that happened in those last few points that my brain is melting. My god. Like, I'm speechless. I'm honestly speechless. Yoki's Prodigies has to just be the main protagonist of this tournament. Like, at this point, they have to be, right? Because they went down 0-1 in that first set and clawed their way back 2 times. And they're about to do it again.
If they pull it off, I don't know who will stop them in the grand finals. But, you know, they have not looked immortal for sure.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. They have looked incredibly weak at times, but what's important is that they come back. They're resilient. They figure out a way, and they're very clutch in those situations. They're very good at capitalizing. They make it happen.
Yeah, like, there were so many times where, like, it felt like just one little misstep, right? Like, they found one little angle for the Centauro to stuff it in, and they were able to secure it because of that. It's... That's the kind of play, again, like, creating your own luck, being opportunistic is the difference maker, right? Being able to set up those plays where I'm in the right position, and so I'm able to take this goal for free is so much more important than trying to just be, like, trying to be everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I gotta say, I hope we get a different map for this one, because
I do too.
Yeah, we've seen like 2 starkly different games, right? A KO heavy one and one with complete energy, speed, core control, fire up. Like, fire up's a whole different genre of game, really.
Give me Night Market or give me Ivy Zap.
So true.
That's all I'm saying.
You're
like,
so right.
I just want something, right? Because, like, Demon Dice, we're just going to get a repeat of the Atlas Lab game. Night Market is probably going to be, like, the only one that is going to be markedly different, where we're going to have these, like, passing lanes that are just completely shut down. And that's going to be interesting as well to see what they decide to go for, because especially if that era stays online, like, going to be really easy to send that Maelstrom in through those passing lanes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The teams are going for a quick bathroom break. I would need one too after that one. That was like a really long game.
Yeah. And it looked like it was going so quick too. It looked like we had like the perfect end in sight, and then all of a sudden Hubble Bubble brought it back, and then Yoki's Prodigy said, "No, we won this game." And, my voice is gone. I commentated for probably 2.5 hours earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for a Splatoon tournament, a collegiate Splatoon tournament.
Oh.
And I was supposed to be done at 9:30 for this one, and I might have to go into work at 8 a.m.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's so doomed. It's so doomed.
Not like this. It's over.
What is going on in this chat? What's going on anymore? We're gonna have to stall for time, aren't we?
Yeah, so, what do you think I should eat for lunch? Yeah?
It is 11 p.m.
Second meal of the day.
You can't call it lunch. You can call it supper. You can't call it lunch.
Wait, why?
Because I said so.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. But we're going into the game. The gray starting icon is flashing on the screen right now, and yeah, I just hope it's a different map. That is all.
I also hope that you do get some food in you.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, that's why I've got these blueberries here. It's Iris out. Let's go.
All right, a different map as we requested. Odyssey, John Odyssey, as some might say, what hurt us.
Not John Fortnite.
Not John Fortnite. But we'll see if the teams do ban Rasmus or opt into the Rasmus mirror here, as Juliet Rasmus quite put in here. They banned the Luna, and so we're going to be headed to some fishing. Some fishing in the pond in the center of the map.
Who do you take here? Jumper on Rasmus or Zyre?
It's weird, right? I think I would favor Yoki's Prodigies here because they could run the Julie Rasmus, and Julie and Rasmus both incredibly good on this map. Both have an incredibly good time getting the KOs. Everyone knows about the Rasmus fishing, but Juliet has a dash punch too, you know? And
You're
with
right.
the center being a wall as well. Oh, are they going to match the Julie Rasmus?
Wait a minute.
Oh, will they match the Kai too?
Why do I have a feeling they're going to go Atlas?
Are you sure?
I have no idea. Dubu.
Okay.
I was so close. Okay. That's so fascinating. But it makes sense because the Tofu Fortress can shut down the passing lanes, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see what the starter is here. Well, you can check. I can't check. I'm the spectator for the stream. I have to wait.
It is egoist. It's all egoist.
Oh, it's all egoist. The other one has been lost to time as we are heading into Yoki's Prodigy's Hubble Bubble, the final match of the winners final, as incredibly violent scenes here. Evade has to be invested by Zyre to not get immediately KO'd back by Lexus, and Lexus is looking for the goal barrier, has a dash punch, but unable to, has to win a strike war, but defended great by Mass Samurai as Razy needs to run back for the clear, but Alexander's the one who wins the striker against Jumper. Zyre is looking for the punch, but Razy clearing well so far, clearing well against the dash as well, and Mass Samurai playing a little bit up, forcing Lexus a little away from the play, outspacing him for the strike war wins. It goes up to Zyre yet again, and now Zyre looking for it, but this is the issue with the Juliet Rasmus. The comps just feel a little bit unwieldy when it comes to scoring.
And be a little bit unwieldy indeed, but Alexander has a fish hook right now. Jumper tried to send that one out, tried to send Zyre over to the side. Not even in the ice fishing hole. But that's a Juliet dash punch along with some damage from Rasmus. Oh, the crazy cross-ups! Was that planned? Was that the pixel perfect planning? From Alexander the 15th, it couldn't have been. That's insane.
What an outplay. What a 1v3 from Alexander the 15th. And even if the first one was a mistake, the second shot definitely wasn't. Incredible to capitalize on that, if it was intentional or not. And now Yoki's Prodigy is trying to respond. Lexus with the dash catches Max Samurai rolling forward. Lexus trying to KO here. Gets the KO with the punch. That was not true, but we'll take it. Alexander tries to pull it out, but Lexus gets the second hit, and Yoki's Prodigies even it right back up.
I think that I like the Dubu here more than the Kai in terms of being able to protect the goal barrier. But it's so hard if you're Masked Samurai on that insane ping to try and deal with this Lexus where you have to be evading, you have to be timing your strikes utterly perfectly to not get dash punched into oblivion.
Oh, and Lexus somehow falls out of that dash punch, slightly weirdly angled, but the barrier will be taken by the flip of Alexander to 15th. Zaire does not get KO'd here, advancing slowly. Alexander winning the strike course, setting up for Zaire the log as well of pass, but Razy clears it perfectly parallel to the punch. Masked Samurai clears it as well, but it just drifts past him. Great shot by Lexus, and they get a KO and the goal. This is building up to quite the XP lead.
Yoki's Prodigies is just much more efficient at scoring. I think that that's what this entire set has come down to. This entire series has come down to is just the fact that when they get a chance to score, they're gonna get it. But you see, like, Alexander and Zaire just have such a trouble converting these plays, right? You see right there, like, either they just get cleared past, but they have to invest so much, and they don't quite always line up the way that they need to. They find it there, and it's going to be even Stevens on the set, because of course it is, because that's how we've been doing it all night here at BestieInSlot.
Yeah, well, it's evened up. Zaire not taken out yet. Alexander passing back, and this is good. Dash punch on the berry. Alexander waiting, looking for an opportunity, looking for a missed strike, continuing to pass it back and forth, but Masked Samurai, knowing that there are no big range characters on the map, feels free to move around, has that ego of speed, but oh, almost gets KO'd, pulled back. The core does not hit the barrier though, which is so important here, as the dash punch comes out from Zaire. He doesn't even need the flip, and Hubble Bubble looked a little shaky, but they convert.
And this is what I mean. This is why I like the Dubu. Being able to fly on those skates and still feeling okay to come back. Using that Tofu Fortress to shut down lanes. I think that that's going to be an important factor in why there aren't as many opportunities for Yogi Prodigies to score.
That I will be the pick of choice, knowing that Monumentalist can be denied by someone else. Stacks on stacks going unpicked, as violence will be so much here, but fire up importantly on Razy. That energy economy starting to spin up as stacks on stacks is picked by the Dubu, and Monumentalist is gotten by the opposing Rasmus. And really both Rasmus is picking up something they want here, getting more knockback on that hook, but overall I think it's a little bit scary as Razy gets the fire up, starts building it up, maybe even a catalyst in the future, or quick strikes.
Right, again, we talk about the energy, which is what, something that's been important all night, is just these insanely buffed energy builds are just crazy. And they can turn the game around so much, so if Razy can start building these energies, it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, good pass down to Alexander, but Alexander was positioning a little differently there. Cleared out by Razy under so much pressure. Manages to clear it, but this time Zaire makes sure that it is airtight. Alexander trying to get in there with the second hit with the secondary. Masked Samurai tries to block with the roll, but it's still stuffed through by Lexus. Waiting for a bit of a pass. It's hit B. Oh, a bit of a MOBA moment from Lexus, and it's punished by Zaire, who slots it into the top corner.
Wait, so what happened? So explain that, the moment.
So basically, with MOBA, you have to like flick to strike, because you move and you strike with where you have your cursor, right? So Lexus just flicked wrong and hit it backwards.
Oh, no. I mean, the fact that he's so consistent with it, like, I don't understand people who play MOBA, to be honest. I think it's crazy. I think it's disgusting. I think it's so prone to those mistakes. But, I mean, if you're dash punching people into the goal line, it really doesn't matter that much. You're going to have the Egoist online for the both of them, and that's the stuff. That's Yogi's Prodigies taking one away.
And importantly,
was still looking good, but what were you saying?
Importantly, they do it without burning either of their flips. They can just completely speedrun this point if they want to, if they find the opportunity to, right?
They're going to try. But Zaire is doing a good job at keeping Lexus at bay for the time being. That's the goal barrier. Not going to be able to find, but it's going to be able to core flip up. That's at least one guaranteed goal, and Yogi's Prodigies, again, we're probably going to 0.5 on this one.
Yeah, no, but not if Yogi's Prodigies have anything to say about it. They want to close it out here. They don't want to go to another critical 0.5. That's so much pressure as Zaire just tries to get possession by dash punching it, but ends up not even getting it. Has to run around the map with that egoist speed, looking for the barrier, but a great barrage by Razy, and so much defense coming out from Yogi's Prodigies. But Mass Samurai gets the flip, and it's cashed out for that barrier here as Alexander tries to pass it to Zaire, who is just trying to box Razy out, but a great flip comes out. Does not take the barrier on the other side as Zaire is low, almost being taken out here, but managing to dodge and weave. Pulled back, but not towards the pawn in the center. Mass Samurai manages to get that save somehow, and Lex is building up a ton of meter, but the offensive Hubble Bubble needs to get started. They need to find a pass to Zaire before Zaire gets... Oh, there it is. What a great pass. What a great dash punch. And as you said, 0.5 is inevitable.
0.5 is inevitable simply at this point, like Thanos. The Stagger Swagger really helped Zaire there after getting cracked and sent to the other side of the map. Was able to just run back up and go exactly to where he wanted to be once again. That's a huge hook from Alexander the 15th. Probably going to get 15 KOs at this rate. Core flip comes through for Razzie, and Jumper's fast, but the Tofu Fortress once again shutting down the passing lanes. A great scoop from Jumper, and it's going to have the core flip online, and is going to be able to take out the Rasmus. Zaire's got an open net though. The dash punch, it's the stun, and 2-0 in sets for Hubble Bubble. Again, Yogi's Prodigy is never out of it. They are the main character, but that was so clean from the members of Hubble Bubble.
And will be rewarded here. Can deny the extra special, and that Dubu will enjoy it here as well. No extra special for both of these Rasmuses, but specialized training will be the pick of choice here to make that hook even more deadly. Now, there are a lot of options available here for the Julia. We'll opt for the quick strike. We'll opt for the more energy and more core control here, denying it also from Razy here to not get the energy Exodia, but that prize fighter is also looking scary. I think the lethality has gone up an extreme amount here. We'll see if Hubble Bubble can stay alive and make sure that Yogi's Prodigies can't stay alive.
It's going to be all about the KOs and all about the energy as Zaire is able to burn. I'm sorry, what just happened? The Fiery Flurry, and he dashed into it, and so because of that, it got sent at the perfect angle to get punched into the pond. All right. Fair enough, Lexus. You're going to send that one past the goal barrier. Anyways, it is so chill. They're burning both specials to try and get that one past, and they're not even going to get it past midfield. There's so much happening.
Yeah, Alexander barely survives, finally being taken off the map by the special of Lexus. Jumper sending it past the Tofu Fortress. Mass Samurai trying to pass it up. It gets past Lexus. Zaire clears it out, but right now it's just a matter of time. Mass Samurai spacing in front of Lexus, hitting it up, hitting it away. Razy has the barrage, but it will not score. Jumper going in with the primary. It is still cleared away. Strike War 1 at the goal line. Mass Samurai is gliding, skating across the map. Zaire has to try to defend with a dash punch. But Mass Samurai will continue to defend. Zaire gets the strike as well. Lexus tries to shoot, but Zaire continues. And forward's playing goalie. This forward is playing goalie. And Hubble Bubble still hold on. Flip available for Lexus, but will he find it? He has to use the flip here. Oh, they kill Mass Samurai. They don't need it. Alexander, is KO'd as well. And what is a great hold by Hubble Bubble. Falls apart. Okay, Jumper. Okay. I was scared for a second.
Zaire playing the Juliet goalie for like at least 30 seconds there, like it was no problem at all. What actually just happened during that ball? And there's another player down. So we talked about how this was going to turn into a bloodbath. We talked about how Imizap has the pond, which can make KOs just so much easier. This is what we mean. This is the kind of insanity that happens on Imizap. The energy burst gets burned by Jumper and Saya. That's a dash punch.
That is a dash punch, and now Zaire lurking, Alexander looking, but a great Giga Blast by Razy will completely diffuse the pressure here, stall out so much time for the respawn. Lexus is winning all of these strike wars. Finally, Alexander gets a win, Zaire gets a win, but it is sent too straight to the bottom side, gets past the barrier instead of into it. And now Jumper trying to be KO'd, but Zaire cannot get enough hit stun somehow on that. A little bit of a weird hitbox coming out there. Alexander trying to fish for the kill, unable to, as the Giga Blast continues to set up the offense. Lexus dribbling. Lexus setting up the dash punch. And that, they did not expect it to continue for that long. Great commit by Lexus, but, that just feels so bad if you're Hubble Bubble.
I think the other important thing about the egoist start is that when these players evade the Rasmus hooks and the dash punches, they are going to get rewarded back, and so they're not going to get KO'd all the time for that. And that's why this match is not as bloodbathy as it could be, because they have more energy to use those evades. So, knowing that, there's already so many things that could possibly KO them, and they've gotten a lot of KOs already. This is just bloodbath. Lexus. Masked Samurai could make one last stand if Zyre can just move forward just a little bit more. Wait a minute. There's no way he saves this again, right? The log, the punch, and Alexander's back online, and Zyre's got this passing lane open, and Lexus is standing in the wrong spot, but so is the Rasmus. Tofu Fortress comes out, and that's a dash punch. Hubble Bubble is still standing after all this time.
How? How are they still here? They're managing to hold no matter what, and they're once again at an even state here. Energy looking a bit high for Zyre. Needs to do something with the energy burst here. Needs to not be taken out here. Barely survives the dash punch, and that is crucial because now they have flip. Now they can use it. They get the barrier with a nice angle and set up perfectly. Oh, but the goal barrier does not open in time. The goal gate was still stuck, and the KO comes in from Jumper. Has so much knockback on that hook. Lexus looking for the outplay here. Gets it past Masked Samurai. Zyre will have to be the hero on the defense yet again. Does so. Wins the strike war. Wins the rebound. Core sent back by Masked Samurai. The KO comes out. Alexander passing it up. Lexus halts the core for a moment. Wins the strike war as well. Now Lexus is playing goalie, but on the other side of the map.
Lexus playing goalie. He's doing a great job. The core flip is up, but so is one from Masked Samurai. Gonna clear it away. Just try and keep that away from the Juliet. Fortunately, they stuffed that one. The hook comes through and does not find Alexander this time, so it could be the perfect scoring opportunity for Hubble Bubble if they can just maintain this for the time being. Beautiful stall. Alexander the 15th. Dash punch not gonna land. Zyre is not gonna be able to find the bounce back. The hook is there, though, and so is the Egoist. But Jumper's able to stall it. Whiplash and the hook, not gonna find anything. Jumper decides to use the Death Touch to try and pull Alexander away. The Tofu Fortress is gonna trap him in there, and he's already so low, not gonna be able to walk out of that Fiery Flurry, and is gonna keep staying alive. Has the orb here to eat it up, and is gonna just get passed to, and so it's gonna pass right back up to Zyre, who had the cooldowns, and this is Hubble Bubble's chance to go to Grand Finals.
And Hubble Bubble, they were down 2-0 here. Now it's 2-2. They have the lead in sets. If they can take it here, this will be their ticket. And right now the barrier is down, so it'll be a little difficult. Oh, and a KO as well, but they've won these before. We've seen them win these before previously. Okay, maybe they haven't won these before, but Masked Samurai could be the one to do it. Has flip, can stall it out, blocks it with the log as well. And Zyre's back.
I can't believe they got enough to Zyre to stick me up. Masked Samurai is playing on like 120 ping.
Oh.
They're still gonna be able to do this. Alexander pulls one in, and I believe that's Jumper going down as well. Lexus able to use the core flip, and Zoki's Prodigies is still not KO'd. They're still not knocked out of this winner's side. They're still clawing back. They're not done yet.
Incredible hold by Masked Samurai, but incredible finish by Yoki's Prodigies as they continue. They get the catalyst for even more energy. No, opt for the 1-2 punching instead on the Juliet for the KOs. Catalyst will be picked up here though. Hubble Bubble will be pretty happy with that one, as Castle last next. The Tofu Fortress for Dubu not going to last longer. The stun not going to last longer, as the Dubu doesn't really have that many good picks here.
Yeah, I guess Orb Replicator and the bulk of yeah.
I'm surprised that Orb Replicator dropped, because Orb Replicator passes on energy, and in an energy game, that's what you need. So slight misplay here, but not a misplay is their KO onto Lexus as Masked Samurai sends it under the wall. Zyre gets the barrier. Alexander there to collect the core as well. Zyre will just send to the bottom side. Saved by Razy. Strike war won by Jumper on the defense. Masked Samurai though sending it up once again, interrupted by Lexus this time, who gets the KO. And now Zyre and Masked Samurai are left alone yet again. Lexus spaces it out, gets the strike at the end. Lexus looking for the punch as well with the strike afterwards, and Yoki's Prodigies are looking very clean.
Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, no, this can't happen again. We can't. There's no way
it's over.
That Yoki's Prodigies is going to reverse sweep this game.
This one's going to a set 5.
Screaming, Lexus is dribbling, trying to off of the pond, apparently, because that's something that these players are going to be trying to do. Jumper's at their midfield, trying to send this one through. Fiery Flurry is not going to land.
Now Zaire trying to send it under the hook, trying to find this barrier here with the dash punch. Manages to do so here, but they will need to capitalize on the goal. Lexus has the flip. Lexus has a wide open goal on the bottom side. Doesn't even need the flip. Uses the ego speed for the dash punch. And Yoki's Prodigies are looking to send this to a final set instead of it ending here.
No hecking way that this is how Hubble Bubble loses this set. There's no way. There's no way this is how Hubble Bubble loses this match. I refuse to believe that.
Zaire gets the barrier. We'll have to convert here because there's a very angry Lexus on the other side with a flip. Has the flip, but it is blocked by Alexander the 15th. North American Strikers League Tier 1 for a reason. But Islo is trying to maneuver in the midfield, but we'll have to watch out for the 1-2 punch. And oh, that hook scores the barrier here. Lexus gets the strike, mixes Mass Samurai up, and we are going to a final set yet again as it was fated.
Is Hubble Bubble just crumbling? I don't understand what happened. I don't understand the difference that happened. Like, all of a sudden, it looks like they're lost on the other side of the field, never where the core needs to be. They're both Size Awakenings are up right now, and Built Difference is going to go to Lexus, and that means that Yoki Prodigies is going to win this set.
Are you sure? Well, I have a better reason. It's because they had the foresight to pick Orb Replicator, and Hubble Bubble forgot to deny it, and both orbs are up here. If you were counting Awakenings, you would know that both orbs would be up here. They are denied, but those are 2 Awakenings that have to be taken. They give up so much to take those. They give up double size.
They give up Big Fish. That's so frustrating. Zaire does get the prime time, so he's going to be able to punch a little bit harder. But this is... I mean, hey, there's one opportunity, right? Hubble Bubble's down but not out. If they can just get this barrier, they can try and convert. But Razy has been playing so much better than we saw in that first set.
Yeah, Razy has been so good in these last few sets, not being scared, not being shaken up, and really being clutch in those moments. That goal still stands, and now Lexus is alone in the front of the field trying to get a play in, assisted by the Giga Blast, but Zaire will just dribble it. Alexander tries to pass, and finally Zaire gets the better strike. Hubble Bubble not out of it just yet.
And that is where it is beneficial to take those things like the Orb Dancer, like the Orb Replicator, even if it's not going to come up as often as something on like Otten City. That Orb Dancer is what got Alexander into position there, and it's going to be what gets him into position here. The Egoist, not going to find it with the flip, but is going to be able to keep this one away from Lexus. Alexander is still alive after all this time, and I really just... It's insane how much Alexander just understands how to live in this video game.
But Razy manages to save it. Just face first into the dash punch, clears it down, it doesn't hit the log somehow. They get the barrier in, the core bouncing around a million times. Lexus trying to get the dribble off for the dash punch, a very slight miss, but still a striker advantage. Lexus can just hit her around this slow Dubu. Jumper trying to follow up, passing it back up to Lexus. Zaire trying to get the KO here, has the flip, and Razy will just clear it out. And that advantage is over, but Jumper almost has flip. Lexus almost has flip. They just need to build these up. Do they even need it? No, the hit stun is enough. And it is 1-1, all tied up yet again.
My heart is pounding. This has been such crazy levels of Omega Strikers from Yoki's Prodigies throughout both sets we've seen them. And they're not going to be able to last unless they're able to convert off of this power play. They just need 1 or 2 more good conversions, which they've been doing solidly all night. Alexander is going to be able to send the one away. Zaire's back up, and Mass Samurai is able to get this insane strike clear off of the core flip, and might be able to stall out for just enough time because Zaire is able to get in between the passing plays. But no, Lexus just barely sneaks it through. That's match point for Yoki's Prodigies.
Great redirection up to the top corner, keeping it out of reach of Mass Samurai. Potential final point of winners finals here as Lexus is lurking. Lexus is looking for a dash punch, barely off target. Alexander not able to get the KO back either. Both attempts foiled as Razy has flip on the defense. It gets past the Tofu Fortress. Lexus has another chance the ability to pass it up. Razy has the flip. Lexus has the flip. So much energy to work with. Doesn't even need it for the barrier. We'll try to use it for the goal, but we'll get so much chip damage on the attempts as well. Now the striker advantage for the side of Yoki's Prodigy. They need to capitalize here as Mass Samurai is just playing this midfield. They send it to the bottom side where there's Zaire. They got to pass Zaire, but the rotate down is just enough. And oh, does not own goal into their own net. Lexus trying to bounce it up. Flip used, but again, perpetual striker advantage for the side of Yoki's Prodigies as they're looking for it here. Lexus dribbling, trying to dash punch, unable to jumper, pass up to Lexus. Lexus in the open net and jumper to finish it off. Yoki's Prodigies complete the comeback. They complete the prophecy, some might say. They are on the winner's side of Grands.
The prophecy for the Prodigies. They're going all the way, completely tearing apart the players that have come in front of them. I cannot believe they were slated to lose against Chikara. They were slated to lose against Hubble Bubble. And they went down 0-1, the worst position that you can be in. And they clawed it back every single match, every single point. And they didn't give up. And they just trusted. That is... What a storyline for this team. For these players.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. And there's only one thing I need to post in this Twitch chat after this. It is the emote from 2004 Lexus GX 470, Yoking, one of the greatest. And well, I'll just give some advance notice. Once these replays end, we'll be heading to a short break. 2 sets that went all the way, longest possible sets, really. Scheduler's nightmare. Brickbat's in the on-stream chat right now saying go to break, go to break. Like, we're gonna have to figure something out because it's been 2 series and it's 3 hours.
Why? I'm officially broken. Saya, thank you for commentating with me. You can find me over at magic_octo. I'm going to be leaving for the night. I hope you all stick around because Osas is not going anywhere. We still got like 3 matches to go to crown a grand champion for the Omega Strikers and Amateur Series. We're going to break.
Hello, I am here with Gumi and 3Z in person from Guildhouse San Jose. Here to cast the losers semifinals. We have Struggle Bus versus Chikara Green. We're deep into this tournament. We are deep into Osas. We have been watching this. Me and 3Z, we've been doing this for a while now. So I am more than excited to be casting this deep into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited. Obviously, we're here. We're hanging out together. We're at a little PC bar. So we needed to cast, so we answered the call. And Gumi, turn that off. I can hear myself. Okay. We're loading in right now. We've got Chikara Green versus who's the other team? It's Struggle Bus. That's right. We've got Struggle Bus. All right.
Looks like we're getting in the game. Let's hear Gumi's expert analysis. Yeah, this PC will be the game.
Alright. Odie Village. Oh yeah.
Oh man. Let's see a lot of core control on this map. There's usually not as much KOing going on, and we're seeing that from the picks already. Still can be one to do damage, but Luna getting taken off the table instantly. They know what they're doing. They've been looking at the core strikes. They are prepared, and I wouldn't be surprised if these hovers are what they want as well, but the Julie will be taken away from Disrespect.
All right. So this is the side of Struggle Bus that we're watching right now, right? Disrespect, Kribis, and Shadow PR. Looks like we're going to get a Zentaro Estelle. Pretty standard. Maybe
I'm
a
not
Kai
gonna lie.
goalie.
I don't really know who these players are, so I can't really comment on their picks, but I'm sure they're good at what they pick.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Gumi. Thank you so much for that,
Expert
Gumi.
analysis. All right, we're getting a mirror match here. So we've got Kai, Estelle, Zentaro on both sides. Coming down to a player difference. Oh, a skin difference as well. Chatting. We've got Pop King Kai versus whatever this one's called. I forget. It's like Demon something. Japanese box, cute Jewish boy.
It's
and
Underworld guy, by the way.
Madalena. Underworld.
Okay, the matchups are actually different, so they're not going to match up against the same characters, but Goldberger immediately goes down, and that's two! Japanese box able to get the dash in to take the other one. Gumi, what do you think of this matchup so far?
I don't know. Chilling Oni Village gameplay. They
Thanks,
dashed
Gumi.
into
Thank you
the
so
air.
much for that, Gumi. That was so insightful. Alright, 3G. Alright, now Goldbears are now even. Madalena unable to hold these two, but the cute Jewish boy and Japanese box have a chance to attack on goal here. Unable to make it, but now right in front of the goal with flip is Disrespect. Let's see if we can make something out of it. Is not currently, but the Crystal Thorns from Japanese box not quite able to reach. But Kribis is fighting back, and that's the dash to get through Madalena for our first goal of the Losers.
That looks like Super Surge. Let's take a look at our starting awakenings.
Let's get a starting awakenings. All Super Surge of one quick strikes. So Vladilena opting for the Super Surge, and actually
that's interesting.
An eject button.
Eject with quick strikes, but momentum with super. That's an interesting combo.
Yeah, you'd kind of expect the opposite, I feel like. But at the same time, like, quick strikes, you're going to be able to use that offensively, like, very easily, especially with eject button, where Super Surge is also just generally going to be good with, like, a lot of speed you'll have. And if you're worried about taking damage and losing that speed, then it's good to have it later. The flip is able to save the core there, and a great redirect by Disrespect to hit into the bottom side of the goal.
Yeah, nice pass there from Shadow. Look, he's lagging a little bit, but hanging in there. Nice pass to Disrespect for the bottom corner.
Yeah, we haven't seen some players lag. It is something that we can't take into account, but the players have to. The players like Mass Samurai, for example, playing on like upwards of 140 ping and still able to hold it down, which is just insane. Because I complain when I'm on like 80, so props to them. 2 gold barriers down. This could be the end of the first set. Crips has flip and uses it and finishes the first set off. 3-0. Pretty dominant start from Struggle Bus.
Zentaro and Estelle is so hard to defend against as goalie. You're just getting hit stunned any way you clear. They just have so many options to score.
Yeah, Estelle Beam and Zentaro Dash are like almost the same ability, but really both really hard to defend against, and especially with that Super Surge start, they're just gonna be coming from anywhere. But starting off with the BD start, very powerful awakening. But prime time's open for Kai, so that's just 2 misses in a row. And hot shot, this is everyone's getting a little bit of something.
Yeah, you're seeing perfect form here, Fall. Maybe there's Zentaro is going to get it. I'd imagine it'd get taken away from Estelle, but we're going to choose Reverberations instead. So we've got Kai on the Orb Dancer, and then Zentaro with 6 getting perfect form. That's a little bit of a question mark.
And I want to highlight, though, Shadow PR getting this Orb Dancer could be a big deal in the future. If they already have it now and they have this set lead, then even if it goes to more than 3 sets, there's just so much scaling potential. And like from now on, like Orb Replicator is something that will need to be denied.
Yeah, 100%. Get those orbs stacked up. You're going to want to deny that replicator, or else it will get scary. Oni Village already with a lot of speed on those side lanes. Kribis trying to get it in here, but holding for now is Vladilena, but nope, finally goes in. I think Shadow PR scored that goal with Barrage. Oh, nope, it's going to be Disrespect getting the dimer from Shadow. Nice goal.
That Barrage putting a lot of pressure and showing the use of the eject button. He's doing a little bit of moonwalking at the end there too, and that's probably hard to deal with from both teams in some situations. Interesting interaction, but ooh, that could be a double barrier, and it is. Disrespect now is flip in front of the goal. Is going to use it. Almost fine. Vladilena gets the read and shoots the top of the barrier. They're able to save it, and they get 1 goal barrier back.
Okay, so here Disrespect flying in, trying to collect the core from Kribis, just passing around really well, and now it's back to Kribis with the Estelle beam. Vladilena just can't make the save in time. We're 5 goals to none, I believe. No goals scored yet from the side of, is it Chikara Green?
Yeah.
Yeah, Struggle Bus currently up 5 goals to none right now. Great combo there with the Zentara ulti with the beam, but the Barrage not quite able to catch it, but both goal barriers open. There's a bit of pressure coming in from Struggle Bus right now, but Chikara Green's able to hold. Japanese Box has flip here. This Shadow PR doesn't even need to use his to defend, and instead it's pretty even. We slow down here as a lot of the cooldowns are taken off.
Yeah, Shadow PR finally decides to core flip up, and it's Kribis to Disrespect for the goal. That's great coordination here coming out from Struggle Bus. They're up 2 sets to none.
2 sets to none. Walk us through this carousel.
So probably Zentaro's gonna be looking for heavy impact or big fish to either get those cooldowns back or make your hitboxes bigger to go and break the barriers. 1-2 punch is a little bit surprising when we're not really playing for KOs as much and we're more so playing for scoring. Orb Replicator, that is not the person with... Oh, that is the person with Dancer. Orb Replicator, Orb Dancer. They've been watching the Drew Danger VODs. And Stagger Swagger pickup from Zentaro, very huge for the speed and survivability.
Yeah, we're going to get that Orb Dancer, Orb Replicator combo. We do have 4 stacks of Orb Dancer on Shadow PR, so just look every time they get an Orb, maybe using that eject button to blink forward, really get that pressure, as they are already on those barriers. And it just seems like whichever Kai is more aggressive is the one that's going to win here, Fudgy Waffles.
Yeah, Shadow, a little bit of a missed angle on that Barrage, but Shadow PR is going to be, gets stunned by cute Jewish boy. Zentaro able to finish that one off. Great play by him. But going back to this Kai, honestly hasn't even been able to stack the Dancer. They're just winning too fast. But the Dancer is also really good at the eject button. Every time you have an orb up, you get to eject immediately after, and you keep that speed like all the way into your attack. And with quick strikes, you're just a menace to the other goalie if the Zentaro and Estelle aren't already.
Yeah, that is the first goal though for Chikara Green. So really looking to capitalize here now. Just trying to get a second one. Maybe send this to a revert sweep area though. But Shadow PR and Disrespect do have their flips activated now. Cute Jewish Boy, but they have lost the barrier. Disrespect here getting low, trying to look for the core flip. Cute Jewish Boy who uses his though. Yeah, Shadow PR hopping their core flip up to Disrespect, opting not to use their core flip yet, just trying to get the core, trying to find the opportune spot. Japanese Box now TPing forward. Kribis matches. A little bit of defensive blink there. Disrespect coming in now. Does have their core flip, just still waiting, still holding on. Waiting for that opportune moment. Finally decides to flip and does catch Vladilena off guard, bottom corner. That's going to be 1-1 in the set.
Yeah, moving back and forth. A lot of this game being played around these flips as well. A lot of flip goals this game. And they're being built out like pretty quickly. And there's not that many energy trainings, if any at all, other than like quick strikes. So there's a lot of good redirects coming out. Oh, and the KO with the Stella flip. That could be huge of the goal barrier as well. If they can use this power play opportunity to get this last one, they are looking good shape for this set. And they do.
Yeah, cute Jewish boy there with his Zentaro primary coming in, finding that last barrier. Now it's Disrespect who's respawned, but not enough to stop Japanese Box and his Estelle primary there. Scoring that second goal, 2 goals to 1 here in the set. Looking to push this to a 4th set here, Fudgy Waffles.
Yeah, Chikara Green in their 0-2 comfort zone, it seems. 0-6 comfort zone even. Already bringing it back. Just the warm-up is done. They are here to play. 2-1 in this set right now. Let's see how they can do this next attack. Already getting the first barrier. Shadow PR does have flip now, so that is going to be hard to break through. Vladilina has won the match, but the damage right now is going like hard on Kribis. They were able to last point to get a KO, and through that, we're basically able to win the whole point. So if they can continue to do plays like that, that could be their win condition for this game.
Yeah, you see here these Kai Giga Blasts coming out doing insane amount of damage, and now you see the core flip coming through, and just a KO there for the side of Struggle Bus. So now it's a 3v2 on the other side. Both Brawlers, Zentaros do have core flip. Cute Jewish Boy stalls it out and somehow finds the barrier there, and Japanese Box has respawned, so it's 2 barriers to none here. Oh, excuse me, Caster Curse, 2 barriers to 1 now. Disrespect popping out, looking for that last Catalina, just barrages away. Now Shadow PR is the one pushing up, but no, gets caught in the crossfire, but does save it away from that Centaur primary from Cute Jewish Boy. Now it's going to go back the other way. Chikara Green just looking to tie up this set, but no, they can't find it, and it's, excuse me, Struggle Bus trying to tie the set. Now it's Chikara Green with their first set of the game. 2 sets to 1 here.
All right, now we're going to have, once again, our rank, one of our best goalies in the world. Let's hear what Gumi has to say about this carousel.
Lots of great Kai awakenings here, so it's not really going to matter which Kai won the draft. Specialized, very good pickup, gives you so much damage and kill pressure off the side. But also stacks, aerials, and glass cannons are all really good options. Stacks on Oni Village is a very good pickup because it just lets you move around the big map so fast and have that much more scoring potential.
Yeah, 100%. You see those stacks getting picked up there on the side of Chikara Green, so going to allow Cute Jewish Boy to move around the map a little bit faster. You also see Japanese Box stacking those Stagger Awakenings, Reverberations, Big Fish, and Peak Performance, so going to just be very, very tanky and have a lot of speed. So look to see them kind of start to dominate the midfield here as Kribis just doesn't have as much stagger, and here now you see them put on the pressure. Already 2 barriers to 1 here as Vladilina is able to push up, but does lose their barrier off of it.
And now we're in an open goal situation for both teams, which Swords will be able to provide them more pressure earlier. We get the clear off. Cute Boy gets a chance and he takes it. Able to get that right through. And that's 1-0. The comeback. Is this the reverse sweep?
Yeah, I think we might have a reverse sweep on our hands. We're just seeing the Awakenings kind of stack up here. Other than that Orb Dancer, Orb Replicator, we are at 10 stacks on Shadow PR, but just seeing those Awakenings really add up here. Perfect form, stacks on stacks, Super Surge. Onto Cute Jewish Boy. It's really, really hard to stay away from. As well, we got a Giga Blast coming out from Vladilina with that Specialized, as well having Prime Time. Just a lot of Awakenings here coming over for the side of Chikara Green, and just all the momentum here.
Yeah, now it's Flip gone as well. Now Shadow PR also going to get KO'd with Flip, which is so huge. Not only does it leave the goal open, but that is a Flip offline for this 3rd point. Another goal for Cute Jewish Boy.
I think for Shadow PR to carry this Struggle Bus team to victory, I think I'm going to need to see him take to the skies. He has that eject button, he has that 10-stack dancer, he has that aerials. Put the wings on and fly, Shadow PR. Get in there, boss.
He's trying to fly, but he takes his eject button a bit too soon. Can't find that bottom barrier, so words of advice from Gumi, one of the best goalies in NA and Omega Strikers, just asking Shadow PR, please fly for your team, make them powered up, but right now just opting to stay back in goal. But they do have 2 barriers now, but it is Cute Jewish Boy with the flip. Japanese Box just trying to get the core forward here. Vladilina now with flip, but Kribis not able to score so far. Vladilina just tossing that Giga Blast to come out. Disrespect very, very low, so looking to avoid getting KO'd here. Coming in now, putting a ton of pressure on Vladilina. 2 core flips used, Cute Jewish Boy and Vladilina, so no energy on the side of Chikara Green here. Just kind of trying to find this last barrier.
Yeah, both flips now gone. It's an even game. Despite Disrespect being at very low stagger, it is harder to KO on Oni Village than any other map due to just how large it is, how much space they are. If you stand in the middle, you really need your team to be able to combo something in. Kribis in a 1v1 with the goalie, but Lina times the strike perfectly to save it from the Crystal Thorns, and they get the goal barrier back in return. 2-0 right now. This could end the set if they're able to get this score off. They have control 2v1 versus the goalie right now, but the flip comes out, blocked by Vladilina. Japanese Box has a chance to move it up. Cute Jewish Boy running up to block the top offline. Barrage able to clear it out one more time. Vladilina going to pass back up to Cute Jewish Boy. Has it ult come out, block it out. Careful with the passive. It's able to clear it down through it. Japanese Box gets a TP in with Super Surge to get the double tap through Shadow PR. And we're going to another carousel. Gumi, you know the drill.
Japanese box getting the MVP here is very big. Maybe he could pick up that missile prop or rapid fire to just add that much scoring pressure.
Hey, check it out, bro.
We're
He might be
buggering.
picking up that bulk up, though.
Oh, are
we
they
got
gonna
Thunder as
deny
well.
the evil Drew Danger Exodia? Oh, they couldn't let him reach his true form. Looking at probably twin driver missile prop for Kai here. Yep, missile prop. And Estelle with that twin drive and super surge is gonna have so much scoring pressure.
Yeah, as well, we've got a Catalyst coming on the Centauro. That's going to generate flip massively here. Does have that perfect form, so just going to be having his cooldowns, having his core flip up a lot more. Chrono boost coming on the side of Vladilena as well, just a bit more mobility there. And then lastly, we rounded out that draft with the rapid fire onto Disrespect, so just a bit more of that Centauro primary going to be coming out. Not really going to have too much of an impact there.
Yeah, and also last round, this didn't even cross my mind, but Shadow PR was KO'd, and now it's sitting at 5 stacks as opposed to 10. So they need to strike early and hot fast, but instead, Struggle Bus strikes early and fast, gets a KO on another person to flip, is able to be targeted and KO'd, and now this last goal bear is already gone. Power play already used to get that last goal barrier, and now it's just up to one more good play to be made to get this goal, but they hold strong.
Yeah, Vladilena just excellent defense right now, stopping Disrespect in his tracks, just not able to find it, but it's Kribis who ends up blinking in front of that barrage and just getting the core pass before Vladilena can react. It's going to be 1-0. A little bit of fight here after a 6-goal swing, I believe, from the side of Chikara Green.
Yeah, Yumi, I'm sure you can give some good advice on us here. Playing as a goalie against 2 Super Surge characters, like how difficult is that? Like how hard is that?
I would say it's pretty hard, especially as Kai. You kind of have your one barrage, your one Giga, and after that you just gotta hope that you can strike where their abilities. So a lot of it is on your midfielder to kind of keep that pressure up when they don't have abilities.
Yeah, 100%. And you do see here, Vladilena does have prime time, so actually 2 barrages on that striker, so maybe a bit more advantage in the goal box and pushing up for those offensive barriers. But now we see here, Vladilena just clears away. Disrespect is looking low with core flip. Maybe the side of Chikara Green looking to find a KO, but the strike forward from cute Jewish boy onto the core flip from Disrespect. Now pushing forward, Japanese box finds the KO, finds the core, and finds the score there. Insane stuff from Chikara Green, putting up the set score to 1-1.
I think next carousel I'd like to see Shadow PR invest in some new internet. He lagged right as he got his barrier broken. That could have caused it.
Yeah,
Just a lot of lagging coming out, but as we see a Giga Blast kill, no lag needed on that one, just finding that crisp KO onto the Estelle on the other side, so Chikara Green left with 2 members, gonna have to hold it down for now as Vladilena with that prime time does get away with Giga, but Disrespect is there to find that second barrier. So now we see here, cute Jewish boy has respawned, Japanese box ready to get this final barrier, but it's Kribis again with the second goal here. Poor Struggle Bus just finds that Estelle beam on that cross angle. Nothing that Vladilena can do about it.
Yeah, Estelle extremely powerful on this map. There's so much open space, and that's where Estelle thrives. You are almost not allowed to cross clear with Estelle in the game. And Cute Jewish Boy has flip, is able to get the first goal barrier immediately, pops it, but oh, there's a TP is hit at the same time the knockback, which transfers the knockback into the TP location, which gets the KO. And now it is the power play opportunity to get this last barrier, which has almost always succeeded. There's yet to be a team that's been able to defend against it, and that's 2 flips they have to deal with, even with the last player alive. Can they possibly hold? So far, they've been doing good. Kribis now right up there with flip. They might get a return KPO on the other side. Chikara Green gets the flip, and now it's 2-2. And are possibly in the final point of this set.
Shadow PR showing some insane tech with the double eject button on that point.
Yeah, just too much pressure there from Japanese box. Cute Jewish boy just collapsing onto Shadow PR, not giving him any breathing room. Find that second barrier immediately after the respawn and find that goal here. So now you see Kribis with the flip. What will they do about it? Japanese box already low on stagger though, just getting torn apart by the siphoning on Centauro. And now they're already staggered with triple orb awakenings.
Already staggered. It's really tough, and the KO already comes out. Power play, but this time with 2 gold barriers out, this could be a double if a good angle is able to be found. We get 1 off of it with the core flip, but then with the respawns coming in soon, we have primetime barrages here, able to get the clear up. Who's right past Disrespect. Insane angle hit by Vladilena with that much pressure on him, but the KO has come out, but a Gale barrier in return. Japanese box trying to be a makeshift goalie to save this, but there's so many abilities come out. Huge Juice Boy has an opportunity here. Unable to find anything huge, but has flip, and his game back up. We are just the TP from Kribis. It's insane
Super
right now.
surge.
There's another KO taken, but everyone is no one, no last point.
KO from Cute Jewish Boy with the Zentaro ultimate. Shadow PR saves it away now to 3v2 here for Chiar Green. Just saves with Barrage into the core flip by Grimace. Limit damage. Japanese box just trying to get it in, but this quick strike is too strong. Here we see Vladilena barraging up Cute Jewish Boy now. Disrespect has respawned. It's a 3v3, and now Cute Jewish Boy does have their core flip off of that catalyst, but is going to be low on stagger. Let's see if they can use it here to score. Grimace with the cross clear. Vladilena finds the save with Giga Blast. It's going back and forth right now, Fudgy Waffles.
Shadow PR has flip. Has going to have to use this here to find something. They find it able to get to the chase, switch the side of the core. Walking up with that eject button. He's able to put a little bit more pressure on. That could kill Fusion to end here, but the dash across. There's too much pressure to Super Surge once again. Coming in huge. Japanese box gives Jakara Green this first win in this best of 3.
Yeah, we got another goal with that Super Surge twin drive blink from Japanese box. Estelle there coming out. Just insane stuff. Actually, no twin drive on Japanese box. It was Kribis that had it. So just a well-timed, well-placed blink there and to seal that game. I mean, what a last point.
Yeah, that was a crazy last point. With all those super surges and eject buttons, there was just so much going on. I think Shadow PR flipped like 4 times that round.
Yeah, there's a lot of flips happening in that game. Reverse sweep to remind you. So what happened? What I think the biggest thing that happened was in the set 2. After set 2, Vladilena got prime time, and then that's just like I feel like that was huge for keeping the defense down. At first, they were losing gold barriers like pretty quickly in those first 2 rounds. It was a 6-0 first 2 points. Like remember that 6-0 in those first 2 sets, and then they bring it back and win the whole map. Like that's an insane comeback.
And an interesting thing to note is that Disrespect actually gave that prime time to Vladilena, so maybe he egoed him a little bit, and he's regretting that decision.
Yeah, I mean, once you win those first 2 like so convincingly, it feels like sometimes like you just want to take what's good for you. You don't worry too much about denying, but sometimes that's the only way back in for them. So possibly a draft mistake, but also just in general, like both teams were playing really hard there. No set was a stomp after that second set. Every set was going back and forth. Both these teams showing that they're here to play, and we'll be heading to our next map shortly, and I'm hoping to see another map like that one.
Yeah, I just felt like that game coming down to Awakenings a little bit. You had that prime time and that specialized on Vladilena there, just able to get more pressure with a Giga, and obviously those 2 barrages really key. You see the damage coming out though. Disrespect having the most damage in the lobby by 5k, just a little bit of the damage gap there onto the Q Jewish Boy, but finding more goals, finding those 5 goals apiece, and then Japanese box as well. It just looked really even from both sides. Honestly, either team could have won that match.
Yeah, I think with the Chimera on Oni Village, it's a very skill-intensive matchup, and often the better goalie does end up coming on top. And I don't know if the lag factored into it, but Vladilena played very well that game.
Yeah, 166 redirects. 173 from Shadow PR as well. Both really holding it down with these Kai goalies. Honestly, I would say both are the highlights of their team. Shadow PR, it's interesting how like that early awakening choice of like and gear of taking eject button. At first, we weren't really sure which one was going to come out on top, but Shadow PR actually unable to put as much pressure as we expected with that eject button as he was in the earlier rounds due to just how much pressure was being put on them instead. And Vladilena's momentum boots just really able to like give them more room to just play defense and hold it down. Like you can also see with the damage numbers, Vladilena had a lot less damage than Shadow PR due to just playing more defensively. But playing more defensive ended up working out pretty well as their team was just able to score more. And even if it's just 1 point more, that's all you need to win.
Yeah, 100% here. As we're waiting to load into this match too, these teams really thinking about the comps they're going to put out, the bans. Maybe we'll see a switch up in bans. Yeah, I mean, that mirror match looked really, really close. Interesting to see if we'll get another mirror match or whether we're going to get some bans coming out. Chat is going crazy right now for this trio landcast. Once again, welcome. We've got the boys here in San Jose at the Guild House. I do look like a Trailer Parks Boy character. Maybe Ricky or Julian. You take your pick. We're going to load in here to Oni Village once again. So look to see a similar comp come out, or maybe some bans to prevent that Estelle or maybe that Zentaro for coming out for the forwards.
I know you guys can't see me anymore right now, but I am chilling IRL at the second Oni Village match. I am at the edge of my seat as we speak.
Yeah, we're going to see a Luna ban again come out from the side of Struggle Bus. And that Juliet ban to match from Chikara Green. So look to see, I think, a mirror of what we got last game, especially from Struggle Bus. Interesting to see whether Chikara Green is going to accept that challenge, Fudgy Waffles.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same picks. It was so close last time that it's really hard to point at any like one pick in particular and be like, yeah, this wasn't working, because everything was working for both teams at some point. Like at the first 2 sets, it looked like Struggle Bus were going off and that they're gonna have no trouble. And right now, I'm sure in comms are thinking, guys, like we had that. We know we can win this. We're on the same map. This is probably what they wanted. They probably want to be able to prove to themselves right now that they are the same team that they showed in those first 2 sets. I wouldn't be surprised to see anything but Erasmus! And I'm a liar! And both there's a switch up as we see Erasmus come out. The trainings could make this a difference. There was a Super Surge last time. Maybe like that on the Stel, but instead we have stacks on stacks and Egoist.
I know Fudgy's a huge believer in the Rasmus midfield. So Fudgy, can you explain this pick a little bit?
I love Rasmus midfield. You're on this map specifically, the speed boost in general, like it's kind of similar to how Kai forward is played on this map. Just being able to have that presence on both sides of the field by using that speed boost to transfer from one to the other, especially if a stacks on stacks start, I feel like you can almost play any character midfield on this map because you just need that speed. But this damage difference could be huge because Rasmus is one of the best finishers in the game, and with a Zentaro on your team, damage is going to be dished out huge. And you also have this, like, you can have the same finishing potential as a character like Estelle if you get close, like Japanese Box just showed, getting the second goal barrier.
Yeah, and you do see that switch and comp come out from the team that won, so maybe feeling nervous about that Estelle mirror, but opting for that Rasmus. You do see her with stacks. Maybe it will be a bit better, but almost killing there with that hook. Japanese Box just frames off of killing there, but you see Q Juice Boy here pushing up. Can't stop Disrespect though. Level 2 versus level 1 just whips in there with that primary and gets that first goal of the match.
Yeah, I think one of the big questions of this game is going to be, can Chikara Green get these KOs that you have with that like a little bit extra damage and finishing potential you get with Rasmus? Because if like any KO on a target with stacks will show up so huge, and there will be immediately swing in the game because it'll just controlling the core will become so much easier if you have that speed advantage. Flips are traded to save both goal bearers and take one from their own. Struggle Bus able to save it. You're gonna be doing a little bit of typing in the chat right now. What is this guy is casting right now? Pay attention. This is a boring game, dude. Is this it? Oh man, Disrespect looking low though. But the hook used to almost get a goal barrier, but not quite. They're able to hold. And now the pressure on the other side. Flip have to be used to save that. Disrespect still low though, is constantly not giving the chance to regen. The last elusive is taken out. This is the most vulnerable, but the stun is able to get through from the pendulum swing. And now it's just a combo to get the KO. Not a target, but stacks, but does not matter. Japanese Box with the perfect hook at the angle to get that into the bottom corner. I love doing that. I love hitting that. Just when you pull it in and you don't even have to strike because you know that's going in. And the goalie doesn't expect it. They expect you to strike every time, but just letting it fly can work.
Gotta let it fly, Fudgy Waffles. As you see, just the damage here coming out as they've hit level 2. Cute Jewish Boy and Japanese Box just finding that damage already. Disrespect looking low here. Does have core flip on Cute Jewish Boy, so looking to finish that KO, but it's Kribis here TPing in, finding that last barrier, looking to score the goal here with core flip, and does top corner. Great shot here from Kribis.
Yeah. Once again, we are seeing the same starts, momentum boots versus eject button. So again, something to watch out for is Shadow PR. If Shadow PR can use that eject button effectively, that's like that's another big question, is can we use eject button to not only defend there, like them blinking back up to the other barrier to just make sure he's able to defend it, but also get that more offensive priority as opposed to Vladilena, who will be playing likely a lot more defensive.
What do you prefer on Gumi on this map? Do you prefer momentum boots? Do you prefer eject button, or do you prefer a different training?
I've been going back and forth on it a little bit. I've always been a momentum believer, but recently Vaughn's been preaching eject button, so I've been trying it out, and I really like it. But I think overall on this map, I prefer momentum. But on Osas City, I am a big eject button kind of believer.
Yeah, you see there, Cute Jewish Boy with the pass to Japanese Box does find that bottom goal to make this match 2-2 in our first set.
2-2. Sorry enough, we're back right where we left off. It was a really close game. Worried about the double barrier there, we throw the barrage down. Makes sense, but ooh, able to get one. Either way, Japanese Box looking low though. The damage actually going down the side of Struggle Bus this time. Let's see if they can get any finishes here, or if they're just going to use this opportunity to just kind of control the core a bit more and maybe get this last goal barrier.
Yeah, you see here, Japanese Box is staggered, working their way up to a full core flip though. Shadow PR also looking low, but does find that orb. Gonna play some of their stagger, does find an elusive now, so Vladilina, Shadow PR just looking to defend. Japanese Box now has their core flip and full on stagger here. Going to be on the attack with that Rasmus secondary. Can't quite find it, but Vladilina finds that barrier with Barrage. Now going to be the flip coming out from Japanese Box. Can't find anything, but the core just bounces right to him off that barrier, and that bumper, excuse me, and just right in the goal here for our first set.
Yeah, found a really good angle there, and we're seeing the Kai, the goalie, the goalie. And speaking of goalies, we have Gumi here to tell us which trainings these characters should be taking.
I think as Sky on this map, you really need to you need to value rapid fire or hot shot, right, for that primary cooldown. So as Sky, I think I would go rapid fire or hot shot here. Going peak performance for fun. He really wants that little bit of extra stagger. And hot shot going over to Estelle. She's going to be hitting the core a little fast.
Yeah, we're going to see a hot shot come out from Estelle. That's going to be major, refunding those cooldowns as well. A heavy impact here from Cute Jewish Boy. So just going to be generating those abilities back. Going to be doing a ton more damage. Already, it seems like finding the KO edge here with that Rasmus, with that Zentaro. So really look to see the stagger bars go down on the side of Struggle Bus. And here you see it already. Disrespect already at low stagger, already staggered. So Japanese Box going to be looking for that Rasmus hook here to finish that kill. As their stagger gets low as well, it's really going to be about which team can reset the stacks, and there you see it first. Cute Jewish Boy finding the first KO of the set, but Shadow PR just able to clear that one away.
Yeah, this is true for a lot of characters, but especially Rasmus and Zentaro, any two abilities, or even just hook alone, or just an ulti alone, can be enough to KO a character. As they KO 2 in a row, chaining these KOs into each other, now trying to get this pressure on the goal to get this goal for their team, but they're able to hold even with the power play situation. And now it is 1 barrier to none. Shadow Vladilina trying to connect with the forwards, activate this offense here, but now we're looking at a defensive position with flip.
Yeah, we see here Discribus playing good defense there, and now the flips coming out. Shadow PR first and Vladilina second to save that barrier, but it's Shadow PR who can't quite clear it past Japanese Box. You see Cute Jewish Boy there with the egoist speed, really afraid to clear it up there, and just Japanese Box taking advantage, finding that goal to make it 1-0.
Yeah, Rasmus has stagger swagger now, so he has stacks and swagger stagger. So not only is it going to be harder to get these stacks offline, it's also just moving a little bit faster. So it's like, look how fast this, like, a lot of people have stacks this game, so everyone's zooming. But Rasmus not only has that buff to the movement speed with the secondary, it's already just healed up all the way back to half. Even if you try to damage this Rasmus, just can stall for long enough, can just use the evade. And even with their stagger, if they're able to finish, it's huge, but it's just it's going to be so hard if how many evades are up, plus that healing. But despite this taken out of the game due to being low, Disrespect gets the goal bear and finishes with the goal. Great play by Disrespect.
Yeah, good job there, just doing the damage onto Japanese Box, and Kribis maybe looking to finish that kill, but Disrespect knowing the mission, finding that barrier and finding the goal there, while the member of Chikara Green was staggered. So that's going to be 1-1 in the set here. We see Shadow PR really using that eject button, trying to move up, trying to find these barriers with Barrage here. I'm just looking a bit weak in the middle, though. He does find that first one. Now Vladilina on the back foot, forced to defend. Shadow PR whipping out that Giga Blast here, coming down. Japanese Box trying, finds that hook to regain core control. Can't quite find the barriers, though. It seems like Kribis and Disrespect are holding it down the midfield.
Yeah, we're going to, there's multiple win conditions for this team, for Chikara Green. Like, look how much damage they're doing. This feels like what they want to do the most is get these KOs, but if it's at the cost of core control, then both goal barriers might fall, as they have right now. Even that, because of the pressure, both, like, they are no longer able to focus on the KOs because they have to defend, and using that forced defensive play, they no longer have to play safe, even with a staggered health bar, as Kribis is able to move up and score that one.
What a great goal by Estelle there, dribbling it off the wall and you're completely mixing up Atlanta. Really well played.
Yeah, nice dribble there into that secondary. Again, we're just seeing some great goals here coming out of Kribis. Really playmaking for the side of Struggle Bus here, but now it's Cute Jewish Boy with that Egoist. Does pop that core flip. Going to be entered by Shadow PR, but struck downwards by Japanese Box. And now, I believe with the Egoist of their own, just walking through, trying to find the core flip. Is denied, though. We have 3 goalies in the box here for Struggle Bus, and they do counterattack, finding that first barrier. Japanese Box now trying to gain possession of the core. Has that secondary from Rasmus coming out. So much speed here, especially with those stacks on stacks. But now it's Disrespect with that Egoist racing forward. Can't quite find it, though. Denied by Vladilina. Great save there with Barrage. The Giga Blast coming in now from Vladilina, just pushing it up. Finding Japanese Box. Back to Kribis. Back to Japanese Box. Just ping-ponging back and forth. Vladilina barely missing that strike. Does not matter, though. ain't gonna hit the barrier there, and you see a KO there, finished by Cute Jewish Boy. Find that Zentaro ult. Barrage there does block that Rasmus hook. Japanese box just trying to find the strike war. Shadow PR clearing out, barely edging out of that clear, and Vladilina with that barrage right to Japanese box. Unwinnable strike war there, Gumi, for Shadow PR.
Yeah, and Vladilina has the momentum boots and the max stacks and the stopwatch. And in that like high speed, able to move up, does not have a eject button, does not need it. Is fast enough to just run in there and finish that off and prove to be another offensive force for their team.
Yeah, the clock with wings, although it doesn't give too much speed, it is quite helpful with pushing up aggressively. And as a goalie, helping your forwards with offense, being that third forward is a very strong trait and thing you can do during your match.
Yeah, there you see though, Chikara Green taking this second set, just feeling like they blitzed the struggle bus there. Really, just a few seconds into the round, taking both barriers and the goal. So now we see an interesting set of awakenings. That prime time again gonna find a way into the hands of Vladilina, and then a missile prop again on the Shadow PR. So seeing a bit of a repeat from last game, Gumi.
Yeah, that prime time is so strong on Kai, and the fact that Vladilina gets it again after 2 sets is really good, and really increases the chances of their winning quite a lot. Rasmus picking up the aerials can grab some great hook angles with the extra range, on top of having more speed.
Yeah, it's the longer hook range is really interesting because sometimes it can really mess you up or really mess up your plans because the speed just changes. But the aerial's movement speed on the secondary is going to be really good. At the end of the day, it was more of a deny to the Estelle than anything, but it makes sense. It's going to be really hard to deal with an Estelle that has hot shot and aerials. It's just not something you want to deal with. You don't want to make your goalie deal with it, even if there's newly acquired prime time. It makes sense to deny, but it's going to be interesting to see how this longer hook range is used.
Yeah, you do see it right there, the hook coming in from Japanese box, but I want to note, Kribis does have quick strikes. You see there, Shadow PR just walking up to Vladilina, really trying to make him falter, but just winning that strike work, clearing it out for Vladilina. So now does remain open net, one barrier here on the side of Struggle Bus. So now we see Shadow PR pushing up again with that eject button, and that just seems to be the difference right now offensively.
Yeah, there's both goal barriers down to the one goal barrier. Disrespect now has flip. It's going to be moving up here, trying to find an angle here. Aims for the top right corner. Is trying to be supported by Shadow PR, who's run up. No eject button needed, but unable to find the angle. This saved by Vladilina is now pushed up. Japanese box has a chance at goal. Jewish Boy moving up with flip, trying to find a pass. The pass does not reach Japanese box, and they are not able to find a flip, but the flip comes out in order to save that one as well. And now no flips on the table, only abilities. Which team can hold stronger here and get this first point of the third set?
And just
Struggle Bus is really struggling to score on Vladilina. They finally get it in. That primetime Kai is so hard to score on, and Vladilina just plays it so well.
Yeah, Vladilina going demon mode here, level 9, 2 levels above every other player in the lobby. You did see Disrespect there win a series of strike wars, so finally cracking that defense to give Struggle Bus their first goal. Maybe seeing reverse sweep here on the other side. Don't want to give it a caster's curse, but we do have 1-0 so far in the set.
It would be an opposite reverse sweep if we're able to see Struggle Bus come back, and they definitely can. These points are all close, and they're already up 1-0 right now. 2 flips now up for Struggle Bus as well to get this last barrier and see how they opt to use them. Able to use this to catch that pass. And now Kribis has one to possibly score here, can get in position for one. And that's likely going to be, oh, but the hook is able to find a great pass to themselves. And now Japanese box has their own flip to possibly use. The Zantaro will use to block that core flip attempt. And Japanese box is now wants to stay up, wants to be the forward here and get in position. Zantaro deciding to play more of a supportive role to get this pass, but the flip comes out and finds the angle, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, Japanese box there with that nice score flip, just finding the angle where Kribis wasn't there. Did have the blink onto that middle, but shoots it right past Shadow PR, who just isn't quite ready for it. We're going to go 1-1 in the set now. Chikara Green really determined to stop Struggle Bus in their tracks here. As you see, Vladilina moving up with that barrage, but now it's Shadow PR who comes back with that eject button. Already Japanese box fully staggered. Just looking to regen here though, does have that stagger swagger, but now he's going to get fully comboed, just not KO just yet, having a ton of speed to kite out this damage. And now it's Cute Jewish Boy, 4 flip dash for that first barrier here. Now Japanese box, cute Jewish boy just looking to pace it out here, but Shadow PR runs up with that core flip, finds Kribis, who can't quite find that second barrier. Now looking to get KO'd here, does blink out of the way. Cute Jewish boy just looking to KO Kribis here, does not have stagger swagger, so he's gonna have to play really careful. Now it's disrespect here, core controlling while both midfielders here, Japanese box and Cute Jewish boy just trying to find this KO, but don't quite get it. So now coming back to help their goalie. Cute Jewish boy still putting on the pressure on Kribis, and now it's Shadow PR who flips it for that top barrier, but can't quite find it. Vladilina playing amazing defense here, Gumi.
Yeah, the Vladilina is playing so incredibly well on the Kai. He is honestly the main reason their team is winning this game.
Yeah, and you see him Omega level now as Cute Jewish boy does find that goal. 2 goals to 1 here as Chikara Green are looking to put this series away.
We are on match point heading into this kickoff. Kribis able to win it and then get that first goal barrier. That's the good start. The eject button able to be used to quickly get back and save that one. Almost could have been a disaster situation, but that is why they took that eject button, the ability to move up and save. That is 1 goal barrier apiece. Let's see which team can get this last one, 'cause that's going to be a huge momentum change on this point.
Yeah, you see here now double core flips coming out. Kribis has to use theirs, but still low. Now it's disrespect, has to use theirs as well, but saved away from Vladilina. Just insane defense here. Now both members are staggered. One takes the hook from Japanese box, so it's a 3v2 now for Chikara Green. Can they find this last barrier? Now it's Cute Jewish boy. Find that egoist core flip. It's just going to come right back to Japanese box. Does find that Rasmus secondary. Right back up to Cute Jewish boy. It's down. Shadow PR clears it away one time, but now it's Vladilina back. Japanese box can't answer with the pendulum swing. Doesn't win that strike war. It's just core flipped away now from Shadow PR. Back to Kribis. Does have that core flip. Looking to put it away. Vladilina, no core flip of their own. Kribis just looking to strike it through. Does not find that Estelle primary to find that barrier there. Now Japanese box looking to get the core, but Vladilina does concede that barrier. Now Japanese box dribbles. Can't find that second strike. Just did spend their core flip there, but now you have Vladilina defending in the box. Japanese box just looking to find this core to Cute Jewish boy. Can't quite do it though. Kribis with the blink across the disrespect. Both sides of the goal covered. Now Shadow PR. Looks like they're lagging out a bit. It doesn't matter. They're holding it down. Japanese box right off the bumper, but it's back. Vladilina. Gigas right to Japanese box. They just can't find this goal.
Both goalies are holding this down so hard. Cute Jewish boy is now running in with the egos, but does not matter. Able to get that through the barrage. And that's the end of this match. 2-0, Chikara Green.
Really great performance by both goalies, making this game last so long. The Oni Village is a staple of lasting forever, as the goalies have such an easy time defending the goal barriers in the goal.
Yeah, and I see here we're going to have an MVP from Vladilina coming out as we load into these stats. We're seeing just insane stuff. 202 redirects, really holding it down on 80 saves here. 15 save differential from the Kais. Obviously just controlling the core, making sure that it doesn't score. We have disrespect here coming out with that 21k damage, but matched and praised by Cute Jewish boy, who has 26 damage of his own. Obviously a little bit more damage and more KOs coming out from Japanese box. 3 apiece for the forwards of Chikara Green. Just really couldn't match the damage pressure there, Fudgy Waffles.
This is why I like this Rasmus midfield pick. Like, it can be good. I honestly believe that Estelle does a little bit better on this map, at least, but you have, like, they play to their win conditions. Like, Rasmus can also finish as a, like, basically as a second forward sometimes, as a second more brawlery player. They had 8 goals that match, and also just, like, still, look at the damage. Look at the 6 KOs to the 0 KOs. And then the stacks on stacks match, that is so important. So Vladilina was able to hold it down hard enough so that their forwards were able to make these plays and able to get these KOs, get these scores, and just control the game.
Yeah, just an awesome match here in general. We see, I think this was loser semis, so Chikara Green going to be moving on, and we're going to have to say goodbye to Struggle Bus. GG's out of them. We'll see them, hopefully we'll see them in Osas too. Stay tuned for that. But now I think we're going to go to losers finals. But that's going to be all it for us. I'm Threezy Breezy. That's Gumi. That's Fudgy Waffles. And we'll see you guys next time.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Osas Finale. I'm Saya here with Love and Drunk for this losers finals best of 3 between Hubble Bubble and Chikara Green, both teams that we've seen plenty of times today.
Yeah, it's been a long day for everybody, I think, involved. A lot of Oni Village, a lot of fun stuff going on here. And I am excited for the Hubble Bubble, honestly, because I just like the name. It feels good. It rolls well. Chikara Green is just one more of the Chikara family, and I'm sure during this cast I'm going to mess their name up. And, you know, that's just how it is. We might just start calling them CG right now. Get it out of the way.
Whoa, but you'll remember Hubble Bubble for sure. Definitely a name that rolls off the tongue, and they have been performing. They were so close to beating Yoki's Prodigies, but the Yoki's Prodigies were just too good in the end there, but they're trying to get their revenge here. Losers finals. Loser gets third. Winner has a chance for first. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that we see, 7 more games here. This best of 3 is going to go the distance, and then Hubble or Chikara versus Yoki's Prodigies goes the distance once more, and we're just
And then we end
in
at
the
4
worst
a.m.
timeline for us, yeah.
It's going to end at 4 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. West Coast. It'll be great.
Yeah. While we're here and the game's not starting, let's go through the names of the players and pick out some faves, because this is what I like to do. So Hubble Bubble, Chikara Green. I mean, I would be amiss if I didn't mention Lumber Pile. I think Lumber Pile kind of goes hard.
Big fan of the name Lumber Pile, but I don't think they've seen any action for Chikara Green. They've put in Cute Jewish Boy. They've put in Cry too, I believe, and Zui. But I think Lumber Pile is like the one name that I haven't seen active.
They're saving the best for last. What can I
Are
say?
they?
Probably not in reality,
Probably not.
but I'm hyping up Lumber Pile. I want to see Lumber Pile get
True,
in because I
true.
want to cast some Lumber Pile. And then on the other side we have Masked Samurai is kind of fine for a name. Alexander's Alexander. Ziari. We have Ziari and Zuri. That's gonna be fun.
Zui. Zaire.
Zui?
Winner is Hubble Bubble has Zaire.
Yeah, they have Zaire and Chakra. There it is. Has Zui.
Chikara. It's so over.
I'm telling you, man, their name doesn't process to me.
Names are difficult, I gotta say. And
Names are difficult.
the big boss of Chikara, Nina Slifer, in the chat telling us that Lumber Pile is the sub goalie, which honestly, I guess there's a reason they're not showing up, because Vlad Elena has been so good so far.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that Vlad Elena got coaching from the OS coaching cord, which I don't know. There's probably some way to reference that by hitting
Exclamation mark
mark
coaching. I don't want
'Cause,
to.
yeah.
I'm too low energy to do it.
No, you're fine. It's okay. I'll do the little bit of self-promoting as we go, because I do know that they were in the coaching cord, and I don't remember who worked with them. I just know that they did get coaching.
Okay, I'm tired of having the lights off. I'm turning it back on.
Oh, we're doing lights back on? Okay. Done.
Woo.
Woo! Welcome to lights
Crazy.
mode. I was like, I just play in the dark. It's fine. I'm used to it.
All right, we should be queued soon. We're waiting on Hubble Bubble, I believe, but yeah, they should be in soon. We should be in game soon. This is the top 3 of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series, and it's about ready to start as we're starting. Yep, there we go.
Hey, we're popping in. I can't wait. I'm excited for another Oni's Village. Actually, I'm gonna be real with you. It's Demon Dias. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh!
I've never been more sure of anything in my life.
How'd you know?
I asked Uncle Aesop to hook me up.
You asked John Odyssey.
I really did. Yeah, I have an uncle who works at Odyssey. He can ban people from playing the game, so just be on the lookout for that.
All right, but it looks like a Drakar's ban is coming out, which makes sense. Alexander the 15th, that midfielder who has qualified for the North American Strikers League, probably the person you want to ban out here.
Yeah, is a menace on the Drakar too. It's worth noting. And then of course taking away the car. Oh no, this isn't the car. Sorry. Who? Never mind. I'm just gonna shut up.
All right.
Lexus.
Well,
Lexus
yeah.
is in the next game.
Yeah. But it was so close that I wouldn't blame you for assuming he was down here. Hubble Bubble almost had him, but the
Yeah,
player better
honestly,
win
I
more
keep
goats.
forgetting who won that game. Also, really quickly, I didn't know Vice had like a little black heart in her hair.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
ju-
nice.
I just noticed that. That's kind of cute. Like, I want a little black heart in my hair, except it wouldn't show up in my hair. Maybe like a
Yeah,
yellow or
the
something.
contrast would be too low, but
Anyways, we got
complete
exact
mirror match.
comps. Yeah.
Down to the pick order too.
There is a difference though in Awakenings and Gear, which I guess you'll have to see in just a second as we get into game. It was a very interesting glass cannon tempo swing start, and only the Rasmus for blue side, who I haven't figured out who they are yet, took glass cannon.
Yeah, and I think Glass Cannon makes sense. They're the goalie, but it's interesting how Mass Samurai is the goalie on one end playing the Vice, and Vladimir the goalie on the other end playing the Rasmus. But as we said, a cute Jewish boy is off the field, and we're so late that they are already back as the Supernova comes out. It scores a barrier. Barriers all evened up so far as Zaire takes Vladilena so low. They pull Vladilena away. Oh, get the KO as well, and that will just be an easy goal.
Yeah, this game's gonna be extremely hard because I got the names bug and they're all hidden for me and I can't see who anyone is. So, what team's blue team?
Blue team's Chikara Green.
Okay, Chikara Green, CG, and then we got Hubble Bubble on the right. All right, yeah, that was a good first start there for Hubble Bubble. It was really fast too. I mean, Demon Dias is known for being a fast map, but sometimes it starts to stall as people hit it around and around and around, and nobody can find bumpers. But I like this. We're just standing, chilling, waiting for something to happen, and then a core flip, which is blocked by Japanese box. Good stuff coming out there.
Yeah, and Vladilena trying to defend, but bested 2 times. Both barrier charges going down. And now Chikara Green need to mount an offense here. They need to take the barrier now, try to stop the pressure from coming in. But Mass Samurai is defending quite well here, despite the ping from Hawaii is no less of a goalie than Vladilena is at the moment. Zaire sends it up and not enough speed to get there. 2-0 lead for Hubble Bubble.
Yeah, so the Rasmus goalie, in my mind, is a really, like on this map in particular, is really about defending the first lock and not giving that up. And it looks like they're just giving it up really quickly, which is a pretty interesting move. And what I do enjoy about this is we did see mirror matchups as Cute Jewish Boy just gets deleted there, but the offensive pressure is still in the hands of Chikara. Is that we do have a mirror matchup, but the Vice is not the goalie for Chikara Green.
Yeah, and I think that's also giving a slight edge to Hubble Bubble, right? The Vice can always walk up with the eject button in hand, but this Rasmus, picking the pauldrons, if you can't defend the barriers, it's a little awkward in that open goal as Mass Samurai, great save with a Supernova. Japanese box tries to get the second strike, but the last laugh is had by... Oh, wait, no, never mind! Japanese box manages to get the goal in that situation. Chikara Green stay alive.
Yeah, no, so like you keep saying Japanese box, and all I'm thinking of is like the useless machine, which is the box that closes itself. Which is probably not the thing I should be saying while talking about a player, but that's not reflected in their play at all as they score that goal there for them. A lot of pressure coming out here from Chikara Green with the Rasmus and the Zentaro putting immense amount of pressure on the Rasmus.
Yeah, and
Good kill there.
Great KO by Japanese box with that primary as they take both barriers. Maybe a huge turnaround for Chikara Green. They seem to survive here. Cute Jewish Boy has plenty of abilities to work with, but the stagger is going down. Oh, the great Supernova saved by Zaire's flip, and now Cute Jewish Boy is in danger. Japanese box is also not too happy either with the amount of stagger they have as Alexander and Japanese box try to score. Mass Samurai blinks back, is there in time to defend the open goal as Chikara Green are defending this power play quite well.
Yeah, they defended it well. Cute Jewish Boy is back. It is worth noting that he needs to stop finding a way to die here, or start finding a way to not die here, because they are putting a lot of pressure on him, and it is panning out. And with that Siphoning Wand, if he starts hitting some abilities on the opposing team, he should be able to stay on the map, which would, you know, help out Chikara Green a lot, and maybe get this to 2-2.
Yeah, and now Japanese box lurking, looking for a goal, but as that happens, there's so much pressure put onto the barrier. Zaire gets there before Cute Jewish Boy, but Cute Jewish Boy gets taken out, and they just repeat the situation. Now Japanese box trying to get a KO. Alexander, no elusive, has to eat the damage, but is still surviving, as Japanese box is now the focus. Japanese box gets the core in front of the goal, a missed dribble by Mass Samurai, and the points are all evened up.
Yeah, it is. And while I was excited for this set to end because I want to see Awakenings, we have one more point to go. It's anyone's game right now. It is tight. It is close. A lot of pressure being applied on both sides. The only thing I'm noting is that the Zentaro is on Chakra Green. Chakra, great, there we go. Is a little lacking. Having a hard time playing the game, and I don't know what they need to figure that out, but right now you can see they're being focused down by the enemy Zentaro, which is Ziari.
I can't believe it. You're just reminding me of someone who intentionally pronounced everyone's name wrong, and the moment they pronounced someone's name correctly by accident, they were like, oh, oops, and then started saying it wrong again. But a great KO by Vlad Elena. Japanese box zoning out, but Masked Samurai with the patience, not getting caught up by the Supernova, and both barriers taken in the favor of Chikara Green. They have looked shaky so far, but they're capitalizing. Misstrike by Alexander, outplay by Cute Jewish Boy, and despite their deaths, they're clutch at the very end, flashing the gold emote from Beta. And Chikara Green, despite going down so fast, despite looking a little hopeless, they are in the lead.
Yeah, so what I was going to say about Awakenings is you can see that they're all in order. Vice, Rasmus, Zentaro, Zentaro. And this is going to heavily favor Chikara, as they have two people in front of their duplicate, which means they should be getting their best in slots. And this is what makes exact mirror matchup comps really volatile. Like you can see one Zentaro gets the Super Surge, and now he's completely ahead of the other bulk up Zentaro. So this mirror matchup comps can be really just volatile, and these Awakenings could just snowball this game from here.
Yeah, and it's important to note that Cute Jewish Boy went Siphoning Wand while Zyre went Vambrace, and the buff to Vambrace is just doing so much for Zyre's survival compared to Cute Jewish Boy. But Cute Jewish Boy is putting on the damage here onto Alexander, but I say that Japanese box is the one taken though, has to retreat for an orb, and oh, that barrier is taken down. Chikara Green continuing the offense right now, taking so much chip damage though.
That was a good double bumper there by Zyre. I think I got it right that time. Not sure.
Let's go.
We'll figure it out as we go. And we're stalling core to probably see if we can get more pressure onto Cute Jewish Boy here in Japanese box. Maybe get a KO before we go in for the score and start our offensive game plan. Masked Samurai looking for the pass. Has to go back soon. Eject button no longer available, but it does not matter as they get the goal.
Incredible plays by Zyre. Looking a little bit like Bells on that brawler as we get a massive Bells raid. Thank you, Bells, IRL on twitch.tv. But you know what else is great? Look at this gameplay from Zyre, just doing so much chip damage. Has the flip as well, but taking so much damage. Needs to cash out soon. Walks for the orb, but there are no cooldowns on the side. Chikara Green, as I say that though, gets a little greedy with it. Holds the core flip, and KOs are abounding right now as it is now a 2v2.
The reverse kill by Masked Samurai there was really amusing, as Masked knew that the other Vice was stuck and couldn't do anything, so they used the opportunity to ult them back, and second ult wins in the Vice duel, assuming that the first person doesn't get KO'd by the other ultimate, but this is a close game, still, despite the Awakening difference in my mind, as the Vice Japanese box gets the bumper and opens up the gates.
Gavilaner trying to get a pass out secondary, gets it past the special from the Zentaro, and Cute Jewish Boy trying to get in position with the passive dash, will not be able to, is taking so much damage right now, has the flip, needs to use it as soon as possible before they get taken out here. Do succeed in doing so, they even heal back up. Japanese box looking for a bit of a play. They don't even need the follow-up, as a perfect angle from Cute Jewish Boy, flashing the beta gold emote yet again.
Beta gold emote, especially once you hit like Challenger Plus, goes hard, by the way. And like, I can't wait to see if any NASL contenders have it, because it is probably one of the best emotes you can flash at any point in time in the game and be a little toxic with.
Yeah, and the opponents can't even blame you for it, right? It just shows that. Anyway, though, Vlad Elena doing a lot of work, but on the defense, stunned up, hit stunned up. Whoa, so much follow-up onto the core, and Hubble Bubble takes the lead in this set so far.
Yeah, that was a lot of abilities used right there to just secure that goal almost the second the gates open. Really good stuff coming out from Hubble Bubble. I really need to see something more from Chikara Green here to see how they can win this set. They were supposed to be favored after getting what should have been a better Awakening draft here, but for some reason it looks like the tables have turned, and it looks like Hubble Bubble is able to put on more pressure. As I say, they're crumbling on defense, but once they get it going, this offense is scary.
Yeah, and you were talking about the draft, right? Even though Hubble Bubble lost a set, they had 2 members in a row. They actually got a lot of favorable awakenings, so the power level, I think, is actually a little higher on Hubble Bubble's side, but Zyre being taken low. But we saw Zyre score so well, get so many of these barriers while being knocked back, while being under pressure. Now Alexander's in there too, getting the barrier, and now it is a 1-0 barrier advantage for the side of Hubble Bubble. Mass Samurai gets the clear as well. Japanese box cannot find it, so near a flip, but they can't get it through, and Zyre finishes it off. The sets are all evened up.
And that was a Super Surge moment right there. One of my favorite things about Super Surge Zentaro is all Zentaro players do this. They will like back up to get the maximum range out of the dash, and I just watched Zyre do it there, and I absolutely love it. All the orbs are here, which is interesting. It does mean this draft is going to be a little bit weaker for the team that kind of gets the shaft in terms of orbs, as we know that orbs aren't that great on Demon Dias. That being said, Rasmus 2 prefers the Orb Dancer here.
Yeah, Vladilena going for it. Over stacks on stacks, incredibly interesting pick here. Can't even offer the Replicator later.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, stacks on stacks is just better, right? In general on Demon Dias, but that's okay. As we get into game, they are going to be in a rough spot here as it is 1-1 and Rasmus is dead from the get-go.
Yeah, and Japanese box hitting up, getting ready, but cute Jewish boy so low. Zyre as well. Both Zentaros need to be so careful here as Shakara Green managed to earn that barrier. Looking for another with the KO from Vladilena, and that is the power of that Rasmus, right? With the Pauldrons as well, getting so much free power just for being on their side of the map. And Vladilena steps up, gets the last lock on the goal. Now hitting it forward. Stunned Japanese box, trying to win the strike war, but Alexander is the one who wins it instead. It goes back yet again, but it's cleared out by Mass Samurai. Cute Jewish boy looking for a bit of an angle here, but Alexander will defend. The primary from Mass Samurai will get the KO. Japanese box is looking, but nothing so far. Vladilena winning strike wars in the midfield to try and defend here. Another KO comes through, this time for Japanese box, flashing the Sad Boys emote, trying to flex a little bit. But Mass Samurai is continuing to defend. This time has to burn flip, defends against the primary as well. Passing plays, tries to mix up Mass Samurai on the goal line, and at the very end, just overwhelmed, but great defense.
Absolutely. The KOs coming out from the Vice are really going to be crucial here. I was too busy watching, I don't know who this is, Vladilena, on the Rasmus, and I was like paying attention to the orbs really closely, and just wondering when they're going to be munching them, as the barrier just goes down really quickly off the swift 1-2 punch of Japanese box and cute Jewish boy, as it looks like it's going to go right in off the strike.
Yeah, great strike war win by Japanese box, abusing the goalie a little there. And now it looks like Shakara Green are really just a completely different team. I don't... What happened? Like, the draft wasn't that good for them. How did...
It has to be the Zentaro perfect form. That has to be what is making the difference on cute Jewish boy as he goes off the map. It was giving him a little bit more survivability, even because he has the tempo swing, he has the siphoning wand, and it is putting him in a position to use more abilities to get that health back and stay on the map and stay alive for his team. But honestly, Japanese box on the Vice has been putting out so much pressure as we give up a lock from Vladilena.
Yeah, and now the snowball for Hubble Bubble is continuing. The hook is there, slowing down the play a little bit, but Zyre is looking interrupted by the primary yet again. Vladilena playing so well in this midfield as the goalie. Zyre looking for it and wins the strike war after the blink, pressuring Vladilena to strike it forwards, getting a favorable strike war, and Hubble Bubble not looking to let Chikara take the lead too easily.
Yeah, Vladilena's forward play is really good on the Rasmus here. Like, when they need to push up, I feel like they're pressuring really well, and they're able to exert a lot of pressure here themselves, and they've been a reason that the offense has been working, as the two forwards are playing in their own goal box, absolutely eviscerating whoever the other Rasmus is. Again, I have names off, and this is really rough right now, but is what it is.
Yeah, and now Japanese box trying to blink in, trying to set up pressure. Vladilena deflects it with the secondary, not letting the core flip score, but Zyre pressuring with the primary, moves into position. Perfectly played, and it's all evened up yet again.
Oh, the other Rasmus is Alexander, of course. That makes sense. I have to look back at the stream to see what people who's who, because
Alexander the 15th.
Alexander the GOAT. Who cares what number he is?
Okay. I know. Since you're a Westie, you're legally obligated to cheer for all Westie teams, but
Yeah, no, that's fair. What am I saying? I'm a little biased here. I mean, it's not like Chikara West was better than Chikara East or anything.
oh wait, no, that's actually true. And Chikara East partially is here right now. Chikara Green, actually. So that's actually pretty interesting.
Oh, is this basically base? It's not exactly, but Chikara West, Chikara
It's
East
Chikara.
matchup?
It's Chikara West Light versus Chikara
Yeah.
East Light, basically.
Oh, dude, that's hype. I didn't know that. We should have been hyping that up. It is worth noting that Vladilena is at 8 Orb Dancer stacks, so we are getting closer to that mystical 10, which the number just didn't go up for me. There it is. This is a really close game, and we're not even really paying attention to it, I feel like.
Yeah, Vladilena is doing very well in spacing out the primary. Japanese box looking for the strike. This is Chikara Green's opportunity right here. Vladilena pulls it in, looks for the angle there, but the strike is missed. Zaire's strike cannot be followed up on either, and mixing up the top down 50-50. Hubble Bubble take the lead.
That was a really good move by Zyari. Zyari?
Zaire, bestie.
It's so, I can't see their name. It's so doomed. I'm trying to figure it out as
that's
we
true.
go. It was a really good just getting themselves an open space so that they can make the mix up here. This pool doesn't look like it's going to particularly favor anyone, as you can see that Cute Jewish Boy is favoring that Reverberation over Catalyst because they're passing it to their Vice. So those are some good pickups there. If the Zentaro for Hubble Bubble, because I can't say their name, can get off some prize fighter stacks here, that's going to be scary. And the quick strikes on the Max Orb Dancer Glass Cannon Stagger Swagger Rasmus is going to go hard.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the catalyst for Japanese box if they can build up enough energy, because both teams have been a little bit slow to score. Like, both of these goalies incredibly good, right, and very good at defending until the end. And a lot of hits going around. There's a Zentaro, there's a Vice, there's a Rasmus on each of these teams. Japanese box, if they can take a lot of hits, if they can survive and get the flip out, Catalyst is going to be the difference maker.
It absolutely is. As you were starting to talk about that, the Vice Japanese box was getting hit by a Zentaro ult and basically got half of the energy bar filled up just from that alone. And you can see right now they're almost at flip as they just strike it in off of a Masked Samurai clear.
Yeah, and just patiently waiting at the top, waiting to block off the only place that Masked Samurai could send it to. And now Cute Jewish Boy is leaping forward. Both the Zentaro and the Vice of Chikara Green have flips. The barriers are evened up by that bounce as Vladilena tries to get around Zaire. Japanese box doing a lot of chip damage, but as that happens, both barriers go down. Vladilena clears it out, but they KO Alexander the 15th. And now, with the barrier open, they're going for the goal. Flip forced out, tried to be stuffed by Cute Jewish Boy. Zaire once again sending it up, and Vladilena hesitates for a second and is mixed up completely.
Yeah, Japanese box needs to be helping back on that somehow, because Zaire in front of the goal is 100% right now on shots taken, win one-on-one from the middle. And I don't know how Vladilena is going to be able to adjust to that. I don't know if they need to adjust that, but something needs to happen as we almost have a goal going in off of a really fast double bumper into a lot of pressure because of the death of Cute Jewish Boy.
Yeah, but now Cute Jewish Boy is back. They're pumping out a lot of damage. Japanese box needs to survive. Has a lot of meter, but if they get KO'd, it'll all be for naught as Masked Samurai forces elusive, stalls out the game. Japanese box wins the strike war, but is not rewarded with a barrier, and everyone is just so low. So many cracked members as the elusive is there for Zaire. Flip out for Vladilena, earns a barrier, but Masked Samurai is lurking. Passes back to himself with the supernova. Whoa, almost a goal for Zaire on the follow-up, and a goal for Zaire from that strike war win.
Just barely winning the strike war, which is all you have to do. Doesn't matter how you win it. And getting a goal there. I really loved watching Masked Samurai just hold on to the core and let everyone PvP it out for a hot minute. It was fun. It was respectful. I enjoyed it. Thought it was interesting as their team was losing the PvP battle, but it's all the same.
Yeah, Cute Jewish Boy has a flip now, looking for the barrier, gets it with a bit of a creative bounce, and now Masked Samurai looking to get it away from here, drops the stun, but is stunned up instead by Japanese box, who wins the strike war, is looking for the goal as well. Vladilena walks up, tries to redirect it towards Japanese box, who now has flip, sent it up to the top side, and then once again, it is a 2-2 set.
And that is like an exact perfect you can't place that shot any better. That's where it had to be. Otherwise, the Zentaro saves it. Otherwise, Mass Samurai on the Vice saves it. And we can see that they are planning to KO them with the double KO them call out. Is fun to see call outs in a, obviously coordinated game. Usually you don't see those, but I'm excited to see what KOing them means because it looks like we're playing core control right now.
Yeah, and those callouts excite me for a different reason, because that means they haven't tabbed out a single time. Honestly, respect. Self-control. I would have tabbed out 3 million times already. But now, Vladilena sending it back. Juice Boy, they are looking for this barrier. They're looking to send us to a 5th set, as one barrier taken by Zyre Strike War went into primary, but a second is saved. Japanese blocks and Vladilena approaching great primary to take that down as Alexander, that massive force in the midfield. So big, just this absolute size of this Rasmus, but the flip is here, blocked by Alexander. Japanese box in position. Supernova is a little bit short as Alexander tries to pass it up. Cute Jewish Boy trying to get it through as well, but Japanese box is constantly lurking, waiting for a cooldown, and Cute Jewish Boy is there to threaten on the offense, but it just goes back and forth, and it just cannot be found for Chikara Green so far. But maybe this pass, no, intercepted yet again by Alexander. The 15th hit up again, but the flip is there, perfectly found for Cute Jewish Boy as we head to yet another 5th set. I feel like this tournament, top 8, has had the most set 5s of any tournament in Omega Strikers history.
Yeah, it has, and it's funny because right before this, I was thinking to myself, man, if Japanese box can get their hands on missile prop, that would go kind of hard. I don't know if that's going to happen here, but looks like the most likely thing. I saw a few moments where it's like just a little bit more range. Instead, they're going to hover Castellast. Would have been really useful, and Castellast is also really good here for the Vice. So, yeah, no, you're right. This tournament has had a lot of best of 3s go the distance. As I said when we sat down and started talking, we're in for 7 games, so get ready for it. But on top of that, they all have to go to match point.
Yeah, every single game will go to match point for both teams, surely. But over here, it's Chikara Green looking for this offense here. Both barriers are evened up. Zyre is lurking. You know how good Zyre is in that 1v1 scenario. Yet again, winning yet another strike war. Going in again, but this time Vladilena is successful. Japanese box with extra long stun duration, but Vladilena has to defend here. Japanese box drops back to help, like you said. So helpful in that potential 1v1 turning into a 2v1 instead. And now Juice Boy passing it up, trying to do a lot of damage, and sneaks it in at the very end. Well played from Chikara Green.
Sneaks it in through 2 people, which is a really hard thing to do. Usually they're right there paying attention, but this time they were not, and he gets the goal there. I will say, casting a game with names bugs is kind of tragic, but it's so hard to do.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't.
Yeah, is what it is. It makes it like I'm like not paying attention to the game because I have to look back to see who's who so that I can try to talk about it to the best of my ability, as they are really working hard here to kill Alexander, which is fair. But we also have Cute Jewish Boy in a also similar position. If he had just hit that up, they probably would have got the lock. You can see the Orb Dancer coming in for Vladilena on the Rasmus. Probably should be able to pressure forward here and put a lot of offensive scoring potential on Hubble Bubble for the side of Chikara Green, as they do get the KO on Alexander.
And that stun duration is brutal on Mass Samurai, but Zyre is the one who once again creates the scoring magic here. Has the flip. One good opportunity is all it takes, but Chikara Green are looking to make it none. As the stun comes out, Japanese box almost has the golden shot right there. Tries to find a primary, tries to find a supernova, pass back up to themselves. Unable to find it still as Mass Samurai just clears it away. Zyre has the flip, sent to the bottom side, almost saved by Vladilena, but doesn't get the flip out in time. Great attempt, but great shot by Zyre.
Zyre, 100% one-on-one in front of the goal. Yeah, sure, that one was a core flip, but we're talking 3 for 0. Vladilena has
3 for 3, you mean?
3 for 3? Yeah, it's fine. I was thinking of like terms in wins and losses, like 3 wins, 0 losses, but I said it wrong. Is what it is. Vladilena coming up here with the offensive pressure again on the Rasmus with the Orb Dancer. Whenever that is going off, like, look to see Vladilena moving forward and applying even more pressure, hopefully getting these locks as Alexander does come back and immediately starts obliterating Japanese box so quickly that I couldn't even get it stated. Mass Samurai applying pressure onto the cute Jewish boy and leaving Vladilena to defend all by themselves in a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, and Lovin, I don't know what's going to happen right here. Japanese box getting so much damage down, but cute Jewish boy passing it back up, and the barrier still stands. Mass Samurai clearing so efficiently. And now Zaire is lurking. We know Zaire's effectiveness here. Cleared out by the secondary from Vladilena. Forced to flip to knock it stunned up. And Zaire trying to win the strike war, but this time Vladilena will be the winner. And yet again the primary comes down. Vladilena forced to make a save. Stopped by cute Jewish boy. The hook redirect not available here. Zaire bouncing it up, and Zaire getting the goal once again, winning the 1v1.
4-0 now, right? 4-0?
4-0.
Did I do it right that time? Well,
Yep.
obviously, we have to see Chikara Green get a point here so that we can again go to the 5th point of the
And
set.
it's looking like it. They get the first barrier. Cute Jewish boys walking up. Great primary by Vladilena. Japanese box has the flip as well. Really, really looking to make this just the final point game right here. Final point in the final set as flip comes out from Zaire. Looking for the barrier. Gets one. Gets almost two. Blocked out by Vladilena. But looking for more. No. Finally defended. Japanese box though taking so much damage. Has to be so careful here. Zaire looking for it again. And oh, this time Vladilena will emerge victorious. And now we'll just have to... It's just so hard. Zaire's offense is so good.
It's so hard because the amount of offensive, not even offensive, the amount of kill pressure that is being put onto Chikara Green, right? Like, the number of times I've been mentioning that Japanese box is almost dead, cute Jewish boys flying off the map is so high because of how much they are using the abilities on the side of Hubble Bubble on Chikara Green.
Yeah, and this time they're really trying to send to a final point. Flip comes out. It hits Alexander for the goal and the core 2, I guess. And it was faded. It was the prophecy has been fulfilled. The script is here, and we are on the final point.
I will say, whoever did the script writing for this particular tournament has done a much better job than they have for others, as this is the furthest I've seen the games go consistently. So it's really made for some hype content, people dying left and right, absolute bloodshed, mayhem, core flip, blocks, everything just going as well as the scriptwriters could have planned it, as we see gates open for Hubble Bubble and a lot of offensive pressure, and the goal from cute Jewish boy. Chikara Green 1-0.
It was looking so shaky for Chikara Green, but they clutch it out in the very end. Hubble Bubble not able to do so. Critical game 2 coming up next, but holy.
Yeah, hopefully I get names this time. That'd be cool. Do you know what causes that bug?
No, I have no clue. Do you
Okay,
have names off in settings? Like other
No,
people's names off?
because I saw Mass Samurai's name.
What?
So Mass Samurai was the only name I saw. I just know it's a bug.
Okay.
And you seem to know that apparently tabbing is what prevents you from seeing the using the callouts, right? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
You didn't know that? Oh,
I
okay.
knew it was a bug. I just didn't know what caused the bug.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't use the callout.
if you alt tab or something, you just can't use them anymore, or something like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense because as someone who alt tabs frequently and never uses the callouts anyways, I wouldn't know. No, I swear to God, I alt tab all the time in game. Like between every single point, I alt tab. There's just so much downtime in this game, even though there shouldn't be. But
Yeah.
so what are we gonna see from Hubble Bubble? Do we see anything different? Do we even go as far to say, wow, they looked like the worst team there and shouldn't have mirror comped? I really don't think so. Like, that looked about as even as it could have been. We're talking maybe one awakening made the difference for one side versus the other, and it might have been that peak performance, like I said it was. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to, figure it out, and they'll have to figure it out more importantly in this next game.
Yep, they should be re-queuing soon. And to those of you who have just come from Bell's stream, this is like the most consistently long Omega Strikers tournament of all time. Every match has gone the distance without exception. There have been no stomps.
I mean, besides the off-stream stuff, I will say.
Okay,
the
but it's on
off-stream
like
happened.
on stream wise.
Yeah, no,
Somehow.
because this tournament started 4.5 hours ago. And
This is the third series, right?
Yeah, we were probably scheduled to be done right now, right?
Like
roughly.
ideal scheduling would have had us be done right now, but right now we are nowhere near done.
Nope. We have let's be honest here. We have 2 more games to go here, and then we have a 4-game grand finals coming up. So,
The script wills it.
yeah, the script wills it. Good news, my names seem to be back. Hooray.
Hi,
I
back.
can call Zentaro by the wrong name all game again. But for realsies this time.
Yeah, Hubble Bubble definitely aware of Shikara Green's game. They're banning Aimi. In Japanese box, often called Kashikoma Jr. No, don't pick Finny. Okay. You're not allowed to pick Finny. Finny has a bug, and she is disabled for all tournaments. And
Yeah.
we would have had to remake, and that would delay the tournament by another 20 minutes or so.
That would have been hilarious and really sad at the same time. I kind of would have been here for it. I wonder what awakening we are seeing with Octavia being picked. Octavia is not a particularly common pickup in games without Cast to Last or Chrono Boost being available. And with the
Is it cast? Is it cast Deadeye? Is it cast Deadeye?
it Cast Deadeye is a hot take. It is Chrono Rapid Fire.
Okay. Interesting.
I was talking in my head about the Finny bug last set because I was like, man, it would have been crazy to see either one of these teams having a Finny goalie and the amount of damage that would have been coming out. Very fast goal block opening for the side of Hubble Bubble. Might even be the goal with how much they are ping-ponging it back to the Octavia. Need to get some space away from this Octavia so that they cannot keep that speed boost up. But Zaire has proved themselves to be the master of scoring on Vladilena in front of an open net, so this speed is really scary.
And Zaire's resets do not end. They are not keeping it away enough adequately. Finally, it is over. Shikara Green can breathe a sigh of relief as the rocket attempts come out. The scoring attempts are really starting for Shikara Green here, but Zaire trying to just score with the primary. They're unable to do so. But just the absolute core control from the side of Hubble Bubble is creating so much pressure. Cute Jewish Boy used the blink, but a great Giga Blast from Mass Samurai will take the first goal.
Yeah, Mass Samurai with the 140 ping plumb into the future for the goal is crazy and goes pretty hard. I would love to see Mass Samurai on land. He probably is the best goalie in all of North America on land.
No, the issue is he has to readjust to non-ping because right now he is like completely molded by the ping. But as I say that, Vladilena with the Giga Blast getting the KO and the follow-ups as well from the rest of Shikara Green getting the barrier. Vladilena has flipped. Japanese box almost has one, but will not need it for that snipe.
Yeah, so I actually know a little bit about Cute Jewish Boy as a Luna player, which is what the ban was for earlier now that I remember it. And this was really funny. I ran into Cute Jewish Boy a couple of times while I was playing on 15 FPS while I was on vacation for 2 weeks, just getting a little bit of practice in quick play games. And I was getting flamed in the OS port. It was pretty funny. Good times we had.
What? This is incredible lore.
No, it is great. It was absolutely hilarious, and that was a really good strike in past Mass Samurai, whose strike was on cooldown from Cute Jewish Boy.
Yeah, and Cute Jewish Boy is just putting so much pressure out, right? Because just making Mass Samurai scared to open clear. Worried about the Luna follow-up, the Estelle follow-up, and it's really two different flavors as, that's not great positioning at all. As Vladilena invests the flip, almost gets the barrier, but a great barrage by Mass Samurai will deny it. And now Zaire looking in, still cleared by Vladilena, but the slow from the primary lasts forever. And now it is sent back up, cleared back up. Zaire taking a lot of chip damage, but still surviving. Finally will be taken out.
Yeah, Zaire didn't have evade there, thought they did, walked back into the center of the giant mega missile. I don't remember what it's called. It has some name like bomb. And absolutely got eviscerated off the map as Shikara Green takes set 1.
Will this be the game that ends quickly? That makes us run like only an hour over schedule instead of 3 hours over schedule?
I wouldn't get too hopeful. Octavia is a scaler.
Whoa, okay, Ponder. The hovers made me scared that Ponder was not going to be taken.
You know, I considered it just like such a foregone conclusion that Shikara Green Kai Vladilena takes Orb Ponder that I wasn't even considering it. Yeah, no, anything that's going to scale this Octavia up is going to be really scary. So if they don't win this next set, Hubble Bubble that is, they will be in a rough spot. But if they do win, and then we see cast to last, twin drive, anything that Zyre can pick up, it can go pretty wild and swing the other way.
Yeah, and now it is Mass Samurai passing up to Zyre, looking for Japanese box here as Zyre gets the barrier with strikes alone. That extra size doing so much in terms of winning the strike wars. And oh, finally the follow-up, winning the strike war against the Rocket, it seems like. And Hubble Bubble with that big Octavia, a big target to be sure, but also a strike war demon.
Yeah, no, indeed. And I even was remiss, I didn't mention quick strikes would also be obviously insane here for Zyre on the Octavia. And they are putting a lot of offensive pressure down onto the Octavia, which is why you don't see Octavia being played very often. Because if you can put down this much pressure onto the Octavia, it becomes really difficult for Octavia to play the game.
Oh, and a KO there. Just as you said, Cute Jewish Boy trying to follow up with a rocket. The Crystal Thorns from Japanese box will score it, and both teams keeping this very close.
Yeah, no, as we have seen throughout the first game, they were able to keep it close. I do think what is pretty hype is Chikara Green takes the point here, and then we get to see a reverse sweep as the Octavia comes online from Hubble Bubble. I'm not hoping for that to happen because I don't want to be here forever, but that would be hype as again, the Octavia is flying off the map. It is a painful sight for Zyre.
Yeah, and if you're part of Yoki's Prodigies, you're probably cheering for Chikara Green right now because Lexus has work in 6 hours and would probably enjoy having their grand final matchup sooner rather than later.
As I said, core is love, core is life, and if you're gonna, sacrifice yourself to this game, you sometimes have to go to work really eepy. It's just how it goes. As Alexander core flips and finds the open spot right between the goal and Vladimir. It's Vladimir.
Okay,
I've said it right the whole cast. It's Vladimir.
Just say Vlad.
True.
All right, now, but Zyre here yet again dribbling, beating Vlad to the punch here, and maintaining that extra speed, but Vlad is the one who wins the strike war now. Zyre stunned up, and Vlad once again with the strike so precise, but Zyre is getting the core over and over and over again. Japanese box and Cute Jewish Boy just getting completely outrun here.
No, it's the, obviously it's the plan of Hubble Bubble. You feed the Octavia. She is the hungry caterpillar, as that is the second kill, I believe, by a Maelstrom onto Cute Jewish Boy. It is hard to see the giant purple swirling death pit coming towards you. I am a victim of it all too much. I think Audi needs to make the visual more clear on it because Cute Jewish Boy can't seem to escape it. Here comes another one. Boy, get out of the way. Core flip from Alexander. Can't get into range.
And now this is Cute Jewish Boy's opportunity. Tries to win the strike war after the boost. Unable to this time. And stunned by the core flip.
Oh, you're right. Actually was. I didn't see that. I had to watch it back in 3-second delay time just to see it happen. Okay, here's where things get scary. Do we take the Orb Dancer? I think the answer is yes. If there's a world in which this quick strike falls to Octavia, things are going to look a little spooky here. So we should hopefully be seeing that picked up by either the Estelle or the Kai here.
Ooh, quick strikes available. Stagger Swagger also available. We'll see what
and
they
twin
go for.
drive
Go
as
for
well.
the twin drive.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't play Octavia. I have no take on that. Twin drive.
Deadeye falling to last pick is kind of crazy, no? Like for the Luna, best in slot.
Yeah, no, that was a weird. A lot of people got a lot of really good things, which is worrying for me because. What happens. Extra special Ponderer, by the way. Valadina is going to have so many ults. Like, specials up again. Giga's up again right now. And we could be looking to find a kill with it again. Don't get too close to the wall. You might get Giga.
Cute Jewish Boy taking the brunt of that beat drop. Zyre's health bar vanishing, but so does that goal up to the top corner. Well played from Cute Jewish Boy to get the strikeout.
Yeah, I don't know if these effects are additive or multiplicative, but if it's a 75% reduction on the special, that is absolutely insane. Like, we are going to see so many Gigas flying. The plum is coming.
Alright, and Zyre once again taking so much damage, but there are a lot of orbs to heal up with. The barrage will be the full auto that is necessary to take the KO on the Octavia there. As Cute Jewish Boy goes for the bottom side, Mass Samurai defends. Follow up bound by Cute Jewish Boy. Flip up to the top side. Japanese box has to flip, decides not to use it this time. Might have changed their mind on the next play as he just flips, send it up, but it's defended by Mass Samurai. Cute Juice Boy has an angle up to the top side, and Japanese box is there for the follow-up. Shikara Green want to win here.
What a good blink in there by Jap Box to secure that and really put a lot of pressure on Mass Samurai. Mass Samurai had nowhere to clear it there, and nothing else that they could do as they give up a goal. This is a quick 2-0 for the side of Chakra Green. Chakra, there it is again. Jesus, man. I can't escape myself. As they are putting a lot of pressure onto Zyre. Zyre falls to the little sweet, funny, haha missile from Luna. Alexander doing their best to put on a show as to why they are a NASL team midfielder. And just waits, so patient, waits for the strike and sends it in.
Waits for the strike indeed, and just saves that point really for the side of Hubble Bubble, but it is still an uphill road in this set as the 2-1 lead. Zyre taken off the map, absolutely vaporized by Vladilena. Now Japanese box. Oh wait, it gets past Vladilena. It goes back yet again thanks to Cute Jewish Boy special. And Mass Samurai deflects the snipe opportunity, body blocked by Alexander as well. And the offense from Chikara Green is struggling to get going at this point.
Yeah, no, I thought I watched Mass Samurai almost die to a Maelstrom there, but then I realized that it was his own Maelstrom. I would have been panicking if I was him, and I would have avoided it, and I probably would have given up a point, because I clearly am fully invested in this game. Alexander with the flip, sending it forward to Zyre. The one thing that they're really having a hard time doing here is getting Zyre in a spot where they can make things happen. What a clear! Keep clearing it, core flip, get it around, because Valdina Cheese is too far out of position.
Yeah, and
yeah.
It's all evened up 2-2, 1-1 in sets. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, no, this game is really so back and forth. It's just a lot of pressure being put onto Zyari, which then ends. I know. Which then ends up with Hubble Bubble being in these rough 2v1 2v2 situations, 2v3, and sometimes the goal just goes in while Zeri is busy dying. No, I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear.
I mean, look at that. The slow from the primary of Zyre did all the work there as Castellast is on the table, but will most likely not fall here. An Orb Replicator is a potential
Mass Samurai
first
has
pick.
to take it, right?
Yeah, he has to take it. If he doesn't take it, it's over.
Uh-huh.
No way.
And then
no way.
I mean, there's still a lot of good stuff going on here. Like, we're passing the Castellast to Octavia, and like if Estelle doesn't deny it, what are we doing? We're in an upside down world. Nobody thinks about deny drafting anymore. This is a game where deny drafting doesn't exist. They made a gentleman's agreement. We're gonna let everybody have the maximum amount of fun. I don't know who actually won that draft because both teams got things that they absolutely should not have. But here we are, and you know what? It doesn't matter if you have Castellast, if you're just dead.
Let's be honest. Vladilena has Ponderer Replicator on A10 City. I think one team won here.
I mean, they probably did, and probably it's not even close. But I don't know. We gotta make it hopeful, because if Hubble Bubble wins this point, then we get to go to next game. You know. But actually, now that I think about it, I should be rooting for Chikara Green. Let's go, Cute Jewish Boy. Let's go, Vladilena. Get it in. Get it past the Octavia. No!
Zyre gets into the perfect place, the right place at the right time with that special as well. And Hubble Bubble, despite that draft, are looking kind of good.
Yeah, it is worth noting that Alexander hasn't been able to find themselves the 10 Orb Dancer stacks just yet. A lot of offensive pressure coming out from Japanese boxes. They're able to win the 1v3. Good missile there from Cute Jewish Boy, absolutely eviscerating the Octavia. And there we are. We're 1-1 really quick off of the wonderful bonk from Cute Jewish Boy.
Yeah, and that's more of what you want to see from the Shikara Green roster. You have infinite cooldowns, just dump them all. Vladilena will reset them whenever the orbs come up. And if they do so, that could just be the win right here. That could be their ticket to Grands as the Japanese box flip comes out. Good Juice Boy looks for the opportunity here.
Here come the cooldowns resets.
Looks for the resets. Vladilena needs to gobble these orbs. The team requires them. Japanese box can't be eating them here. But Japanese box has a lot of cooldowns back. Jewish Boy should have the dash soon. Goes for it. But a great flip by Mass Samurai saves the situation.
Good Maelstrom there, although Zyari finds their way off the map once again. It is so hard to compete with all the extra abilities they have. Cute Jewish Boy misses the bonk. A Giga coming out, following up with primary from Estelle to make sure that that goes in.
Yeah, Vladilena with the self-pass into the play, and Shikara Green are looking very good. I'm not sure what can stop them. Hubble Bubble need to figure out a way to survive, but when your opponent has infinite abilities, it's a little difficult.
Yeah, and they're not even able to apply enough pressure to, like, maybe reasonably get rid of the Kai and reset the orb stacks. I think this Ponder's staying at 10, and you're just going to have to find a way to somehow win with, like, 45% less abilities.
Yeah, it's
Really
per
good play there
orb,
from
so if
Marcelo.
Vladilena picks up 2, it's basically a full reset. But
That
Zyre
is
looking for the goal
absolutely
here.
true.
Japanese
That's
box has the flip as well. Will follow up here. Blocked by Alexander. But Vladilena just munching more orbs, getting so much damage onto Zyre. Zyre, can you score here? This is it. But no, a great clear by Vladilena. Great clear by Vladilena again. And the Jewish boy runs headfirst into Giga Blast and ends up on the right side of history.
Yeah, no, that was like the closest thing to a 50-50 literal coin flip. I don't know who was going to win that, but Cute Jewish Boy did win it today, and that's all that mattered. Yeah, I don't know. The Maelstrom there, I saw the line. Like, you get Timeless Creator here on the era, and you just start throwing Maelstroms at Vlad, and you just hope that one of them takes him off the map as Vlad is picking up the Primetime. Primetime stacks Catalyst.
Peak deny here is huge. No more stagger for the Octavia. We'll be able to pick up the Egoist for survivability, but will still be as squishy if they're full comboed.
Yeah, and the prime time now makes that orb munching even better because you can start resetting the second cooldown too. It is actually crazy how hard that goes with the 10 orb dancer replication going on.
Yeah, Zyre trying to put some pressure onto Vladilena, but Vladilena will just eat the orb. Zyre gets one though, denies one at the very least. But that is just a small win in a sea of many wins for Shikara Green as Cute Juice Boy goes up. Vladilena is unable to save the barrier, and maybe Zyre can dribble. Maybe Zyre can make it happen here, but the orbs are coming back up. If Vladilena can clear this away, they have free reign over these orbs. Cute Juice Boy subconsciously picks up one. That might be a bit of an issue, but not if they get the barrier. No, still defended by Hubble Bubble. Hubble Bubble are holding on here. Vertical pass. Cute Juice Boy does not flip, does not need it at the moment, sends it forward. And Alexander the 15th trying to do something while staggered. The flip comes out from Mass Samurai. And oh, what a KO. Zyre almost KO'd as well. Good elusives coming out.
Yeah, no, and the double KO here is really rough. Mass Samurai left all on their own on the little island of Hawaii to defend, and it was unable to get the job done there. Again, the amount of offensive pressure they're able to put out on the side of Shikara Green here just because of the orbs and the lack of denial on the replicator is insane. That being said, Hubble Bubble still have some fight in them. They're able to get these gates open. They just haven't been able to secure goals yet.
Yeah, and Vladilena clearing to the corner, not taking any risks here. Oh, almost getting scored on by the Crater from Cute Jewish Boy, but Cute Jewish Boy has almost full meter, has plenty to evade with, plenty to use that elusive, and some follow-ups on the bottom corner. Shikara Green are working on this barrier right now. Japanese box, self-pass dribble, mix up to the top side completely, mixes them up, but Zyre does have speed, does have the strikes, does have a lot of energy to elusive with despite being staggered, and this could be a threat.
Yeah, the core box here from Japanese is coming out. The thing that I'm noting is, like, the amount of defense that Shikara Green is able to play is so high because they have basically two midfielders, right? So they are really able to do a lot of core control with their abilities on defense, which is translating into really strong offense because they have those abilities yet again after a little bit of munching. And there it is, a quick barrier into...
Oh, this is a chance. Zyre, deflected by Vladilena, who plays it safe. And now it is looking a little scary as the Giga Blast comes out. So much chip damage onto Zaire as well with the barrage that hits so hard. And also the barrier taken on the other side as well, slowed down by Japanese Box, not giving Zaire room to breathe. Goes for a dribble play, goes for it, and the corners drift slowly, and Alexander gets the last laugh, the last strike, and Hubble Bubble are not out of it just yet.
It just floated. It was floating so gently, so slowly, like it was adrift at sea, and they just had to get it out of there, which put them in a rough strike war situation. So that's how they're going to win this game. They somehow have to find the goal. Unfortunately, not able to get the quick barrier here, which they have been doing, which is going to hinder their offense. The Maelstrom is fantastic, so they do get the lock, despite the fact that they've already died. Cute Jewish boy here with the core flip for the lock as he gets the angle around Mass Samurai. Nobody expects you to shoot at them, but Zari is back with that boost speed of stuff going. Blink there ends the game, though.
Japanese Box with the blink at the very end of the game secures it, has plenty of cooldowns to work with, finds the right place at the right time yet again. Chikara Green will move on to the grand finals, find the Yoki's Prodigies waiting, and yeah, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu, but it's like 1 a.m., so maybe I'm not fully awake.
No, I think there is a reason for there to be a little bit of deja vu going on here. And unfortunately, this isn't quite what the script called for. So I am a little upset at some individuals. We need to go back. We need to have a discussion later in production on how we're going to write this ship. But what can I say? Chikara Green took that game over, and you know, it's really easy to be the better team when you have Orb Dance Replicator on Aten.
Yeah, this was definitely a draft-decided game, especially because it was looking so good for Hubble Bubble, right? Their speed was outclassing in the midfield.
Yeah,
But then,
absolutely.
yeah, and then the moment that the Replicator Ponderer was picked up, well, even if they have the speed, if you have infinite cooldowns, you'll naturally just have better control.
Yeah, no, I wish I could play all of my games on Aten with goalies that get Orb Rep and Dancer, a Ponderer. That'd be, and Dancer too. Why not? Why not the whole kit and caboodle while we're at it? I think that'd make my games a lot easier. So I do kind of look forward to that in the future for me. Yeah, it is worth noting though that they did put a lot of pressure on Valadina this game. Valadina had to make a lot of saves there, had to have a lot of redirects. So that is kind of the crutch that I'm looking for. Did this really work out for Chikara Green, or was this just more a, I don't want to call it a fluke victory, but they got the right awakenings that set them up to perform better? And I just worry about this going into the next matches for them.
But they didn't look weak against Yoki's Prodigies, right? In that winner semis matchup. So
No, they absolutely did not. But they didn't win it, did they?
that is true. But everything was close so far. We'll see how it goes. Yoki's Prodigy is having a lead in that set, to be fair. They, in the grand finals, they will have a 1-game advantage, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no. And to say that I don't think Chikara Green could win this is actually insane. I think Chikara Green could easily come in and win this. I just don't know if this team composition that they ran right here was the schmoove. And I think that if they are going to win their upcoming games, this is not going to be the winning composition for them against Yoki's Prodigies.
Yeah, that is true. The Yoki's Prodigies definitely with Jumper in the midfield will, I guess it will be a little harder for Chikara Green, but again, like in that matchup versus Yoki's Prodigies in the winter semis, they were fine. Like they were completely fine.
Yeah. And they will be again, and we're going to see some good games on Not Oni Village, I can imagine, because I have called John Odyssey again, and I've arranged for, how about some Night Market next? How does that sound?
Honestly, that sounds amazing. I haven't seen Night Market in years.
All right, Night Market coming up.
We'll cut to a break, and we'll be back for the grand finals of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. We'll see you then. Hello everyone and welcome back to the OSAS finale. And yeah, we're in grand finals, best of 5 game advantage. Yoki's Prodigies are 1 up, and both teams have battled their way up here. Chikara Green being taken out of the winner's bracket by Yoki's Prodigies in the winner semis, made it all the way back up here for the rematch. So, Levin, what are your thoughts?
Everything All at Once was a good movie, but in terms of this, we have some really good games coming up here. I think Chikara Green versus Yoki's is going to be really good matches. I think every game is going to go to 4th set minimum, and I think we're going to see a lot of 5 sets here. It's going to be very back and forth. It's going to be very Awakening decided, just because I think of how good these teams are, and if anyone gets something that is really powerful for them, I think that's what's going to be what swings these games, because of how evenly matched I think the teams are, actually.
Yeah, and both teams definitely not a stranger to the drafting, but before that, I got to shout out Vladalena's friends, because apparently they're watching, and they're watching on a TV. They're streaming the OSAS finale on the big screen, so yeah, shout out to them for that. I gotta say, after this, I'm a Chikara Green fan.
Yeah, no, that's pretty hype, and I will say I was rooting for Chikara Green all of the last set, which is because, you know, I do know some of the players, at least by name. I do know Vladalena, I do know Cute Jewish Boy, although I shouldn't say that I don't know people on Yoki's Prodigies, because I do know Jumper and I do know Lexus. So I'm going to be a little torn, but let's root for the underdog here, because they're on a big screen TV, and that's pretty hype, and they're sitting around watching that. I hope they're having a good time with their chips, their popcorn. I hope they have those little, like, Dorito things that you can put on your fingers. They're not called Doritos. I don't remember what they're called. But
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. We should be heading into game very soon now, and yeah, overall, I think the bans will be pretty obvious, unless both teams agree to leave Luna up, because both teams have Luna forward players, right?
Yeah, they do, don't they? And I feel like you gotta run it once. You run it once, you kind of honor battle who's the better Luna, you find out, and then you put it away. You say, no more of that, we did that once. It was fun, but congratulations, you're going to win the rest of the games if we keep leaving the Luna up. So you just have to make a choice and stick with it as to what you do. But I really feel like the Luna honor battle is necessary at least once.
Yeah, and that'll be fun to see, but we'll see what the teams have in store. We'll see how it goes. We are currently waiting on the game, and both teams are doing a lot of chatting.
Yeah, they are, and bugles. That's what they were called, yeah. Bugles go pretty hard. When's the last time you had bugles?
Quite a long time ago.
Right? Like,
yeah.
It definitely hasn't been since I was a kid, because my memories of bugles are putting them on my fingers. That is
Honestly,
the memories.
I'm like the worst possible person to ask a question like that to, because there's other stuff like, oh, when's the last time you ate at McDonald's? And my answer is like 10 years ago.
Honestly, good for you. Like, that's a wonderful thing that you can say. When's the last time you had a salad?
Like 2 months ago.
Well, perfect, because you're about to have a salad right now as we get into another game of Chikara Green versus Yoki's Prodigies. Did you see what I did there?
So true, and we're on Demon Deus. Kills will abound here. This will be a very KO heavy map. The Japanese box Vice already in there. The Vladilena Erasmus goalie, and yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, not the night market that I was promised, but that is unlucky. We found out who is afraid of the Luna, but some dissension among the ranks. Never mind. Banning Finny from an already Finny banned competition is a little strange.
Wait, so wasn't Cute Jewish Boy in chat saying ban Luna if you're scared? And then
No,
ban
that
Luna?
was... unless that's who Vil34 is, but I don't think that's who that is.
Yeah. I feel like it is, right?
I actually don't know.
Okay, it is.
Okay,
It is.
no,
They're
it is.
scared.
All right,
They're scared
confirmed.
of the Lexus Luna.
That's fair. Hey, you know, I as an IME player know when I'm against a better IME. And like, yeah, no, I'd rather put them on something they're uncomfortable with if I'm uncomfortable on it too. Looks like mirror matchups on the forwards yet again. And we're gonna have Valadina playing that Rasmus that we saw probably with the Pauldrons again, and Razzie on Dubu, probably also Pauldrons.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these teams perform because there's a slight damage advantage for the side of Chikara Green, but we've seen Yoki's Prodigies get a lot of KOs despite those situations in a lot of cases, and this Razzie Dubu will really just have a much stronger defense as Lexus gets the first barrier of the game.
It was Big Fish start, so everyone's looking a little thick today. They all had that fill of McDonald's that you haven't had in 10 years, not sponsored by the way, which is making this game a little bit interesting as we didn't see a lot of melee characters being picked up, people that really benefit from the Big Fish. It is a pretty strong start, and you can go double brawler pretty easily on Demon Dias, but this is the comps that they've chose to ran with, and we're gonna have to see what they make of them.
I'm so concerned. I'm so concerned about your pronunciation, but Japanese Box is staggered, should also be concerned, but despite that, Chikara Green are the ones taking the barriers here. Razzie is taken low. Razzie looking much healthier after gobbling that orb as Lexus is looking for the barrier here, but Vladilena continues to clear it away. Finally, it goes down. Japanese Box staggered, but Vladilena is very close to a flip. Same with Q Jewish Boy. They're working on it if they can get a flip out, but as I say that, Lexus, the one with the fully charged flip, uses it to dodge the supernova of Japanese Box. And that's exactly what you want from the supernova. You want to deny those flips here as Vladilena gets one as well. We'll be able to use it on defense. No! Lexus with the snipe into the bottom corner. First goal goes to Yoki's Prodigies.
Poor cute Jewish boy, he was sitting there and he really wanted to core flip, but just never had an opportunity to after the core got away from him as he got it. Looking here in the mirror matchups, so far we haven't actually seen a lot of pressure applied to anyone in particular. Not a lot of damage coming out from both sides. We have talked about how they have been putting people under pressure to get those core flips out with the Vice ult, which we just saw there. Cute Jewish boy staying on the map with that dash. Able to hang on as Lexus doesn't quite get it, and Japanese Box scores on the other side.
Japanese Box with the snipe evened up, and these two teams had a very, very close series in the winner side of things. They're looking to replicate that success here as Crazy just clearing it back and forth away from Japanese Box's blink location. Cute Juice Boy trying to get in there. Lexus chipped out as well, but that damage, as even though it stacks up, that doesn't stop Lexus from getting in there, looking for the dribble into the barrier, defended by Cute Jewish Boy and Vladilena, using those primaries to great effect. The stun duration on Lexus, preventing any follow-up on that offense. And now, Chikara Green trying to push up, but Lexus once again goes for the dribble play. Great clears from Vladilena, and overall, just incredible defense and incredible offense, but Lexus taking off the table. Striker advantage for Chikara Green.
I really have to say this. I like watching Japanese Box play Vice. Like, this makes me want to go in some games tonight and play some Vice midfield. It looks fun. And they're making it work really well, and they've had a lot of success. Last time we saw them pick this on Demon Dias. The ult there does get a barrier, but Cute Jewish Boy secures a KO, so they are in a power play, and hopefully with some good passing around, a good ability usage, we can...
Oh no, they missed the core and are punished with a lost barrier. Yogi's Prodigies will take that any day. Elusive forced out, and a great snipe by Jumper, the hit stun onto Vladilena. And from the jaws of defeat, Yogi's Prodigies pull out a point.
Yeah, and that was good by Jumper. It is lucky that, you know, Chikara Green missed all their abilities, but it happens. We all have those moments, and they've just got to bounce back from it, get another point here, tie things up 2-2, and make this close. The Tofu Fortress does defend successfully against the core flip, but cannot defend against that one with the Juicy Box. Help, my words lost me.
Yeah, but do you know who's about to be lost? Japanese Box being chased down, but no, maybe. The offense turned on to Lexus, but Lexus manages to get the barrier regardless. Japanese Box, despite being stunned, holds the special of Vice, just rocking out there, and now Lexus in front of the goal looking for a scoring attempt, but it's cleared by Vladilena, and once again Lexus in position but hit away. Will regen soon, but not yet.
No, and Japanese Box has to keep up this midfield presence, is cutting the pass, has to win one of these strike wars here so that an offensive attack can get going. When you're in these positions, it is just so hard to get anything going because the sound speakers in front of the goal boxes make it really difficult to actually get on the other side of the map when you're in a bad position like this, and therefore Yoki's Prodigies are able to take another point and take the set.
Great supernova from Jumper, and great clears from Vladilena earlier, but in the end it wasn't enough. They could not turn the defense into offense. We'll be rewarded with either specialized training or the extra special. We'll probably go specialized here. Instead, is tempo swing being hovered? I'm a bit curious about that one. But no, extra special taken, specialized training, they'll be happy to have that one.
That has to be a deny. Like, you give spec training to Erasmus, you deny tempo swing. I don't really like the denying of tempo swing while perfect forms up. Maybe Deadeye here. Dubu's options are looking a little rough, ends up going for the fire up.
Isn't this just a blunder because it doesn't drop anything down for your Zentaro?
Yeah, no, especially because of that too. You also have Castellast there. I feel like there are a lot of really good options there that aren't the tempo swing, but maybe just wanted a little bit more sustain, and that's how they're going to find it here. Maybe it keeps them alive. Maybe they're correct, and we'll find out as the offense from Yoki's Prodigies gets the barriers really quickly.
Yeah, and now Razy there with the Tofu Fortress, and the Chikara Green tries so hard, but in the end, the coordination of Yoki's Prodigies on that offensive push is just a little too much.
Yeah, the stun there from Jumper on the core, setting it up for Lexus to just dash it through and secure the goal was really good. They're so much more coordinated, it seems, on these offensive attacks, while Japanese Blocks and Cute Jewish Boy have not quite found their rhythm together in this game.
Yeah, but individually, oh, Razy, unfortunate clear there as Cute Jewish Boy looks to capitalize on it, looks to get a pass. Japanese Box tries to win the strike war, but Razy wins that instead. No, Razy just hits it through the Zentaro special at the right timing, which just strike wars it through Razy.
Yeah, that was really good by Cute Jewish Boy, just, you know, understanding how Zentaro works and sending it to the other side so that Razy didn't have strike available as they were clapping the air before, which good supernova there, getting out a lot of pressure, putting Japanese Box as they do a disappearing act, hocus pocus. I never saw the secondary go down, but all of a sudden they're on the other side of the map, fighting to stay alive for their life, munching some orbs. Cute Jewish Boy gets the bumper once, gets the bumper twice. Can they get a goal and make it thrice?
Oh, and they almost do so, but Razy is there, the massive Dubu with the big fish. And now it's just being cleared out over and over. The flip is there, waits out the supernova from Japanese Box, and Cute Jewish Boy is looking a little low, looking a little dangerously low. In fact, dangerously near the wall as well. Japanese Box unable to win the strike war there. Jumper getting the better of them, but Japanese Box is strike warring the supernova. Great reactions as Jumper tries to get the barrier, but again, fantastic defense from Vladilena.
And Japanese Box just keeps winning those strike wars up on the top side against Jumper, as a lot of Zentaro abilities are being thrown out by both teams there. Vladilena loses a lock, holds on to the second one as Cute Jewish Boy gets taken off the map by Lexus, who does have the flip for a barrier, which is going to set up a great offensive play into the goal for Yoki's Prodigies.
Yeah, they just line it up. They make it happen. And Yoki's Prodigies once again in the lead here.
Yeah, no, they are making it look good. Their offense, when it is working, it fires on a lot of cylinders, at least 3. It might be considered an engine that they have going on. Japanese Box and Cute Jewish Boy, though, do their own assault. They turn on their engine, which may or may not have 3 cylinders. Who knows? Japanese Box Supernovas for the self-barrier. Cuts off the pass there. They're looking to score a goal here.
Oh,
Dubu with the log. What a log by Razzie. Oh. I'm sorry, I lost focus, but Razzie is just keeping to clear it down to Lexus, who is going to win one of these one time, but Valentina says, I've got to flip, and we've got to score 2-2.
Yeah, good on Japanese Box for recognized situation, getting it in there. And this is Chikara Green's opportunity to even it up. This is where they want to be. They don't want to be down 2 sets. They want it to be a 1-1. Very winnable mindset here as Elusive is forced out by the secondary of Japanese Box with Thunderstruck, as now Vladilena is being hit stunned here. Lexus is low but has flip and will just take double barriers here as Jumper progresses the play as well. It goes to Razzie, who just sends it back, and Vladilena is looking very low. Lexus is hunting.
Vladilena is looking very juicy, but with the pauldrons is able to deal back a lot of damage onto Lexus and really threaten Lexus here, who it looks like they're going to take a little break, PvP it out for a minute, forget about the core,
no.
And there it goes! You can't forget about it. It is actually the point of the game. as the Japanese box own goals with the primary from Vice.
Quite unfortunate, and great on Lexus to drop the special there. Incredibly clutch play to stay alive and also occupy space if the core falls through. Will be rewarded here with, honestly, I don't know.
Prize Fighter? 1-2 punch?
I'll go for Reverberation Bulk, denying the bulk from them, I guess. Oh, they have Tempo. Wait, dude, no, Tempo was denied.
Tempo is on Japanese box. It's a choice. They obviously just want more cooldown reduction. They haven't probably looked at the numbers too much and realized that Reverberation actually doesn't really give that much. The rest of the draft is interesting. We've got 1-2 punch on the enemy Zentaro, cute Jewish boy here. Vladilena does get that Orb Dancer again, which they did have last time they were playing Rasmus on this map. Japanese box has that increased stun duration and slight range improvement on their secondaries with the Chrono Boost. More logs coming out from Dubu, and more projectile range and secondary range for Jumper. We'll see who this all ends up favoring. If Valadina can get those orbs stacked up, maybe that'll help out their offenses. Last time we saw them on this map with the Orb Dancer, they were able to put a lot of offensive pressure on and really help out cute Jewish boy and Japanese box on the offensive attacks.
Yeah, but so far it's looking so good for Chikara Green right now. But as I say that, they just take so much damage in an instant. Cute Juice Boy looking for the snipe onto the bottom side. Follow-up. The Japanese box unable to get anything going here as Jumper just walks forward and just wins the strike without even interacting, without even opting into it. And Lexus trying to keep it in this bottom corner here. They get the barrier, they get the flip, they get another barrier with the special help from Lexus GX 470. And now, with Japanese box trying to hold here, the passages come through back and forth, and Lexus with that reverb combined with the big fish and the perfect form. Bit of a situation where there's a little too much refund, a little too many cooldowns, but as I say that, Vladilena continues to hold right now.
Vladilena doing their best to get these clears and help give their team a chance on offense, as cute Jewish boy just can't seem to make it happen, but there it goes, snuck in past by Jumper with a increased ranged primary because of aerials.
Yep, and now it is firmly the Yoki's Prodigy's lead, even in this potential final set here. The stuns come in, and Vladilena trying to defend, but the Supernova by Jumper buys so much space. Lexus does so much damage, and wow, cute Juice Boy struggling to survive here. Vladilena trying to clear it, but it's just so hard to mount an offense from Chikara Green. They are attempting it, they're doing a lot of damage, but right now I think it's reached a tipping point. Yoki's Prodigy is really just winning the PvP.
Yeah, and something that I've noticed that Yoki's Prodigies have been doing very much and very well is they've been using their core flips on the back side of the lock, which makes it really hard to deal with. It becomes like suboptimal for the enemy team. There's like, you're just ego checking to see if you can guess when they core flip it and strike it at that point. And that must be a part of their game plan on Demon Dias, as there it is, Lexus gets another score off of the Zentaro ultimate. So the Reverberation might actually be coming in a lot of use here, as they have infinite cooldowns on this Zentaro.
Yeah, and well, the Chikara Green will have to figure out a way to deal with it, but right now Jumper is just winning the strike where Japanese box is being KO'd. They do get a berry out of it, but Racy comes back from the stun, wakes up, and immediately presses log to defend. Pass up is interrupted by Jumper, goes all the way there as Vladilena is stunned up. Good clear by them as well, but now it is Japanese box who is taken out. It is a hook from that hooks Jumper, but not soon enough to avoid that amazing long range shot, and then a crazy angle that sneaks past Vladilena, and Yoki's Prodigy are looking really good right now.
I mean, they absolutely are, because, you know, they took a game. They're now up 2-0. Next game closes this out for them and sends this broadcast home. So, we now talk, what can Chikara Green do here to get themselves in this next game? And I think the first thing is you have to stay away from these mirror matchups. They just showed you that they're the better team if we're on the same strikers, so you need to be able to do something else. They output more damage, more shots, more goals.
But like, what are they supposed to do though? If it's Demon Day, it's like, what do you pick here? What do you pick here that's different? You just can't.
With Big Fish on the table, it definitely should have been another brawler, right? Like, I think you take the Rasmus and maybe put the Rasmus in the midfield position and then you play another goalie. I don't even know. You can go crazy with it. With Big Fish, you might even be able to play X. But
Okay, but you know what the issue is? They're being out damaged despite having like the slightly more damaging comp. Like, and also they're if they don't like what do they pick that would win against like it is Vice Centauro Demon Deus. I think it is just a map diff.
I mean, it could be, but you both had Vice Centauro, right?
No, I know, but
So-
being forced to pick it is a map diff. You can't like opt into something else here.
I guess. You could play Atlas as your goalie if you really want to win that damage war, though, right? Like, you do have an option. There is something you could do.
It's tough. It's tough.
It is.
I think Chikara Green just need to because it's not like they got washed out in winter semis, right? They were playing pretty mirror comps there too, you know. So
That is true.
I think they just need to be confident in themselves. It's winnable.
This is for sure winnable, as it looks like our second game's loading up. If it's Demon Deus, though, are you going to shrug, call it map diff, and say it's over, or are they going to make adjustments? Because here we are. It's Demon Deus again. Should we just shrug, call this over? Yoki's Prodigies go 3-0, and that's it?
I think this is the game where you have to let the Luna through. I think you just have to go like, we will ban something different here. We will ban the Zentaro for no, never mind. Not you can't ban. What do you? It's so doomed.
Ban
What
the
do you
device
ban?
and take it away from yourself? I don't like. The problem is
it's just so hard.
Yoki's Prodigies don't have to do anything else. They showed you what they're going to do to win on this map, and what adjustments are you going to make from Chikara Green? Because if you do not make those adjustments, I don't see you winning this game, right? If we just run it down into the exact same team comps, I think we can just call it over.
No, because the Awakenings are a factor, and Chikara Green has succeeded, you know, again, the winter semis. Like, they did not look hopeless there, but this time, the X factor of the rune is coming out. Okay, will this be the difference maker, Chikara Green?
So they've made their adjustment. Let's see if it's right. And looks like we have Cast to Last Rapid Fire as the Awakenings here.
Ooh, okay. But it's important to note, Rune is pretty nice to have on this map because the goalies aren't often in the goal zone, right? They don't get that additional defense, so the banish is quite powerful.
Yeah, you can use it a lock here to get 2 locks pretty easily if you're using it that way, especially with Cast to Last. And it might be the difference maker here. Rune can also go kind of crazy on this map because of the sound waves that form. It makes it so that if he can get just the right awakenings, these pillars can be really menacing on this map. And they can create almost unwinnable situations on their own.
Yeah, but Chikara Green has to be worried about the damage. Like, even the Dubu log does so much shit. Japanese box slightly misplaying, walking into Reizi's Dubu log, and that's why they just got KO'd there.
Yeah, and I have bad news for you. Those Dubu logs aren't going to be coming quite as much as they could, because I thought they had Rapid Fire, and I was about to segue into that, but they don't. They have Cast to Last, which does mean when you get rolled on, you are going to be sad for quite a while. So that is going to happen, but we do have to find a way to avoid all the damage that Yoki's Prodigies can put out as Chikara Green, as there just goes the rune off the map with the core flip.
Oh, Vladlena almost finding the KO on the jumper. Signs of life as both barriers are staying up, but the one for Chikara Green disappears. The stun duration, Vladlena back just in time to get the orb as well. And a great block by Chikara Green yet again as Vladlena has flipped. Japanese box has the barrier, and this is a bit of an opening here. The core goes backwards, but Vladlena does have flip. That insurance in the pocket. Whoa, that was stunned as soon as Zentaro passes that. It just looked like a raw projectile. Now Cute Juice Boy almost being taken out, but still surviving. Japanese box shooting into the bottom side. The perfect angle around the Dubu wall and Reizi, and the first blood is taken by Chikara Green.
And that's what we need to see. They had the time there, and yeah, it didn't look pretty. We saw a little bit of bloodshed there. Chikara Green lost some members, but they're back, and they put on a quick offensive showcase when they were alive. But now they put Vladlena in a lot of pressure here, as they're going to have to find a way to hold on against the Lexus jumper attack. Good core flip to clear the core, and the rune makes the Dubu clear really hard. So now gates are open. Everybody is welcome. Come on in, they say. Cute Juice Boy putting a lot of pressure. The Rune Pillar does get the kill. We got to pass up here to Japanese Box, see what they can cook. No abilities, it seems. Nothing to cook. The redirect there. Getting offense going fast while we still have a couple seconds before Lexus comes back. But vroom vroom, here he comes. The car himself.
Yeah, and Lex is already putting down a lot of damage. Japanese Box not looking healthy at all. A slight bit of miscommunication on the KO attempt there will leave Japanese Box alive for just a little bit longer, trying to survive. And yet again, the coordination is not there from Yoki's Prodigy. So much damage onto Jumper and the KO, and maybe the banish is exactly what they needed here as they get a pass down. Cute Juice Boy is looking for a bit of a Rune Pillar action, but instead it just goes to Lexus, and Vladilena somehow manages to make the save with the secondary. Incredibly good play there. Once again, the Rune Pillar bounce is not favorable. The projectile is there to primary from the Vice, pulled away by Vladilena's hook. The Japanese Box looking for a pass to Cute Juice Boy, and again, the opportunity is slightly missed. Down to the bottom corner, but Vladilena managed to save that as well, and Vladilena has been saving this game so far, but there's a flip on the goal line, and that is just a little bit too much.
That was so back and forth. If they keep going to overtime, this game is going to go crazy, especially as this Rune scales here. Like, I do worry for Yoki's Prodigies in this game. If Rune can get 1 or 2 Bis Pillars with the double banish, unfortunately, we just can't get it around Razzie, who is the stoutest of defenders. But there they go. They do finally get a bumper. Not quite too, as Vladilena steps up to help out with the offense, missing the core flip, not quite getting it, sending it back with the core flip. The Rune Pillar keeps it on the opposing side of the field for Chikara Green.
Razzie being sent all the way across the map, and now both barriers are down, both barriers still alive as KOs are traded, but the goalie is down. This is the opportunity for Chikara Green. You need to make it work here, but Japanese Box is scarily low here. The bounce up with the Rune Pillar, the banish comes out.
Banish.
The KO, almost a Strike War win would have done it there, but incredible defense from 2004 Lexus GX470 keeps it alive. And now they can look for a play because Japanese Box is almost staggered, almost KO'd, but Vladilena managed to defend the flip twice. The rebound as well, and Japanese Box is looking for a sneaky goal, but no, the pull from Vladilena will just send it around the world yet again. Back to Lexus, back to Cute Jewish Boy. Looking for a bit of a Tofu Fortress, but a KO on Japanese Box will mean that there's a massive advantage here for Yoki's Prodigy. Is looking for the barrier, but forced out. The core flip is from 2004 Lexus GX470, who sends it back with the special, and Cute Juice Boy has stalled out so much time. Vanish on the core, Pillar down as well. Core moving so fast, but blocked by Jumper.
Can I be honest? I'm really impressed with how you said Lexus's name there. You absolutely crushed it. They do have the open shot, and it wasn't quite open, but the shot in front of the goal, they had time, they were patient, they didn't quite find it. For Chikara West here, core goes round and around and around, and nobody can quite make anything happen. The offense from both sides a little lacking, but Japanese Box finally finds the goal in the top corner of the net, right past Razzie and the log.
Yeah, Chikara Green.
Did I say east? Did I say west? I don't know what I said. It doesn't matter. I'm just happy I said Chikara and green or something. It's fine. Colors are hard.
Yeah, and now Vladilena looking for it. So much damage down. And Cute Jewish Boy finds the perfect timing right afterwards for the follow-up, the double kill, and this is Chikara Green's moment. This is the comeback. This is match point for Yoki's Prodigies, but Chikara Green, say no. Like, this is the game they will begin the reverse sweep in.
See, and I told you, you don't run the mirror match. You have to do something else. You have to put yourself in a position where your characters can do something that theirs can't. It's how you win in these tight games, because otherwise you're just leaving it up to who is strictly better on the characters they on. And there is one of the things that is going to be this Bis for Rune. Rune is going to pop off here hard with that Monumentalist, Chrono Boost coming out, Stagger Swagger, Tempo Swing onto the Zentaro, which is scary. That is scary for Lexus, but Twin Drive coming out in return. And then we're going to see funny fat rolls, aerials. It'd be funny. Orb Rep is probably the right play here, though.
Yeah, Orb Replicator important here, but I am looking at that Twin Drive from Cute Jewish Boy. We saw the plays they managed to make with the secondary. Can they do it with more charges as well? But right now, Jumper trying to go for a Supernova play. It is blocked by the secondary Vladilena, but as I say that, Japanese Box vanishes. A bit of a magic trick, maybe even banished by himself as the rune, as Jumper just passes down to Lexus, looking for that barrier here as Japanese box respawn stalled out long enough, and the barriers are even, so this is looking a little bit better for Chikara Green. But as I say that, cute Jewish boy is looking so low, but the massive rune pillar just completely obliterates Razy's clear. Lexus trying to get it past, but cute Jewish boy somehow manages to survive, and Japanese box is looking here. Vladilena passing it up, continuing to clear it down, avoiding the stun as well. Lexus has the flip, manages to get the angle for the barriers. Both of them are open, and now Japanese box looking for it, looking for the pass down to Jewish boy, but Jumper has flip. Gotta be so careful in the open net as well. Finds an angle, but just goes directly to Japanese box. The pillar blocked by Jumper. Crucially, Jewish boy unable to get the follow-up on the core, and just goes around the world yet again.
Yeah, one thing to note here is that the secondary of Jumper does apply like a mini banish right now. With both Cast to Last and Chrono Boost coming out, we are going to see some of the longest stun durations you probably will from a Vice ever. And it's crazy long as we hit the sick angle off the sound wave from the primary, just sending it right past Razzie, who claps the air in shame.
Yeah, and incredible play there from Vladilena. It goes around and finds its way into the bottom of the net. Now has flip to work with, can defend against Lexus with that, but the angle is not what they were looking for. Takes their own barrier in the process. Japanese box and Jewish boy are looking low, but Jumper's looking lower. Great hook from Vladilena to take it away, and now Razzie, there's a pillar there, but the strike war is still won by the massive Dubu, and the flip is there as well. Now Japanese box somehow has to find something, but on a staggered target, every single one of Zentarro's abilities, true combos into another, and that KO will be picked up. Vladilena defending in the open net, but Lexus finds the angle at the very end and is evened up 1-1.
And Vladilena did a really good job there, but there is not much you can do when both your forwards are dead. Which my goalies get to experience quite a lot. Is just the way that things go for them. Lexus has a core flip coming up. Around the world we go. And Rune's really good at these around the world situations, as you can see. Gets the triple banish. We just can't make it to the core in time to touch it. But the pillars are coming out so frequently, and they're so massive. They're cutting off so much space and making it really hard for Yoki's Prodigies to get the clears here. But they finally do find the way out as the Forfu Fortress cuts out a clear for Chikara Green.
But incredibly well played by Yoki's Prodigies. The slight patience by Jumper to get that second barrier. The hook is up there, a constant reminder, trying to catch a bad shot, but there are no bad shots. It just goes to the other side. Possession is still kept by Yoki's Prodigies, though. Razy with the stun, passes up to Jumper, who has flip, is ready to use it, banished out. The log is there, and Vladilena is forced to go down. But Vladilena up to Jumper. Jumper being KO'd off the map, and Lexus is the only one here, has to be the hero. But no, the striker advantage needs to be taken all the way to the bank, and Lexus cannot get it past Vladilena. Vladilena is so impeccable on the defense right now, making it happen. Japanese box sends it through, but again, that barrier is so hard to get. Razy is keeping it alive forever.
Razy is really holding it down here. The KO on the Jumper was massive. They just got Lexus's flip as well on the kill attempt, and then cute Jewish boy finally founds it after it goes around the world. And because we are in overtime, these rune pillars are just going to send cores zipping wildly around the map. But there it is, the double KO. Can Vladilena hold on this time? They didn't the first time, and I don't blame them. And they just can't again. Again, these situations are very hard. We can't have both the forwards dying at the same time.
Yeah, but they were chipped down so low. Vladilena tries their best. It's so close, but in the end, it is not enough. And now, I don't know. It's still looking fine for Chikara Green. I think they can do it. And right there, the example: if the pillar is not to fully form, it's just so powerful. And they keep two barriers up. They keep the lead here. The Hope the Fortress out from Razy is insurance for Yoki's Prodigies, as cute Jewish boy and Japanese box are in danger of being both KO'd yet again. But this time they have double barriers in their favor. Cute Jewish boy advancing on the offense, the timer ticking on Japanese box, and now Razy just clearing it down and away, knowing that his teammates do have the advantage here. They do have more damage. But right now, cute Jewish boy is looking very scary. Japanese box is in position to place some pillars down, but yet again, Chikara Green are forced on the defense.
Yeah, and see, Chikara Green, Vladilena can hang on a little bit longer if they, just don't have to contest the 3v1. If you give them a 2v1 situation, 2v3, sorry, they're able to keep down and hold down the fort. So as long as the forwards for Chikara Green aren't both dying at the same time, this game is really winnable for them, and these points are makeable as the Rune Pillar zips it around as we again enter overtime, and there it is. It's almost as if Japanese Box knew it. They were just standing in the middle of the goal praying that the Rune Pillar sent it to them, and they are truly a Rune Master.
Yeah, eventually, if the goalie keeps clearing it into that pocket, it'll have a bad bounce. It'll outspeed the cooldown of the strikes. This isn't beta anymore, unfortunately. And Japanese Box was just aware, waiting for that situation to happen. But now, once again, they have the capability to go up 2-0 in sets here. They're looking for Japanese Box placing the pillars down so well. Jewish Boy looking for a bit of a cute attempt at using the passive there, and a double banish comes out, but Vladilena stalls the core out a little bit too long, does not want to risk sending it into Lexus, and now Lexus will try to pounce on it, but it's taking so much chip damage. Cute Jewish Boy looking for something, but Lexus is healing up by the second. And as the core goes back around, the flip comes out, and an amazing flip from Cute Jewish Boy almost gets 2 berries. Japanese Box with the follow-up, but a great flip by Razy at the very end, but still, both berries will go down. And this is the opportunity for Chikara Green, looking for something. Japanese Box down to the bottom corner, but Razy is ready this time.
And Cute Jewish Boy is trying to find a way to save alive as Japanese Box passes into himself. Well, Vladilena is stunned for half an hour by the Vice secondary, but they get stunned in return, and they might even be put in a 14-second purgatory, but quite able to find it as a second Rune Pillar doesn't actually connect. Japanese Box needs to try to find a way to stay alive here and still contribute to the team. One thing that I did notice while watching this game.
Wait, Razy is forward. Razy has a Tofu Fortress, and that will be the set for Yoki's Prodigies. Jumper holding down the goal with a Supernova just in case.
Yeah, that was bad timing to stop talking about how exciting the game was, because the game is exciting, but something I've been noticing is that Chikara has a really hard time because they aren't positioning on opposite sides of the barriers here, and you're watching Razy just clear around both of them. They aren't able to spread out and get their flanks going as we see Heavy Impact Primetime Stacks peak.
Yeah,
Stacks
Stacks
peak.
does go down to Razy, who is probably not going to be KO'd anytime soon, and Big Fish
Yeah,
falls
Big
down.
Fish.
Everyone getting a lot of picks here except the peak
Rune's
performance.
not that happy. Rune's not that happy.
The issue is that they're dying, right? Any extra stagger helps, so I see it, but it just leaves a lot of power picks down. Even more damage on the side of Yoki's Prodigies. Will Chikara Green be able to weather the storm as they get a big banish here? They get a big pillar as well as the Supernova comes out, manages to defend with the full power of all 3 members of Yoki Prodigies, as Jumper is looking for something here, as Lexus blinking in, but that is not increased dash range, just a little too stubby to reach the core there. Now Vladilena looking for a clear out of here, but Jumper and Lexus are playing so well out of the barrier, but as I said, a Japanese Box finds a bit of a breakaway, finds one barrier charge here as Lexus eats up the pillar to prevent it from becoming too much of a problem.
Yeah, and Japanese Box, again, is making me want to go play Rune too. I'm just watching Japanese Box. I must be a Japanese Box fanboy at this point, because I want to go play the characters. I'm watching Japanese Box play as the core flip comes out from Cute Jewish Boy, securing the goal, putting Chikara in a strong spot at this set. But, like, if I go play Rune in my games, I'm literally just going to be inting and griefing my teammates.
But
so.
like, forget about Rune. Look at that Zentaro play from Cute Jewish Boy, who just kept possession of the core over and over and over, and finally got the last hit required for the goal. But
is that a dead Dubu?
Whoa, almost a dead Dubu. Surviving on a sliver is Razy as Vladilena walks up, and Cute Jewish Boy has the last strike. What a good combined play from Chikara Green as they look to make the comeback.
This is exactly what we talked about with, or what you talked about with the Rune banishes, where you can catch the goalie outside of the goal box, and without that defender's bonus, and really set them up for actually being KO'd, which doesn't happen quite as often on the other maps for Rune.
Yeah, and now Vladilena sending it down, but Lexus has been so good with these specials, but so far this game, Vladilena has kind of had his number as Lexus is looking for something here, but the passive dash is just banished. We'll be taking a good chunk of damage here as Jumper and Lexus are a bit of a rare sight here, right? The Yoki's Prodigies duo being the ones with lower health, but they're healing up by the second.
Yeah, because the damage isn't being able to be constantly put on them, because that's just not how Rune works as a character. But Japanese Box able to get in there and get the bumper, and they have a core flip here, which is going to look mighty scary, which is why the Tofu wall does come down. Japanese Box going to go on a little bit of a hiatus with the pass to Jewish Boy off of the flip. Keep sending it in there and hope that it works out, and a sick Rune Pillar prevents Razzie from making the only clear that they can.
Great rune pillar there from Japanese Box, and we're heading into the draft. Juice Boy gets the first pick here. And what are you looking at, Lovin?
Well, I mean, my eyes see built different, right? I see built different on the Zentaro. It is a rough choice between the perfect form and the catalyst. Wait a minute, there was so much here, and now you're passing built different to your Rasmus?
I mean, built different to Rasmus makes
Catalyst.
no catalyst. Okay, and built different
That
will
makes
fall
sense.
down to the other.
And then we get Hot Shot
Zentaro.
on Rune. I think Chikara Green's gonna take this game. We're talking almost Biss. I mean, I shouldn't deny Missile Prop and Built Different are both actually very good. Did everybody just get Biss except for Jumper here on the Vice? I think so.
I mean, the Vice isn't going to complain about Glass Cannon, right? Especially when playing a midfield role. And as I say that, so much damage comes out. Japanese Box is absolutely erased, torn down, sent into the recycling bin. And now, Lexus is looking low, but it is just a singular member, right, Juice Boy? And even as Zentaro, getting a solo kill like that is a little difficult as Jumper tries to hop in, using that speed from the Glass Cannon as it's ramping up. And now Japanese Box hits it into their own pillar, looking for a bit of a fast core play, but Razzie is ready.
Yeah, and now I believe every fully formed pillar should be sending at core flip speed, which is once the rune starts to get a little crazy, because any of the redirects like that are just going to absolutely be really hard to deal with and very punishing. A missed banish coming out there as Lexus just dashed out of the way from it. Japanese is looking a little bit low, but here comes the pillar, and that's going to be detrimental to his own team. Of unfortunate clear by Vlad right into the pillar. It does happen sometimes. We get those haha funny rune moments as Cute Jewish Boy looks to cut off the pass with the Zentaro ultimate there, and a sick primary from Lexus seals the deal in overtime.
Yeah, Vladlina tried to be proactive, tried to get ahead of the play, but Lexus just spacing it out, outplaying it, and eventually getting faster core speed there. And now I think if Japanese Box can stay alive, you saw the power of the rune, right? Getting 2 barriers there, but it is so efficient. Yoki's Prodigies are able to KO this rune with pinpoint precision over and over and over. They just have the damage for it, they have the coordination for it, and Vladlina does have the flip to save this last barrier potentially, but just saving the last barrier. Oh, also getting one in Japanese Box though, trying to get the barrier. This time just settles for a banish on Lexus, preventing any offense on their side for a little bit, but as they say that, the core drifts on. The barrier is taken. Lexus goes down to the center. And there's a Missile Propulsion Tofu Fortress as well to back up the offense, as Lexus is also lurking, but again, the flip comes out to defuse it.
What a roll by Dubu. What a core flip and a pass, and Lexus just couldn't quite make it happen off of that as well. And you did mention that we saw the power of the rune from Japanese Box, and he took 2 barriers, and I have to amend your statement. He didn't take 2 barriers, he took 4 of them, and he just got himself a goal. What a sick banish on the Dubu. The Dubu was in purgatory for the entirety of the barrier and the goal there, like 3.5 seconds or something. Got put in jail by the rune.
Yeah, he got put in jail for violating where they could stand, one step past the goalie safe zone, and immediately the banish came down, and Japanese Box yet again with the pillars. Cute Jewish Boy looking for a strike onto the barrier. This time, the Missile Propulsion Tofu Fortress almost catches Cute Jewish Boy off guard with the combo into Jumper Supernova, but Jewish Boy does have that elusive ready and waiting, but is taken out eventually. And now, once again, another striker disadvantage scenario for Chikara Green, but this is something that they have experience with a little bit. Jumper, they cannot step onto the Jumper slightly off of the pillar, can't defuse it in time as both barriers are now gone for Yoki's Prodigies. The core is moving very fast. Japanese Box has flip available as an option. 1 good pass is all it takes, but the possession from Yoki's Prodigies is so good, but drifts up to Japanese Box into the bottom. Grazy is there to defend. The massive dude with so much leniency on the strike timing. Japanese Box still lurking along with Cute Jewish Boy, unable to make it happen. The dribbling on the pillar, it's just not enough still.
No, that was some really sick dribbling by Japanese Box, and Jumper should probably not work as a bomb diffusion tech because they were unable to get the pillar, as you mentioned. But coming forward here with another multi-banish, setting themselves up nicely. What a great play by Razzie. Awesome defense with the preemptive log that was planned as a clear option, passing it to themselves.
Oh, no!
Japanese box just misses the self-pass there, gets the angle slightly wrong, and own goals, which is, again, how powerful the rune is.
Yeah, add a goal to their tally, because right now Yoki's Prodigies are looking to close it out in this game. Despite being down, they have the goal advantage in the set. They're looking to convert. They're looking to get the KOs. And Japanese box is being taken a little bit low here if they could focus the damage. But Razzie forced to clear here. A little bit dangerous as Cute Jewish Boy trying to get the clears. Looking for it, but so much chip damage is being taken by the members of Chikara Green that vanishes but a brief respite as Cute Juice Boy's cracked Japanese box is off for another 8 seconds. Now Vladilena has the flip, stalls it out for a little bit. Cute Juice Boy trying to survive, but if they stagger the KOs, it'll be permanent striker advantage. The flip does not get the KO. Cute Juice Boy, though, staying in the staggered state, finally being taken out, and Japanese box is alone on the offense. Vladilena continuing to clear, though. They have not lost the barrier yet, and Japanese box setting up the pillar, trying to make it a little difficult. The stun is here, but immediately strike ward by Vladilena, who sends it down into the Tofu Fortress, proving to be a bit of an obstacle for Yoki's Prodigies, but another KO. Yoki's Prodigies are just going over and over and over. One member is taken down, but this time it's Cute Jewish Boy there with the primary, taking the barrier. Vladilena trying to clear it with the primary. Both barriers will be taken, and this is potentially Yoki's Prodigies' time to shine. This point is crucial if they want to send it to a 5th set. They send it up. The rune pillar bounce is not favorable. Vladilena gets the last strike on that Zentaro blink. Goes down to Lexus, who wins the strike war, sends it in, and we're into a 5th set.
Yeah, and wow. I'm impressed with Vlad. Vlad just played so well there, and really is honestly going out of their mind. We see the orbs coming up here. I know somebody has Replicator. Got to look out for that on Razzie. Extra Special likely being the take here on the Vice. Specialized probably going the way of the Rasmus unless we're looking to deny Orb Dancer, which I don't even think we're interested in. That makes sense, yep.
I'm just, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It is the last set after all, and especially on a map like this, you won't be building up those 10 orb stacks fast enough. Razzie opting for the more reliable option of just going for timeless missile
prop. It goes hard, right? With missile prop in particular, like you can basically do the rune thing now as the goalie, and you can't give that to the rune, right?
Yeah, you just cannot give that to the rune, absolutely. Despite how well they can KO Japanese box, it's not reliable, and if those pillars are placed down successfully, it's just so hard to deal with, especially in this crucial 5th set, as Razzie is clearing it around the world. And whoa, what a KO on Lexus. That was so quick, and Japanese box and Cute Juice Boy are still staying alive. Only one barrier left on the side of Yoki's Prodigies as they push up. They're looking for Japanese box, hits the strike around, and strike war is won by Cute Jewish Boy. The bandage comes in, but there's a lot of body blocking involved. Whoa, a KO onto Razzie as well. Cute Jewish Boy does have the flip here. Supernova there to defend, and will defend in time. No, Lexus forgets to strike. Thinking that Jumper has it, a bit of a call-in moment, and a slight lead for Chikara Green.
I gotta say, when it came out, I was a hater of the call-in emote, and I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of grown on me as like a replacement for not having the beta gold emote as a really good Vice special takes the barrier. And here we can see the power of the Missile Prop Timeless Dubu as it secures that barrier there, whereas Missile Prop I don't think would have alone because it wouldn't have had the size. There is a good offensive play here being made. Banish. Do we see a KO? No, because Jumper is protecting their friend. They defused the bomb by making sure it can't be planted in the base, as Japanese box is still cracked, still trying to find a way out of this, and trying to not mess things up for Vlad here in front of the goal box again.
And Vlad's getting these second strikes so well. It's a little difficult here. Manages to get that, but Japanese box is a casualty. Good flip comes out to defend it, but can Jewish Boy be the hero? Can Cute Jewish Boy make it? No, still has the passive strike, still has a primary to work with, still has a blink as well, almost does so, but a great clear by Razzie, trying to KO Cute Jewish Boy backwards. Does not happen, but it will still serve as good defense. Whoa, that Tofu Fortress was so clutch from a year ago. And now, with a striker advantage, Chikara Green have to make something happen here. Razzie clears it up. What a great angle to get it out of the situation. And Jumper's primary is sending the core a little bit fast. Cute Juice Boy does have the flip, though. They have to be careful. The flip comes out. No, just blocked and sent up to Japanese box, who now has Chikara on a potential final goal here to get a game.
Yeah, no, and that was the power of the Timeless, right? We tried to kill someone in the back of the net for fun, but it just turned out that the Tofu Fortress in the net was a future play. You might say that Razzie is a psychic or a medium because they can see into the future as we find ourselves viceless for the next 14 seconds.
Right now, cute Jewish boy looking for a bit of a play on the barrier. Lexus trying to disrupt here, trying to stall time. Jumper does come back. It's cleared away from the rune pillar, under the rune pillar in that case. Japanese box trying to find value here, but the counterplay from Yogi's Prodigies is airtight for the moment. Lalena playing up themselves. The pillar there for the follow-up strike as well. The double banish comes out, but they're in the goalie zone, so they'll be back. And now, with the KO on the cute Jewish boy, another striker advantage, another stun. So much damage put on, so much tacked on as they go for the barrier as well, and Tofu Fortress is not even necessary as the log is what will take that barrier. Razzie stepping up, Razzie just clearing it down, looking for the stun as well, and again, the Tofu Fortress this time is what happens, and that slight nudge of the core will make it so difficult to save for Vladilena as Lexus gets the goal.
And Yoki's Prodigies are still in this. They're not looking to go to game 4. They're looking to go to bed. Lexus has work in 5 hours. How is he going to make it work? Well, he's going to get himself out of this game and out of this tournament, or so they think. If Japanese Box and cute Jewish boy can stay alive and be that offensive threat that they have been the entirety of this game when they're both on the field together, they can make this happen. A lot of pressure put onto Lexus. Jumper looking to get that core flip off. Razzie does have a core flip as well that they might be extending here, but a really good fat roll from Razzie to make sure that that gets completely stopped right in front of the sound speaker.
Yeah, basically pixels of difference away from the barrier there as they get a double KO. Big Strikers advantage. They're looking to send this to yet another 2-2. This tournament has had the most set 5 2-2s in Omega Strikers history as Lexus uses the flip. Oh, but sends it directly into the hook of Vladilena, who has the flip to get it out of there. But as that happens, cute Juice Boy is taken out. The stun there from Jumper, but the double banish gives a slight opportunity for Japanese Box. So much damage put down, but Lexus wins the strike against the secondary, and we're going to a final round.
That is crazy. Here we go. It all comes down to this. Are we here for an Oni Village 30-minute snore fest, which may take us to another game, or are we going to have to say goodbye and call it a day and take some rest for ourselves? Who knows, but cute Jewish boy put under a lot of pressure. Japanese Box getting behind, and the deflex, it's going wild. Vlad can't even predict it, but the hook sends it back the other way. And there is so much going on with these perfectly formed rune pillars that we might even see a goal coming out here soon as they get the pass down to cute Jewish boy, who's looking to stuff it in behind Razzie, and we are indeed going to a game 4. Actually, Tari, it's technically game 3, but that's beside the point.
And yeah, incredibly clutch play by cute Jewish boy, realizing that, oh, I'm in the situation, I can just press the primary, and Razzie was so good for so long, but these games are going so long. Full 30-minute game right there. Shikara Green managed to sneak it out, and Yogi's Prodigy still in a very good spot right now, but
yeah, 290 redirect Rasmus, 270 redirect Dubu, 240 redirect Vice. That was a game. There was how many KOs coming out for Yoki's Prodigies? 9, 14, 24. 24 KOs coming out, and on the other side, Shikara Green had 7, 15 KOs coming out. So that was a brutal, brawling game. We saw 76,000 damage, 45,000 damage, 50,000 damage, huge numbers. Right? Jesus, man. Like, I don't know. Some part of me wants Shikara Green to win this because that's hype. The reverse sweep from behind, like, at a disadvantage, right? That would go crazy, but the other part of me is like, wow, that would be awful to sit here through and be exhausting. It wouldn't be awful. It'd be exciting, but it'd be exhausting. So, I don't know what I'm hoping for here. I really don't. I want both to happen. I want this to end now, and I want this to continue forever.
yeah, there's only one wish I have. I don't care. All I want is like for there to be good games, for the teams to feel fulfilled. But the one thing that I have a wish is, can we not have the same map again? We had the same map two games in a row, please, Odyssey. Can
Well,
we just
I
have
have-
a different map?
I have bad news for you. So in theory, you should see the maps an even number of times, but in my study, it actually happens a lot that you get the same maps, and I don't know why. I've gotten Demon Dias, I kid you not, 6 times in a row. In tournaments, I've been on Night Market 4 times in a row. I don't know what it is, but for some reason the game likes giving people the same maps. I don't know if there is anything to it. I don't know how that gets seeded. It might just be the unluckiest of unluckiness, right? Because, I mean, we're talking 1 to the 5 to the power of 4 isn't that impressive, right? That's only 1 in 625. That happens. It's not abnormal, especially with how many games of Omega Strikers are being played. So I'll tell you what, we can just go back into Demon Days. We can see another 30-minute set 5 2-2 match. It'll be hype. It'll be exciting. I'm here for it.
All right, but we are loading into this another potential final game, or maybe another game that extends it even longer. And Chikara Green, Yogi's Prodigies, it's incredible how it has been so close, and we finally get night. I don't think we've seen Night Market the entire day.
No, I called it 2 games ago, but I scheduled it in the queue wrong, so I didn't get it when I wanted it. But now we do get to see it. It will be interesting to see what's coming out here. I don't know if this is the team comp we have planned with Era Julie, but that'd be fun. I'm here for Era Julie. That'd be different. I'm tired of Zentaro Vice.
Yeah, and just a little bit more insight into the band. Yogi's Prodigies respecting the Aimi from Japanese Box. Some may even call Japanese Box Kashikoma Jr. You know, like really just an incredible scorer and midfield controller on that pick. And it looks like they're going to run the standard Era Juliet here. Respect being given to Lexus's Luna by the team of Chikara Green. The Dubu coming out. It's kind of interesting, right? The Kai wasn't the pick for Razy, but now it is on a map where it's kind of good for Dubu too. So
yeah, this is a Dubu centric map. We do get the double brawler coming out, which isn't that interesting yet. It can be spicy given what the awakening is, which I'm excited to see. Hey, look, it is the thing I said they should do when it's double big fish. So I'm feeling a little big fishy Friday in here, and I don't know if this is enough to call it, but like I want to be like, let's go to game 4 already.
yeah, we'll have to see how they play though, because Era incredibly good on this map where I can just immediately contest the center speed gate with that newly buffed speed, or maybe oldly buffed speed because it was already like more than a patch ago.
Yeah, it's been like 2 weeks. What is different about this game is that we will probably see a lot less KOs. Like, this one should be significantly less bloody than the last 2 matches that we have witnessed, as the side of Yoki's Prodigies doesn't really have a lot of kill potential unless we are hugging the wall or get hit by a stray maelstroms. So, looking out for that. This is going to be a more core-centric game, as the Tofu Fortress doesn't quite work, but it got around only to be ended later. Good log to get the stun onto Lexus so that things couldn't go through. A great last-minute strike. Japanese Box starting the attack, trying to get the core into Duist Boy, and Vlad just makes a clear up and through so that hopefully they can get some offense going. Having a hard time getting it around the Era, and it gets to Lexus, who just stuffs it in with the good old classic dash punch. I don't even think they punched that. I think it was just dash.
Oh yeah, if you dash punch there, like the Dubu has the elusive clear, has the flip or something, but that is exactly why I think I would favor the Yogi's Prodigies here, right? Just running that pure midfielder here. Japanese Box and Cute Juice Boy are going to have a little bit of a tougher time getting possession away from the speed buff of this Era here. The jumper, very, very solid on the pick, has the dash punch there from Lexus, who is doing a lot of work as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what it's going to have to happen, and I think they're actually figuring it out in real time right now, is they're going to have to threaten jumper, right? You have to put pressure on the Era so that the Era can't exist in the midfield. You don't have to necessarily actually secure the KOs, which they do, but they get KO'd inversely as Vlad is rolling into midfield, and with a almost perfect shot makes it through. Some passing plays going on here. They have a barrier to spare, so they can play a little bit more aggressively, although the Era does return before the Rasmus on Japanese Box does come up. Maelstrom doesn't quite connect on the core, but we get a clear out, and Japanese Box is taking the core upfield for an offensive attack, but Unluckily, we find that a cute Jewish boy stumbles off the field, but Japanese Box does it all on their own with a great hook into primary from Rasmus.
Yeah, a little scary for Razzie there, but great play by Japanese Box to make it so, and really the individual scoring prowess being shown here, but Jumper shrinks Japanese Box, says, okay, Lexus, go get him, but the Tofu Fortress from Vladilena is constantly a curse for them because they're just stuffing the dash punch attempts from Lexus.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the Tofu Fortress isn't like getting to fully activate and is ending up with these weird jank holes that shouldn't be there. Somebody needs to tell Dubu that fortresses aren't actually made of pumice. It's not the best material, but it seems to be sufficing as we just give up a barrier in the most unfortunate of ways, but that doesn't mean the offensive attack is over. However, that KO there onto Cute Jewish Boy might spell doom for the offensive woes here, as Vlad is now stuck in a 3v2.
Yeah, pass up to Lexus, but that punch was very far away from the goal. Vladilena will clear that, no problem. Lexus looking for something here, but Cute Jewish Boy will advance the play. It is being passed down, but Lexus interrupts it with the dash punch. Japanese Box gets a pull out of nowhere and just strikes it in full confidence. Great plays by Chikara Green.
That was really good. Yeah, no, absolutely. Everything is honestly working out for them right there. And this is what I noted in the last game. The power plays for Yoki's prodigies just don't seem to convert as often as they should. As long as both the forwards are down and Vlad has someone to help clear the core, it just seems to work out as Cute Jewish Boy pokes it in, and Japanese Box is looking for an angle, but they do clear around, and Vlad unfortunately gives up the barrier, but you can give up one. One is free, two you have to pay.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say give up there. It's a bit of a character thing where you can't get it away as Lexus puts down the flip, but immediate defense by Cute Jewish Boy jumping in with the Zentaro special. Now Japanese Box has the flip, but it's responded to by Jumper, who goes for an angle downwards, but Japanese Box continues to defend. Vladilena is back. Lexus looking for a bit of a dribbling play here, but loses control of the core. Now it's up to Jumper to advance the core, looking for a bit of a pass up, but it's a little too much ping pong. Lexus trying to get into position, but blocked off by the Tofu Fortress, and now Japanese Box has possession. Cute Jewish Boy leaping in with the blink, but Lexus will punish the positioning with another dash punch, and now Jumper looking to get some strikes in, but Japanese Box maintains possession over and over and over, goes to Vladilena, who clears it up. The log is there to move the core at hyper speed. Japanese Box looking for the secondary forward. The second barrier will not do so, but will stall more than enough time for Jewish Boy to get back, and it is yet another power play that is defended by Chikara Green.
Ooh, Vlad just barely gets that with the clap, saving it from the air. Dead yet again. The deaths here coming out are already more than I expected, as I didn't think they had a lot of kill potential here with the era. But, you know, if we're hugging the edge, and that unfortunate hit into the Rasmus hook results in a gold emote from Cute Jewish Boy, which still goes hard. And yeah, they just need to find a way to not die on the edge of the map here, because I still stand by what I say. They don't have a lot of kill pressure unless you're on the edge of the map. So if we just kind of give up the edge and can play a core control game here from Chikara Green, I almost said it.
Why would you say West, though? They're literally Chikara East.
Because I casted Chikara West yesterday.
Okay.
So it's like the same team. You know,
Yeah,
it's not, but like
memories are a powerful thing, as Japanese Box is sending it through the Cute Jewish Boy, but the dash punch flip from 2004 Lexus GX470 is so strong yet again. So much chip damage by the magical Maelstrom. Lexus going in with the fiery flurry, getting the top barrier, looking for the second one, but the strike war is won by Cute Jewish Boy, who has flipped, looking for a creative angle to try and get the top barrier, but is defended by Razy and Jumper, a little bit too delayed. And now Lexus is in position, but pulled back by Japanese Box, vlad for extended dash punch, but Vladilena's clears are a little too good for that one, and Japanese Box is looking for that primary, but yet again it just goes to Lexus over and over and over. Cute Jewish Boy looking for a play, pass up, pass back down. Lexus avoiding the clears, taken low, and maybe a KO onto Lexus could be the difference maker for Chikara Green.
Yeah, and they need to find something here either side, because both of the defenses are holding stalwart. They're able to find the clears, and there we go. They finally do find the Juliet secure on the KO, but they're just getting passed around. They need to play a little bit more spread out. Good clears by Vlad. They need to make their offense work for them instead of making it harder for them.
Yeah, but they're still holding on. Oh, but as I say that, the dash punch hits the tip of the barrier there. Barely connects with the core, and Lexus is here, but blocked off by the log, and the offense is just not core control-y enough. The passes are not clean enough for Chikara Green right now, as Lexus is getting chance after chance after chance at dash punching, at using abilities whenever they are up. The special comes out from Cute Jewish Boy, maybe a strike war win, but Razy wins those. Finally, a primary comes down, and the barriers are equalized. A stun down for Vladilena. The core goes through thanks to the Giga Blast. Oh, Lexus up, down, up.
Is that the Kaz? As Lexus just hits both the barriers. The first one probably a dribble, the second one probably not. We see the sick core flip from Japanese Box, who's trying to make it happen. A really good berries, grapes. They're grapes to save it. And it's just chaotic here as Lexus is trying to make it happen. Finally getting in range for the punch, for the dash, and just doesn't win the strike where Vlad is so on top of it today. Japanese helping out with the primary. Cute Jewish Boy coming back. The Era can't get it quite through them, but does find it yet. Unfortunately, the dash wasn't lined up, and Lexus does finally end this set 3-2. Yoki's Prodigy's up 1.
Yeah, and finally the strike war is won by Lexus. Well played there. Stacks on stacks on the table for this Era. And maybe even a Chrono Boost as well, but I don't know if you want to give stacks to the Dubu, you know? So definitely a choice to be made here.
Or no choice by anyone.
Goes for the Timeless instead, and Stacks is somehow picked up by the Juliet. Dubu was sleeping.
Dubu took Specialized. Is that to deny Kai? That has to be to deny Kai, I guess, and make sure that they don't get too out of control here.
No, I'll just say it. Stacks on Juliet. I think this is just so heavily favored for Yoki's Prodigies right now, especially on a map like this, especially with an Era backing Lexus up, especially with how Lexus has been able to KO Cute Jewish Boy over and over and over. And with the dash punch here, we'll get the first barrier. Jumper passes it through with the special, trying to get the second, but a great clear by Vladilena will stop it. And now Vladilena clearing it down, but Jumper is there. Jumper is ready, continuing to maintain possession, just walking back to win the strike war even after multiple losses. Lexus will just strike war the log. Lexus looking for a bit of a play here. Dash, no, does not cover. Great patience by Vladilena. Razy looking up. Lexus looking for another dribble. Jumper with the primary, putting into position, almost has core flip as well. The meter is almost fully charged, almost blue, and now here it is, has core flip to use, is slowly inching forward to the goal, will not use it yet.
Yeah, the Timeless here is also making things really hard. These Era Tornadoes are taking up so much more space. They're able to put more pressure. We see another KO coming out. We do get a barrier. Probably a little bit of a mistake there. Cute Jewish Boy does attempt to flip it in front of a Juliet, who does have her ult up. And the ability to dribble here with the stack on stacks and the speed from Era is probably going to be a little too strong for Vladilena to hold on to.
Yeah, great passing plays, and Jumper, I think, made that all possible. Was on the bottom side continuously catching the clears, being that threat, and eventually passed it up to Lexus to get that top shot. And now Lexus is looking. Lexus is lurking yet again, using a lot of abilities though, and Cute Jewish Boy gets the barrier there, but the tornado lasts so long, hit stuns Vladilena for an entire hour as that top barrier is taken by the slowly drifting core. And now Jumper looking for a pass to Lexus, who dribbles it up, who dribbles it down, but it is just flipped away by Vladilena, who does not have meter anymore. Lexus looking for something. Razy has the flip as well. Cute Jewish Boy looking for some damage on the Kai goalie, will not have anything yet as the tornado goes up, and the tornado gets the KO striker advantage for the side of Yoki's Prodigies. Lexus is there too, stuffed out by the Tofu Fortress. Will have another chance as Vladilena goes for the roll, but is punished, and Yoki's Prodigies are well and truly in the lead.
And that's a huge movement speed difference too. Like, that ankle break is so hard to do without the speed. I think you are 100% correct here. The stacks was a mistake to give away, and this game just become very difficult for Chikara Green. Just off of one awakening, which goes back to showing the power of these awakenings, right? And they're going to have to figure out something. They're going to have to figure out how to KO the Julie, which they're already struggling to stay alive themselves. But if you take a look at the levels, you'll actually notice that Yoki's is having Jumper do so much work this game, and it is really working out for them. And Razzie getting to take a little bit of a vacation in the goal box, as much as
the
one
stacks are
does,
all
but
erased by the Tofu Fortress. Jumper does have the flip here. Can maybe recover, maybe get this barrier. Razzie has the flip as well for insurance. They will be able to defend this striker disadvantage quite cleanly. Just passed up to Jumper, up to Lexus, who has just respawned, and Razzie just barraged it away. Great defense by Yoki's Prodigies as they weather the storm. They get the KO as well, and if they win this set, that losing those stacks isn't too bad because, well, next set will have reset anyway, as that flip goes at the wrong angle, and the Sony salute comes out from Vladilena as they realize this might be the final goal of this set, as Lexus is looking for purchase on the core, gets a creative angle with the dash punch, but it is just blocked by Vladilena. The log is not enough as Lexus keeps getting a handle on it, but Cute Jewish Boy is the one who gets the top barrier with the flip, almost getting the bottom barrier as well. Great defense from Razzie as Vladilena tries to pass the Japanese box. Lexus gets possession of it as Jumper and Lexus try to do something here, but the Tofu Fortress from Vladilena is good, and now Jumper looking for a Japanese box, getting possession, but again, the scoring opportunities for Chikara Green are not as stalwart as the ones from Yogi's Prodigies. Looking for a punch there, defended by Vladilena yet again. Jumper passing it up, Lexus going for the dash, but Vladilena with the roll yet again saves it.
yeah, I gotta say, Vlad has been really impressing me with how they've been holding it down. It is hard to hold it down against your own teammates sometime, although it did look like that might just be going in soon anyways. However, I will note that specialized training on the Dubu is what killed the Juliet earlier, so maybe they were onto something. Anyways, looks like we're going to see an extra special here from Era, and then there's really no way you deny the heavy impact here from the Julie on the Dubu, taking missile props so that you can hopefully cut off the lane and make something happen from that. Probably a prize fighter on the Rasmus, Deadeye, or Glass Cannon, probably Glass Cannon, maybe even Hot Shot. All those are good here, and then peak performance coming out for Rasmus. Hot Shot.
All right, well, this draft, good denials on the side of Yogi's Prodigies to not give over a win condition, and Jumper's extra special timeless NATOs will be such a big threat for Yogi's Prodigies. They will be able to utilize those as well, but the missile propulsion specialized Total Fortress does a big chunk to Lexus. Maybe it was the right pick, but as I say that, you see the stacks, you see the move speed on Lexus and realize no, it wasn't, as Lexus is dribbling, Lexus is stacking up those pancakes, and even losing this point is fine for Yogi's Prodigies because there's more time to stack, especially since Lexus just got that KO onto the goalie. Vladilena off the table for another 7 seconds. Jumper losing the strike with a cute Jewish boy. Great defense there for Chikara Green. But Lexus will look for the barrier yet again, defended by Japanese box, and Jumper cannot get it to them. The interruptions from Chikara Green are so good right now, especially with that summer assault from Vladilena.
Yeah, the fat roll, as I like to call it, coming out really good. This Maelstrom is going to put him in a big position, but he is able to evade through it, so you can get the clear out. We're going to look to get a score here with this core flip right through Jumper. There it is. They're the first on the board in this set, and the Julie is still at 0 pancakes, so who says they're out? There's a chance here. I see a line. Let's take it to another set.
But an immediate shrink on the Japanese box, an immediate tornado, and Jumper once again trying, but Vladilena's Tofu Fortress have been good, but that means there's no Tofu Fortress available to block the next dash punch from Lexus, as Lexus is dribbling, Lexus is looking yet again. Razzie has flipped for the defense, sends it forward. Jumper once again looking for the debuff as well, but Lexus just needs to stack a little bit, needs to get the middle speed, and there it is. The bottom barrier is taken, advancing for the second one as well, and now Jumper continuing to shrink. Japanese box continuing to window strike wars as well, as Vladilena with a slight misstep. The top barrier is gone. Lexus is in position almost, but a great clear by Vladilena diffused the situation, but Lexus does have some cooldowns left. Lexus can make something happen as Razzie once again saving it. Cute Jewish boy in there, trying to get in there, but right now the tornado just zoning out so much space. Lexus waits for 3 million years, has all the time in the world, gets the perfect dash punch.
All the time in the world, all the speed they need to make sure they end up in the exact right spot before lining it up and just hitting the 2 funny buttons and making it so that Vlad didn't have any option there except for the classic common haha funny man's take of just evade clear it. It's easy to do, I promise. Unfortunately here, it just doesn't look like they have any way back into this game. I'm trying to find it for Chikara Green. The Maelstrom's all coming out, the movement speed, they're having a hard time controlling the middle of the map because of the speed advantage. There's another pancake reset, and those are going to help as Razzie just comes up and pokes it with the grape to secure a barrier. Japanese box unable to hit the primary there and gets the bumper. So gates are open as Lexus respawns.
Yeah, and the flip is accidentally completely stuffed out by Vlad Elena for their own teammate, as Lexus is looking very low though. The damage is stacking up. This Zentaro and this Rasmus do so much chip when contesting the core. The Tornado though is online. Razzie can just hit it behind Tornado, but Lexus is taken out yet again. But Jumper's primary strike wars, Vlad Elena, and with Razzie having flip, they could stall. They can make this happen right here. And Japanese box trying to pass it up, trying to get a shot out. Razzie does have flip for insurance, goes for a shot here, and the Tornado keeps it up. The dash punch from Lexus almost gets a good angle down. Same with that Giga Blast from Razzie, and Lexus just trying to get a pass from Jumper, but Japanese box is winning all these strike wars. Lexus trying to dribble it down, but gets caught up in the opening. And once again, it just goes around the world. But Japanese box is KO'd. Lexus finds the opportunity. Razzie passing up the Jumper into open space. Vladilena trying to stall it out just a little bit. But Lexus gets the speed gate. Lexus is moving so fast right now. As Jumper passing it up yet again, and Lexus, the perfect punch, 1 goal away from winning the entire tournament for Yoki's Prodigies.
They are, and they are honestly putting on a clinic on how to run, you know, Era Julie on Night Market. They're controlling the speed gate. They're using their movement speed well to make sure they control the speed gate, shrinking people so that they can't contest, making sure that they're open for their goalie, getting it in a position where we can get gas punches. They're doing everything right here, and it's really hard to beat a team that has good awakenings and isn't making mistakes. Every time Lexus is off the map, it doesn't even seem to matter. They come back, they're already at full pancake stacks yet again, and they just go back to being the dominant threat that they were, enabled by the Era.
Yeah, and Lexus looking for the top barrier here, almost taken out, but still surviving somehow. Kuchu's boy looking for something, maybe a combo. Finally, the flip. Lexus did not have meter for that one, had to evade everything else, but Jumper stalls out the flip, stalls out so much time, and this still could be the point of Yoki's Prodigies because that barrier refuses to go down. Great defense by Jumper and Razzie, and Lexus is back. And he is here to play. He is looking for the dash punch. Almost takes out Cute Juice Boy. Almost gets it all. But Razzie almost has flip meter. So much insurance. Vladilena as well. Pulled back with Japanese boxing to get the barrier. A hope of life for Chikara Green right now. And the back and forth. Japanese box up. And the Razzie flip finds a perfect window. It gets past the Hope Fortress, but Japanese box wins the perfect strike war. And Chikara Green are 1 point away from continuing this game.
So there's a line. There's a line. It involves a lot more Lexus deaths, and if Lexus dies a couple more times, that's the line that we're going to have to take to see Chikara Green make something happen.
But as you say that magical Maelstrom absolutely destroys Vladilena's flip chances, and both barriers are taken so quickly. Lexus has too much health right now. Vladilena makes a save, but can they do it for much longer as Lexus gets the perfect special and the perfect strike at the end, and Yoki's Prodigies take it. They take the Osas Finale. They are the champions out of more than 100 different teams, and they finish Season 1 as number 1.
That was crazy. That was a really good end to this really long day. Chikara Green showed they had some fight in them, took a game off of Yoki's Prodigies, but at the end of the day, they just couldn't do it, and congratulations to Lexus, Jumper, and Razzie for Yoki's Prodigies.
All 3 members performed out of their minds here. Like, it's just absolutely great. It's unfortunate that the first replay is the own goal. But overall, just incredible individual performance. We saw the strike war wins from Lexus. We saw the stuffing plays. We saw Jumper possessing the court, like being such a nuisance in the bottom side of the field, making it impossible for Ladlane to clear in some angles. And just the patience from all of these players that you would expect from some of the best players in the world. Definitely got some of the knowledge of the best players in the world helping them as well.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, Yoki obviously is a really good coach. It's you know, in his name.
I'm not just talking about Yoki. I'm talking about the entire, like, both Yoki's Prodigy and Chikara Green have some deep pockets to talk to. Like,
no,
there are a lot
right.
of people in the Omega Strikers community.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Chikara Green has a lot of people talking to them as well. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, there was a lot of coaching going on in these games that was happening at the guild house where some of the people are. I know that they were talking about it, so Like, yeah, no, there's a lot of coaching that was going on, and they've had a lot of people helping them get good because, you know, they want better leagues for themselves, better NASLs. I mean, Alexander, of course, not in this game, but did, you know, end up making it into an NASL team. So that's the type of thing they want for themselves and for this community.
Okay.
Which is why they're doing
Well,
it.
and enough about all of that.
Yeah,
These three
sorry.
players made it happen, and they beat Alexander along the way. Maybe they are NASL caliber players.
True.
But okay, Jumper says, shout out to Coach Yogi and Wake Forest University Esports #ad. Lexus says, imagine thinking I'm going to sleep. Winners interview ? And Razy says, shout out Yoki. I don't even. My main question is, how do you say Razy? Is it Razy or Razzy?
Wow, they shouted out Yoki. It's almost like I said that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're so mean to me.
Yeah, but we shout out Yoki like 20 times already. Lexus wants an interview? Okay, join a VC.
Sure, that'll be fun.
It's Razzie? Okay. I was wrong.
Well,
Well.
who's making it to work?
Tired. You.
Are you still making it?
Yeah, 'cause I'm not going to sleep.
Oh.
Oh. Oh,
Thing
you poor
to do
thing.
for the being the king of the lobsters. That's what it's all about.
That is a good reward. You get to go to work tired now because you are the king lobster.
Yeah,
How are your claws feeling?
meaty, big and meaty.
That's good. I like a healthy, big, meaty claw, honestly.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Lexus. So, you had a lot of games. You had a lot of hours in Omega Strikers today in this tournament. Like,
Yes.
How do you feel right now?
I've already said it a million times, but I feel like I wish I didn't have to work tomorrow. But I'm pretty happy. You know, this is a multiple weeks long investment on us, and I'm glad we came out on top. So I feel satisfied and sleepy. You know.
Well, what's up for you in the future in Omega Strikers? Are you going to be in NASL Tier 2? Are you going to enter more tournaments? What's up with that?
That's a great question. My main goal, two main goals, are to chill on the Sad Boys B roster in NASL or NASA, and to win Play Better, Win More 3. Those are the two big targets on the horizon. But
Sounds cool. And so, was your Luna actually let through in any of the games?
no, we did not get it in a single match. Motherfuckers saw,
Not a
like,
single one?
We're looking at like Timeless Creator tempo swing start, and they're like, we gotta get Luna out of here. I did not get to play it in a single match. You know, I understand it. You know, they know. I would have cleared everyone easily. I would have been to bed 3 hours ago if I got to play Luna every match. But I really thought that maybe here in this last match we might get a Luna Mirror, but you know, they didn't want that, and I'll let that speak for itself. So
Yeah, and Lovin. I know there's a bit of a history with interviewers, so I'm going to specify. Okay, do you have any Omega Strikers video game related questions you want to ask Lexus?
So it can't be about the name. Ugh, fine. Did you ask? I want to know. Did you ask for the Luna honor match?
I did not ask for it, but I thought Buttville 34 had that dog in him, but I guess not.
Okay, no, that's fair. Hey,
Yeah.
we're not gonna bring negativities into here because you know I
Yeah.
get it. Sometimes I'm afraid of other people. I'm afraid of your Luna. Now I have an Omega Strikers question for you, and it's not very particular, I will say. But do you think extra special should be nerfed more?
I think, you know, I don't care about extra special. I love extra special. I think it's OP,
Okay.
but I think it's okay. 'Cause
Okay.
I think it's I would like them to nerf the energy awakenings. I do not know what they were thinking, and I hate playing with and against them. It is so boring to become the energy monster or to watch your opponent become the energy monster. I just can't. I just hit the guy and he scores on me for free because of. I hate them. I just not a fan. A triple fire up. Oh, fire up start. Fire up start. We all gotta go fire up. We're gonna course flip every 10 seconds. I'm losing my mind.
I was gonna say I think quite the opposite. I think that's really hype.
Okay,
and...
well, no one asked you, Lovin.
All right,
Alexis,
that's
is there
fair.
anything you want to shout out before we end the stream? It is 2:31 a.m. for me. We gotta end.
Okay, well, obviously we gotta shout out Goat Yoki, for we were Yoki's prodigies. The lore on that name obviously is just that this was kind of Coach Yoki's ragtag bundle of lobsters. He just messaged all of us and said, "Hey, let's put together an OSAS team." I wasn't even looking for one. I probably wouldn't have played if he hadn't sent me a message. So, shout out to him, making it all possible, showing up, giving us tips, giving us advice, hanging out in calls all the time, being really supportive. Really nice guy, and I think that he deserves a Sony W emote for our bracket run.
All
And
right.
shout out Sad Boys, the goats.
And one last thing before we end. Are you going for the 3 titles? Are you going for... You already have NASL champ. Now you have OSAS champ. Are you also going for NASL tier 2 to complete the trifecta?
That's true. It could be the first Grand Slam. Could be me. We'll have to see how that pans out. But I think after some plays tonight, I think we can be pretty hopeful that that's going to come together.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks to everyone for watching. Oh, wait, no, there's one thing I need to shout out before we end, and it is Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 2, start.gg/OSAS2. We are starting this Thursday. Up again. Same, very similar format, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, so... wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's the announcement that I was supposed to make. And we're starting with golds and under, and seeing how it goes.
Okay, if that wasn't the announcement, somebody's gonna be paying you right now. So.
Yeah, I think that was the correct announcement. But that is it. Thanks to everyone for watching. Thank you for staying up with us until these late hours. Thanks to everyone for participating in both OSAS and especially the finale. Congratulations to every team that made it to the finale. A special congratulations to Yoki's Prodigies for taking it. We love Coach Yoki. And that will be it from us. See you on whenever we stream another tournament. It might be Thursday. It might be a different day. But that will be it until next time. See ya.